So where we left things yesterday was with the Calgary Parking Authority. And I understand that Alderman Hodges has had some time to noodle on this one. So let me recognize him now, and we'll see where we're at.
Yes, Your Worship, thanks for allowing the reconsideration of the report on civic partners. I've had an opportunity to discuss this with both yourself, briefly with Alderman Lowe, and with the Parking Authority themselves, interestingly enough. So I'm going to not put any changes or amendments at the present time. As was mentioned yesterday, the review of the Western Management Consultant report is underway. That'll come into Council in the first quarter of 2011. There's some issues besides parking rates that are going to be dealt with in the follow-up report to the Western Management Consultant report. So for now, I think it is best to not do anything precipitously and to deal with the whole package of issues when they come in the spring of 2011. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. And I think just to reiterate for the benefit of members of council, so we do have this major review of the Parking Authority in the implementation phase, as well as council will recall at our organizational meeting, we appointed a largely new board to the Parking Authority, and we ought to give them a bit of time to catch up before we make radical changes. But I will assure council that when that report comes back to council, when did you say, Alderman Hodges?
It's the first quarter of 2011. Okay. I think March. It could be in a bit sooner, but I think they're targeting March.
Okay, great. So I will give council, I'll give council my assurances that when that report comes back, we will have the opportunity to have a Alderman Carra toothsome discussion about the Calgary Parking Authority. So with that, I will accept a motion then to accept the budget of the Calgary Parking Authority. Alderman Lowe, Alderman Stevenson, thank you. Any further discussion on that? Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Alderman Hodges?
I suppose.
Okay, Alderman Hodges is opposed. Motion carried. Now, what we're going to do now is we have now completed the reports in front of us, everything in 71 and 72. So our opportunity now is for further motions that do not appear in 71 and 72 that various members of council have to now come to the table. We're gonna do these by department just to make life easier for the departments, and we're going to start with transportation. So I'll now accept any motions that have to do with transportation. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Your Worship, there are two reports in our council agenda, as you know, that relate to transportation. One is that notice of motion I had brought forward on doing a plan of Fish Creek Lacombe TOD station. That's report 2010-26, and then there's the other one about the tow trucks and adding that in. Should they be brought forward as part of this discussion or leave them till the end?
No, we can definitely bring them forward as part of the discussion. I think the one in the Fish Creek Lacombe TOD is actually planning.
Okay.
But if you want to bring the other one forward right now, you certainly may.
Yes, I would like to then, Your Worship, bring report, and I'm trying to quickly find it here. You have... Gordon, how are you doing? Mr. Logan? Mr. Logan, can you help me? I'm sorry, your mouth is full there.
I've got it here. It's LPT 2010-69, behind the third yellow tab.
I've got it. Thank you.
Okay.
So, members of council, this is the incident management with roving truck service. It's the final report, went through Standing Policy Committee, and I would like to move the recommendations and add $636,000 into the base for the roving truck tow truck service program. It speaks for itself, and I know everyone was at the committee, so I won't take time in getting into the merits of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Alderman Farrell, the second.
Oh, Alderman Farrell? Thank you. Mr. Sawyer, can you confirm that this money exists nowhere else? We have not dealt with this one already?
We have not.
So you are suggesting an addition to base from the operating budget of $638,000 for this program. All right, then, discussion on this item. Alderman Carra, I know you have your light on, but I suspect it may or may not be for this item. Other discussion on this item? Oh, come on, really? That's what I said. You've talked about it so much in the past. Alderman Colley-Urquhart, as the initial driving force behind this, you're satisfied with the pilot results and with this recommendation, obviously?
Yes, in particular with Mr. Logan and all of the transportation staff that made this work. And it's just one of those things that doesn't cost a lot of money, but really has made people's lives tremendously better in trying to get to work. Thank you.
Alderman Hodges.
Well, just a brief comment, Your Worship. I don't doubt it's a valuable service, and I certainly haven't heard any complaints about it. But the transportation budget is a fairly large budget, and I would have thought there was something to be found in that budget to cover this cost rather than see it as an add-on, as an incremental addition to the operating budget. And for that reason, I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Worship.
Mr. Logan, can you speak a little bit to the cost? Oh, excuse me, I was going to ask, but I see Alderman Lowe's got his light on. We'll go to Alderman Lowe first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Logan, I know we've previously talked about opportunities for recoveries of on the service from the individual who we tow. Are we making any progress in that?
Your Worship, there's two opportunities for recovery. First off would be from the people who directly receive the service. We have shied away from doing that partly because it erodes the original stop where somebody has stopped in the road and the tow truck comes up and is focused on clearing the incident, not on collecting the information to collect the money. The other opportunity would be to recover from the province as sort of because a lot of these incidents are on the Deerfoot Trail.
No, I appreciate that part of it, but I've always wondered about, notwithstanding the purpose of the clear Deerfoot Trail, the fact that your vehicle is stalled there is unfortunate, but you're going to get yanked.
Yeah.
In the long run, does the individual service too? But we haven't pursued the recovery of costs
From the
aggressively.
individuals, no, we have not as yet.
Okay. Do you know if there's a legal impediment to doing so?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you provide the service without being asked,
Yeah, that's the question.
yeah. If
Even
somebody
though-
has AMA, they might say, well, Your Worship, the AMA tow truck will be here in a while and I don't want to pay for this one, I'm covered. That sort of defeats the purpose of the program.
Yeah, I
So in
suppose
that,
it's kind of linked to the idea of towing vehicles if we had a no
I
parking during snowstorms thing.
actually, we did look at the legal aspect of it. My memory's sort of kicking in here. I believe we do have the authority under our streets bylaw to tow a vehicle at will.
And collect.
Yes. Well, we do it if you're, for example, we're doing street cleaning
Mhm.
and you haven't moved your vehicle. We do have the authority to impound your vehicle and collect for that. We don't choose to do that most of the time, but we do have the authority to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Logan, could you just address for a moment Alderman Hodges' point? Have you looked elsewhere within the budget for this, or is this really needs to be in addition to the overall budget?
Your Worship, these are contract services. We do not provide them with city services, so we get directly billed for what we do. Therefore, we have to have funds in the budget to cover those contracts. Yes, we do have a considerable budget in roads, and we do have considerable contract services. However, with all due respect, we have had more and more services added to that, a lot of growth over the last few years, and in all honesty, I don't think we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of unallocated funds at the end of the year. We are running at the edge of our balancing our budget. In fact, we've been running sort of a deficit part of this year, so I wouldn't say we have 600,000 to be honest with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Logan. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Logan, for your comments, because After Alderman Hodges spoke, I did kind of waver on this one slightly because we did add a number of $1 million back into your budget that was cuts. We did approve another 61,000 hours and things like that, and I was torn between the two of trying to look at cuts but make sure transportation was looked after. Therefore, I feel that this could also be within your budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Any further debate on this item? Alderman Collier-Cart to close.
Well, if it could have been covered in the budget, I think it would have been. It's very tight. If we don't have the resources to do this, we simply can't do the program. So I hope members of council will realize that this is a relatively small expenditure for something that adds tremendous value on the whole road network with the roving trucks being placed in a variety of locations throughout the whole city. It's not just in sort of one area. So I hope council will support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Collier-Cart. So on the motion to, I've just put it away. Is it 638,000? 636. 636. To increase the roads budget by $636,000 to facilitate this program, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges, Alderman Keating. Very well then. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully this is, hopefully we can continue in the spirit of yesterday, sending messages and whittling down while also making some moves that address things that we need to do as a city. I'm going to bring forward a motion right now, an amendment to the transportation budget. It's going to be an increase. And I would like a two-part motion. One, that council freeze the current price of the low-income transit pass and forgo the $260,000 projected increase to the budget. And then as a second part of the motion, we can treat it separately, that council cut the proposed increase to the adult pass in half, which I think comes to a $2.5 million loss to the proposed increase to the budget. I think we've been doing some really thoughtful cutting and some really thoughtful additions. I think the last motion we just passed, I think, is the kind of motion that is not, that sort of saves money in the short run, and I'd like to think that incentivizing transit use will have that overall net effect. I'd also like to think that we can recognize, especially from the moving testimony from Vibrant Calgary, that freezing the current low-income transit pass is something that we absolutely have to do as a city. So I hope council will support this.
Alderman Carra, if you don't mind.
Yes?
I think you've, the number in the second one is incorrect.
It is? That's what I thought.
My apologies. I think 2.5 is the total amount if you were to freeze the pass increase.
I see.
So if you cut
Yeah,
it in half,
I
I
agree.
believe the correct number is 1.25.
Okay. So we are,
And the brackets are a little funny. They probably shouldn't be there.
okay.
It's just say resulting in a 1.25 million loss to the proposed increase.
I agree with that.
Okay. All right, Alderman Mar, you're seconding? Okay, very well. Discussion then on this item. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Although I had my light on for another amendment,
I know, but I figured you probably wanted to talk about this too.
I do. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Worship. Well, I don't see a problem with supporting recommendation number 1, although it's not an insignificant amount. It is something that I see as being very beneficial, especially to those people who need it the most and are the ones that access this pass, although I don't see it as a municipal responsibility. I see it as income support, which ultimately should be a provincial responsibility. However, having said that, I know we've accepted the responsibility of maintaining it, and so I will support recommendation number 1. Number 2, we talk about user fees for services, and we've just recently approved adding 140,000 hours to the transportation system, and if that in itself doesn't encourage increased ridership, I don't see that this will. I think the proper way of doing at least some cost recovery is by making sure that there is some money going back into the system to help to offset the increase that we've added by virtue of the 140,000 man-hours. So I won't be supporting recommendation number 2 and would encourage council not to support that also. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Lowe.
Your Worship, I wonder procedurally. I knew this was coming. I know there will be a motion to eliminate the park and ride fees. And I hearken back to Alderman Hodges' comments of a day or so ago that what we're doing is reducing the revenue side and increasing the expenditure side. And I think Alderman Hodges, he correctly identified it with the GST cut and other things that happened. And I can't help but wonder, Your Worship, if we shouldn't be dealing with all of the transit fare and service, call it transit fare and park and ride issues globally. Because it seems to me that if we're going to deal with this effectively, we have to rationalize the reduction in revenue against any increase or maintenance of costs.
Well, Alderman Lowe, carrying your argument through to its conclusion, we've already approved a vast increase in security for the Calgary transit lots. We've already approved a decline in maintenance across the transit system. And as you may recall, we approved a very large increase in transit service. You might remember that one.
Actually, Your Worship, I recall them all.
So given that, no. I think council is bright enough to be able to follow along on each decision individually and whether or not it's the right decision to make.
Okay, and that's the case. I disagree with you because I do think that the two items are distinctly related as we look at how we deal with transit overall. Having said that, you're in the chair. The low-income transit pass, as I spoke the other day, I was instrumental, I guess, in getting it into council and getting it through and getting it onto the budget. I was cautioned that exactly what's happening today would happen. And but at the time, I guess I was thinking that the province would come on board the program on a provincial-wide basis. The need was clearly identified province-wide. The province, of course, decided not to. So Alderman Chabot is largely, in fact, he's essentially correct, that this is a provincial responsibility, and this represents a subsidy by the City of Calgary to the province. An odd way of doing business, I think we'd agree. Having done that, and having put it in place, and we now own it, then I think we have to at least maintain it to the MPI status. In other words, as our costs to provide this service go up, I think it's reasonable that we pass that along. I know it's difficult for that group, and I regret that. You heard me encourage Fair Calgary to keep on advocating the province to get something in there, and I think that's the appropriate route. To cut the increased adult transit pass in half, given that there's going to be some activity around here later on to eliminate the park and ride fee, I have to link the two, Your Worship. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. But if we eliminate the park and ride fee, notwithstanding that we've improved additional money for transit security and for transit hours, we still have the issue of maintaining levels of security on transit and managing the park and ride facilities. We also have the other issue of cleanliness of the stations and facilities. And over the last 9 years, I don't know how often I've sat here and seen Alderman Jones get to his feet decrying the condition of the stations along the northeast line. Now, I don't know if they're up to standard now or not. I'll leave that up to you. But before I've got a fair number of emails upstairs saying, we don't want to subsidize the park and ride through our fare structure for the few
It's
people.
not on the table now, Alderman Lowe.
I know it
You're
isn't, but
drifting.
I'm linking it, Your Worship, and I believe I have the right to do so. And So it's there. So if we're going to cut this in half, then I think, Council, you have to bear in mind the other end of the stick. You have to bear in mind this is the revenue side of the equation. And regardless of the fact that it's not on the table now, you have to bear in mind your expenses side of the equation, which is how we maintain our lots, how we maintain our security, and how we maintain the cleanliness of the system on a go forward. While we approve the hours, that pays for the buses, the drivers, and the fuel, it doesn't pay for those services. So having said that, Your Worship, I will not support number 1, regrettably. I acknowledge that this is a group of people who need the support and need it desperately, but it does represent a subsidy by the citizens of Calgary to the province of Alberta, which is a bit mind-boggling. And I will sit and listen with respect to cutting this in half. And I am, at this point, unless we maintain the park and ride fee, I'm not really likely to support this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. Just for me, just to remind myself, what is the current low-income transit pass fee, and what is the proposal for the increase?
Mr. Logan, I do know the numbers, but we'll get them from the expert.
They're not-
Your Worship, the current number is $41.50 per month, and the proposal for 2011, it was $45, and 45 is 50% of the full fare adult, because the full fare adult was proposed at 90.
Okay.
So we've been moving those two fares with one another. Last year, council froze the low-income pass at $41.50 and did not move it up to, it would have been $42.75, I think, so.
Okay. So that is what is being proposed outside of this was a significant jump for percentage-wise for the.
Yeah, I would
For
say
the
it's,
okay.
it's more than average. Yeah.
I mean, my inclination here is looking at a $4.50 increase costing us $260,000. I mean, my inclination would be to say lower it to $40. Notwithstanding everything that Alderman Lowe said, which I inherently and implicitly agree with around this, and Alderman Chabot, this is very much not our purview. This is very much the city of Calgary subsidizing the province. Unfortunately, last week I was in Edmonton and we had a 3.5-hour roundtable discussion on province-wide poverty reduction strategies. And the province was there and addressed the 120, 130 or so people from all across the province on this, and there is not going to be any relief coming from the province anytime soon. It was quite interesting to hear the province talking about how concerned they are around poverty and how they want to work with communities and municipalities around poverty reduction. And then there was the big but. And the big but is that the province is first and foremost committing to a balanced budget next year, 2012, and that's a $5 billion cut to the budget. And so that message was heard loud and clear. And at the end of the day, we are the ones who are front line for our citizens. The provincial government has the pleasure of being one step removed from the impacts of their decisions, oh so often, and this is one of those. So I'm going to, as I say, my inclination is to move an amendment to lower the low-income transit pass to $40 rather than $41.50. I am not going to do that because I recognize the situation that we're in. I do want to echo, though, what Alderman Lowe said. And this is one, and it's not just about transit, it's actually on the whole scale of the
That's key
budget.
point. That's the key point.
It's not just about transit, it's on the whole scale of the budget. We tend to look at things in isolation. We'll make a decision on this in isolation from the next decision, which may be around the park and ride and the impacts of the park and ride. And then we'll have another decision later, which will be, well, just we can do, I mean, in the benefit of sending a message, we'll debate whether we cut another 1% globally from the budget, ignoring the direction that the administration has already received and followed through on, which was a global 2% cut to the budget. So while I appreciate your ruling and our process is looking at these things in isolation, we do tend to forget the global picture of what we are doing. And so I appreciate very much Alderman Lowe's point, and I think that we do need to keep that in mind as we start looking at revenue reductions, as well as cost cutting, as well as service increases.
So Alderman Pincott, two things, if you want to keep the floor for a second. Number one is, if you want to go ahead and make that amendment, it's not a big number. You can feel free to do so. How many,
Then-
while he's
no,
mulling, Mr. Logan, how
no.
many of these do we sell every year?
Well,
Your Worship, we're currently at about 6,300 passes per month.
So do some math for me, someone. $1.50 times 6,300 times 12?
10,000 a month.
Another 120,000 a year.
So my,
So I'm
sorry,
giving you the
sorry.
option, Alderman Pincott.
Well, no, I'm going to challenge the math here. If reducing it $4.50, or not putting in the $4.50 increase is 260,000 for the year, then if you, 350, then another $1.50 should be slightly less than half that. So 120 is right. Okay, I will make that amendment, actually, to reduce the low-income transit pass to $40 a month, which would represent a $380,000 increase on the budget.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Alderman McLeod, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alderman Pincott.
Thanks for the prod.
And yeah, and while they're putting it on the screen, Alderman Pincott, you did pull my strings, so I will. Oh, excuse me, is to change number one to reduce the current price of the low-income transit pass to $40 a month. No, well, we're changing the word freeze to reduce.
It's friendly.
It's in the mover said it was fine. So, and forego $380,000 to the budget. It's been seconded. So, while they're working on the language, we are only debating this amendment right now. So, on the amendment,
So can we put
no, that one was a main motion.
put the amendment in bold, please?
Oh, it wasn't really an amendment. It's a main motion because we don't have anything else on the table. Yeah, because if you had done it yesterday, it would have been. But now we've already received the rest of the reports. In any case, so on this issue of reducing rather than freezing the low-income fare, on that, any discussion?
Just the language of it, Your Worship.
We'll let them work through the language while we talk about the substance of it, and then we'll get the language right before we vote. But any discussion on the substance of it? Alderman Chabot?
Well, this has moved me from supporting it to not supporting it. I think what we were offering in the past, again, we're on that slippery slope of providing funding to which is ultimately under the responsibility of another level of government to increase that level of funding or that subsidy. And my opinion is it's taking on too much responsibility. I think we need to continue to lobby the provincial government to help to subsidize this program or fully fund it. As far as not increasing the pass, we've accepted that responsibility. I was part of that decision-making process, and we'll stand by it until such time as we can talk the province into accepting the responsibility. But to increase that level of funding, I can't support that.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. We're still working on the language up there, but any others on the substance of this?
No, just put in cost instead of price. It's just a grammatical thing.
No, its price is correct. Alderman Jones and then Alderman Stevenson.
Mr. Logan, was the low-income bus pass not tied to what the students were paying when it originally came through?
Your worship, I'm not certain on that. All I've seen is that it's tracking at 50% of the adult fare. The student is, well, it's all over the map, kind of. We have a youth pass, which is currently at $54.25. It's actually more than the low-income pass. And then we have the U pass, which is different.
Okay. And what's the seniors pass at right now?
Seniors pass has not changed in 10 years. It's $35 a year.
Here.
It's less than $3 a month. And the low-income seniors pass is $15 a year, which is less than, it's $1.25 a month. Hasn't changed in 10 years.
And how many seniors passes do we go through a month?
Pardon me? Sorry.
Sorry, I gotta. How many seniors passes do we sell per month or per year?
It's actually a fair amount. Annual seniors pass about 22,000.
And
We
it's
have
not-
about 13,200, I believe, regular, and then 9,200 on low income.
But the seniors pass is not based on income, it's just based on age, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Jones. Alderman Stevenson?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. The whole thing of the seniors pass not being based on income is something that has always bothered me. Here we are charging someone that is on a very low income $40 a month, and we're charging someone else because of their age. It's a significantly less amount. That's always bothered me. I think it should all be based on income. But anyway, that's not going to earn me a lot of votes from the seniors. So let me ask you how you determine this amount of money, Mr. Logan. I know that you're determining the amount of money, extra money that we're losing based strictly on the number of passes that we sell right now. But is there any consideration put into the fact that the higher we put the price up, the less of these people that are able to afford to buy one?
Your Worship, I'm glad you asked that question. Yes, we do what's called an elasticity of demand. So we have a sliding scale of cost or the increased price, and then the percentage of increase that we expect in ridership. So there is a ratio between how much we increase it and riders that we would lose as customers as we go up. There is a sliding scale on that.
So then the figure that you are putting out here, is that based strictly on the difference between what we would be charging and what we're presently charging, or in this case, what we're reducing it to, or is that other consideration taken in there?
No, it's taken, the, on amendment number 2, the number that's shown there does take into consideration the decrease in demand as a result of the increase in price.
What about in the number one?
One, it does not. One, we don't think that those people will migrate to a different system based on that increase in price.
You don't think that-
Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. We assume zero growth, and we have been seeing some growth. So yes, it does take into consideration a slight decrease in demand.
Well, I agree with so many of my fellow members of council that this is definitely an issue that should be dealt with by the province, but this is only one of many, many cases where we're stepping up to the plate because the province is not stepping up to the plate, and it bothers me every time we come through this. But still, as a result of my concern about how this whole system is not balanced properly, I will be supporting number 1. I'm still hesitant. I'm going to wait till I hear more from my colleagues about whether or not I'll support number 2. Thank you, Your Worship.
Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, one of the things that I've been struggling to do over the last little bit is to get away from the siloed mentality of looking at different envelopes as being not part of the whole, but rather envelopes that we can't move around. If we look at it as a household budget, or if we look at it as a global budget, we can sit there and look at a $380,000 increase to the mill rate and to all Calgarians to support a small portion of the population that needs it the most. That needs it the most. We're encouraging public transportation, and we're asking our colleagues to support that, reducing the low-income bus pass to not even what the seniors are paying for an entire year. That's extraordinary to me. I think it's the right thing to do. That's why I'm happy to support my colleagues when they're suggesting that not just freezing it, which I was happy with, and I thank Alderman Pincott and Alderman McLeod for bringing up the notion that we can dig a little bit deeper and reduce it further to $40. I know that this is going to have an impact on all of us, but it's part of the social compact. We've agreed that this is something that we should do because it's the right thing to do. Just like ensuring a safe community and clean water is the right thing to do. The second portion, if we're going to also reduce the adult bus pass by half, reducing it from, well, reducing the increase, but thank you. We're going to sacrifice another $1.25 million. It doesn't necessarily have to come from the envelope of transportation. It doesn't mean that we have to find $1.25 million for that department. We can find it somewhere else, and we have found it somewhere else. Sorry? Yes, yes. The chaps with the red stripes have given they gave it the office. So my concern now is if we're going to, and you might change, but you are heading in a direction that I think we want to encourage transit. We want to be able to make sure that Calgarians have the ability to move around without cars, reducing congestion, reducing our environmental footprint. I've heard the arguments that this is the province's responsibility. The province should step up, and they should. But I don't think that's going to happen in the next 4 or 5 months. What I think we need to do is if we're going to help people that need it the most, and these are citizens of Calgary, this is a small gesture, and it's the right thing to do. Reducing the increase, we're still moving it up a bit. I'm comfortable with that. We'll find another $1 million in another budget. Somebody says police budget again, and I'm going to have to. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Anyone else on the substance of this amendment? Alderman Chabot, you've spoken already.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to speak on it. I would like to refer this portion of his motion to LPT meeting so that we can have further debate on not only the fares for low-income transit passes, but all fares, whether it be for senior passes or
Alderman Chabot, it's not appropriate to refer the whole thing at this moment because we've got the amendment on the table. All you would be doing is referring the amendment. So why don't you wait until the vote on the amendment is completed, and then you can, I think your intent is to refer the whole darn thing, right?
essentially, if we're looking at rate setting for passes
Okay.
in general.
So can I ask you to wait till the vote on the amendment, and then I'll recognize you?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else on the substance of this amendment? May I speak before you close, Alderman Pincott? Your light is on, but is it on for the amendment or for the main motion? You'd like to speak on the amendment? No, go ahead. I always just speak before the guy closes, so.
Okay. GM Logan, I'm interested in, I could support this if we then refer it back and really look at the price point of all aspects of using transit and for the users, the different users, rather than piecemealing this and making a tweak here. And I'm really interested in looking at the whole seniors piece and their ability to pay and not to pay, because some have told me they don't need it and others need more. How would we approach this if we were asked you to bring back a report on the whole price point of using Calgary Transit and any of its peripheral costs? How would you approach that, and how long would it take you to provide such a report?
Your Worship. Thank you for that question, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. We, as part of our regular business, we do a fare strategy analysis, and Transit has actually commenced work on an updated fare strategy to come back in advance of the next 3-year business plan and budget cycle, because we thought that that was instrumental. And what we have done is looked at fares across Canada. We've also looked at the differential and the different types of fares, adult, student, some of the different products that we introduce, and come up with a strategy to make it easier for council in the future, that when, say, the full fare goes up, the other things get tagged along with it, and that we don't go through line by line like we're doing today. We've also looked at how do we improve the ability for people to pay and give them greater flexibility. We were talking about things like a card that uses multiple city services. So it's all embedded into a convenience of use, and making it easier for the customer, and charging them a fair price, because frankly, it's an expensive service. And as has been demonstrated by other transit providers across the world, if you provide an excellent service, people will pay more for it. And the best example that I've seen is the New York City Transit Authority tripled their price and increased their ridership, but they got rid of graffiti and they added a lot of security, and they made it a better service, and people have chosen it.
So
And it still costs less than a monthly pass on Calgary Transit, Mr. Logan.
So your timing. So your timing on that report would be coming to LPT, where we could hear from different groups, different users. What was your timing again on that?
My apologies, I forgot to say that. It's Q2, second quarter of 2011, which would put us in position to have a decision on the fare strategy in advance of the overall 3-year business plan and budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I feel that's a much better approach for us to undertake something like these amendments. I understand the essence of this and appreciate it, but it's only for that reason that I probably won't support either of these, because actually there are some low-income people who have to decide between eating and going out of the house, let alone getting on a bus. And for those people, they probably don't need to pay anything. So that's where I'm at with this. Thank you.
Thanks. For the information of council and directly related to Alderman Colley-Urquhart's point, we do have a small problem, which is that these increases are already approved. So if we were to reject this today and refer it or ask for a proposal, it means that the increases will go forward. So we'll refer it, but these increases will happen until such time as we change them. And I can't imagine council wanting to change the price of a transit pass mid-year. So just keep that in mind, council, as we go forward on this. Anyone else on this amendment? Okay, so I'm going to say a word, if you don't mind, before we close. Alderman Pincott. I really, really appreciate this discussion, and I appreciate Alderman Pincott in bringing it. However, having listened to the debate, I don't think I can support this amendment, though I will support the main motion. And the only reason for that is because it is a hodgepodge. You know, we have a number of different fare options, and I'd prefer to think about these more broadly rather than have an arbitrary number that we put out. Particularly the seniors and the low-income pass. So I'm just not a fan of doing this, these arbitrary numbers on the floor of council. That said, I'm absolutely in favor of the sentiment behind it, but I do think we might want to have a little bit more of a think about it before we make the change. But I won't cry if it passes. Alderman Pincott?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I agree, it is a hodgepodge. And $40 versus $41.50 doesn't make it any less of a hodgepodge or any more of a hodgepodge. I think we've certainly heard here about parts of all the different pieces that go into this hodgepodge. I honestly believe that, yes, we should, I agree with you fully, we should go in there and review all of our fares, have a look at it. That said, we're not going to do that next week, by next week. We're not going to do that before this budget is approved. I think that our fare structure is worth revisiting. I would fully support doing that. I won't support a referral, but I would support a motion that says, let's have a look at our low income. Let's have a look at our low income seniors, our seniors pass, our adult pass, our student pass, our U-Pass system. That's 6 different fare structures that we have. I don't know if there are any more. So yes, let us have a look at that. We're not going to get rid of the hodgepodge today. Let's make this one small change to say to the 6,300 people who use the low-income transit pass every month, let's say, yes, we heard you. We saw them, came here, and spoke to us. We heard you. This is a small thing that we, the million other people in Calgary, can do for you to recognize that you're not going to migrate somewhere else when we increase your fee. You have no other choice. To recognize that you are on AISH, and AISH has not been increased, or it has been, but marginally, but that AISH is completely inadequate. And to say that we can do a little bit for you this year, and then let us go in and have a look at that hodgepodge. Let us rationalize the whole thing. Let's make it actually make sense that those who can pay do pay, that those who can't pay do get the breaks that we can offer. Please support this amendment.
Could you call the roll on the amendment, please? And once again, the amendment, we're only voting on the amendment. The amendment is to change, the intent is to change from freezing the price of the low-income pass to reducing it to $40 a month. So we're voting only on the amendment. Could you call the roll, please?
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Putmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Carried.
Carried.
It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. So the main motion is now what you see on the screen. Madam Clerk, Mr. Sawyer whispered in my ear where it says Calgary Transit budget in the first one. Just to be super clear, it should say Calgary Transit's forecast revenues. So with that motion as amended on the main motion, Alderman Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Worship. It seems to me it'd be preferable to look at this in the context of a rate review, which we've heard several meetings ago was coming up in by mid-2011. And that would include this LICO rate as well, notwithstanding the decision here a few minutes ago. I don't like to see the adult rate increase this quickly, but on the other hand, we have quite a few new hours of service that are going to be added into the budget, and it would be a good idea to try to maintain the 55-45 ratio that we have fare box to the subsidy we provide for Calgary Transit. So at the present time, I'm not going to support the second part of the motion to reduce the rate down from the proposed $90. but it will be interesting to see what the rate review report says, which hasn't been done for a number of years, what that says when we receive it and debate it in a Q2 of 2011. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. And Mr. Logan, that report is forthcoming. You don't need a motion to work on such a report, correct? Okay, thank you. Oh, please go ahead.
Worship, I just request a clarification on number 2. It says half, and half would actually be $87.62.5. So if we might get some clarification on that.
Alderman Carrad, did you really mean $88?
I want my half cent in there, Superman 3 styles. Yeah, of course, let's say $88. Thank you. And just while we're reviewing the language, I think it should say a loss to the proposed Calgary Transit forecast revenues as well.
I'm being very flexible on these minor editorial changes, and hopefully, Madam Clerk, it will indulge us in that, just because I think it's more efficient as we move forward rather than getting caught up in these things. So I think that's fine. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Mr. Logan, how do we compare with other cities regarding our transit passes, other Canadian cities?
Your Worship, for the adult pass that we're talking about at the moment, with respect to our daily, the lowest in Canada would be Regina at $2.50, and the highest would be Vancouver at $3.75 per ride. Edmonton's the same as us at $2.75. The book of tickets that we sell tends to range quite a bit from, again, Regina at the low end and Vancouver at the high end at $31.50. We're currently at $24 for a book. And the monthly, Regina 62, Vancouver is 110, and we're at 85.25. Edmonton's slightly lower than us at 81.50. So we tend to be, I would say we are just above the average, probably about 10% above the overall average of Canada. We look at Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Montreal, Winnipeg, all those different cities.
Okay, that helps a bit. Now, during the public hearing portion of the budget, we heard from a couple of people talking about the low-income transit pass and how difficult it is to go through the process. Has there been consideration of simplifying? It seems like a very disparate process where we have a number of city services being accessed that where everybody has to bare their soul. And for one thing, I don't think it helps with dignity, but another, it can't be very efficient. So what's the attempt to streamline that?
I believe one of the speakers, Your Worship, mentioned the age threshold as maybe being a good way to do that. We have 3 staff actually that are focused on those qualifications. In some cases, we book appointments for people to come to Calgary Transit. In other cases, we actually will go to a seniors home and go to the customers and review everybody on site to make it easier for them. We have been trying to make it easier for the customer, but I think a single qualification that would apply to all city services would make a lot of sense to me.
So when would that come into effect? I would imagine you'd be working with CNS on that one.
Absolutely, yeah.
So could that be done quickly? And would that be those savings?
Maybe Dr. Hargensheimer can help me with that.
I believe that work is already underway.
Mm-hmm. So when would it come into effect, and would there be any savings of FTEs, that sort of thing?
I don't think we have a large contingent of FTEs in this case. I think we're trying to increase the accessibility, and I don't think there would be a savings of FTEs. I think it could be a savings in dignity and time for the people who we're asking to jump through hoops for the recreational pass and then for the transit pass. But I'm very certain, I would need to look back as to when we're reporting back on the rates and fees report. It's part of our review of what subsidies we provide, and one of the keys was how we assess people's qualification for those things. I can get back to you on that.
I'd appreciate that. I suspect there would be savings, especially if we have people just from transit going out specifically to help the process, if the process is being accomplished in other areas. So that would be interesting information. This is difficult. I think I'm going to support number 1 and not number 2, although I would love the opportunity to support number 2. But I think separating those, each of these decisions, I agree with Alderman Pincott, separating each of these decisions from the impacts of others, and that's the whole problem with the whole budget process. I think going into the next 3-year budget, I'd love to see more of a goal-based approach. I know Alderman Marr yesterday said our job is to keep taxes as low as possible today. I think our job is to figure out the best way to provide excellent service to Calgarians at the most efficient cost possible, in the most efficient way possible. That's what I think my job is. And the disappointing thing with the whole budget process is we somehow isolate individual line items from the consequences of our decisions. And speaking about the low-income transit pass, this gives another example of why I think we need to move to a city-state system.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, we want to be a
Alderman
city-state.
Farrell.
I think the fact that the province is detached from the consequences of their decisions in such a way just begs for a change in the whole system, but that might not come in my lifetime. I can dream about it, though. So I will support number 1, and at this point, I won't support number 2 until we have a more, I'm not going to say toothsome, I just did. You just did. I had a fulsome discussion on the whole system. But I think the number 1 is just necessary. Poverty is going up, and I think we need to address it now.
I think it should be a princely state, Alderman Farrell. And then I can continue to be the prince. So Dr. Hargesheimer, Mr. Logan, just for clarification, I was just about to write out a motion asking for a review of how people qualify for the low-income transit plan, but I heard from you that this work is already underway and you don't need further council direction on it? Okay, thank you. Alderman Farrell, too, I just want to suggest both you and Alderman Pincott raise this issue. I personally think that the process we're following this year is much better in terms of keeping things in isolation. One of the things I really observed in the past was there were artificial links between decisions as though one decision was paying for another. And in reality, all the money we get goes into general revenue and all the money we spend comes out of general revenue. And I think council is bright enough to follow along, follow that bouncing ball along, I think. Anyway, Alderman Chabot.
Well, Your Worship, I see Alderman Keating's got his light on, and my motion, well, I was going to ask GM Logan about his report and when he planned on coming back with that with regards to rate setting.
Your Worship, it'd be in the second quarter of, so I would project May, because that would put us in sufficient time to get into the budget plan cycle.
It would?
Yep.
Would that give us sufficient time to debate it and then bring it back to council?
Your Worship, I guess it would be the direction of LPT, but yes, I believe we would, absolutely.
It came back as an item of urgent business, or was forwarded on as item of urgent business. Okay.
We're looking at those May, June, July meetings as being key to some of the supporting policies that we have to get done in order to feed into the business plan cycle.
So the rate has been already approved by council? The rate increase?
The 3-year business plan that council approved included rate increases each year, and the the $90 rate was in that original document here.
150,000 man hours, the reduction, and then the subsequent increase, 140,000.
Yes, Your Worship, they were all tied together.
And so revenue was associated with increased levels of service.
That's correct.
So they are interrelated. Thank you for that, Mr. Logan.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, on that basis, I would like to refer this entire motion to that report that's going back, so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in on this whole debate, including people that are on AISH, low-income people, seniors, general public, students, you name it, so that we can hear exactly what their thoughts are in regards to the rates that we're setting and the impact that it's going to have on them, and take that into consideration in regards to our ultimate decision on what we should be setting the rates at.
Okay, so. Yes, we can. So that was our first meeting, if you recall. We figured that one out. So we've got a motion to refer then on the floor. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Alderman Colley Urquhart. Now, I will remind, this is a debatable motion and we can debate on it. I will remind council, if we refer this, it means that both of the rates go up. Okay, if we refer this, it means both of the rates go up for this year. If we do not refer it, it means we've made a decision for this year, and then we can vote on this motion for what you want to do for 1 year, understanding that the rate review is coming back in May. Okay, just to be clear, if we refer it, it means the rates go up this year. So debate on that motion. Anyone? Wave at me. Don't use your lights. Alderman Demong.
It was originally on the motion, but it has the same pertinence. Mr. Logan, you referred to your ongoing statistics with regards to the elasticity of raising the prices and its how it reflects on sales of fares. How does $88 compare with the $90 increase as far as sales of passes are concerned? Or the 86 that it was, 85.50.
Your Worship, I sort of have to interpret the numbers. I apologize. I have sort of a revenue projection, not necessarily a multiplier. I don't have the full spreadsheet. We had a 1.88.
That's fine too, if you want to go with the revenues, as long as you give me both.
Yeah.
all the
So there's
numbers.
the decrease in projected revenue is about $792,000.
If we go up to $90.
The difference between 90 and 88.
And the difference between the 85.50 and the 90?
1.88 million.
1.88 million?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to lose almost $2 million in revenue if we increase it to $90. Whereas if we only increase it to $88, we'll only lose $788,000 in revenue? Is this what you're saying?
792,000. I think the 1.2 million had some other factors in it that that number came from the transit folks. I'd have to check with them here.
Okay. Now, I may have worded that improperly. We're not going to actually lose, I mean, in revenue. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding exactly which way we're going with that.
I guess the other number, sorry, I just remember why they told me the number was slightly different. As we increase our monthly,
yes,
people migrate to other fare options. They'll start going into they'll buy more books than they've
Absolutely.
been buying, or they'll buy more daily than they've been buying. So that's the other part of the equation that's fluid, if you will. And we look at multipliers of daily to monthly to book and trace those. Sorry to cut you off, sir.
No, that's fine. This is what I'm trying to find out. I guess what I'm trying to find out is what is the net benefit and or loss of benefit if we were to increase it to the full value of $90. We are looking at an increase of $2.5 million for the year in transit.
Your Worship, what we forecast is if we were to decrease if we were to go with an 88.
Let's just go back to the original at 90, like the original $90 pass. It's forecast to increase revenue by $2.5 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So 88 would be exactly 1.25 million. And the elasticity of the sales is tied in with that approximately.
Yeah, we know that there will be some riders that we do lose, and there's a ratio between the increased dollar. So the increased fare dollar is I think we assume about 67 cents on the dollar that we would retain in the increased fare. There will be some migration to other forms of transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong. On this referral motion, Alderman Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the information that you just gave, I'm not going to vote for the referral. I think it's important that we do this now. but I think it's very important that we do a fair review. But I'm taking it that the tax rate bylaw is before the review would happen in May. Am I not correct?
Well, the problem is this particular one is not for the tax rate bylaw because it's not a tax rate. And so the intent, Mr. Logan, is that the fares were to increase on January 1st. Is that correct?
If we don't do anything about it today.
Correct.
So, and your review comes back in May,
That's our intent, yes.
which would be in time for next year's budget, but not in time for this one.
The May report would advise council on our recommended fares for 2012, 13, and 14.
Okay. Well, for those reasons, Your Worship, I'm not going to vote for the referral.
Thanks, Alderman Jones. Alderman McLeod on the referral motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo what Alderman Jones said. I think that we do need to do a review to find the optimal balance with the fares and to make sure the fares are fair for everybody.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Anyone else on the referral motion? Oh, a whole bunch. Alderman Pincott, then Alderman Colley-Urquhart, then Alderman Carra.
Sorry, I won't support the referral either. The review is happening. We are going to get that report. That will be for the next budget cycle, and I think that that's the appropriate time for it. Right now, we need to have a look at our fares, and whether I support both 1 and 2 or just 1 doesn't matter to the referral. When I look at number 1, poor people are poor now. They're not. They can't wait.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Thank you. So before, I'd like to know where the current percentage tax increase is now.
Sure.
If this referral fails and the motion before us stands, how would that affect the tax?
As a matter of fact, I have those numbers right in front of me.
I knew you would.
So we're sitting at about 5.6. I think it's more like 5.56, Mr. Sawyer, but we're sitting at about 5.6 now. If this motion on the floor passes, it increases it by 0.2. So it takes us to 5.8.
Okay, well, I support the referral. I think it's important that either it's a user based on a user pay system, or you're starting to shift it to the mill rate. Someone has to pay for the service. It's nice to hear all these stories and how we want these things to be affordable. It's not just about the price point, though. It's about consistent service. It's about expanding the service, the hours of service. And so we need to be very careful. I mean, we have a comprehensive fare review. That's why I asked those questions. We have a report that will be coming back in May. And for those reasons, I think it's really important to align what Alderman Carra is asking for here with that report when it comes back in May. So I'd ask you to support the referral, Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to have a difficult time not sort of doing my close on the main motion here, so I'm going to try and keep it brief on the referral.
Just on the referral, please,
Yeah,
and you'll get
but
a close later.
I have a hard time sort of, because I think all of the issues overlap. I want to thank everybody for, I think, what's been an excellent debate. I want to just sort of pull the word hodgepodge out, line item by line item, and thinking globally. I think these are things that we need to sort of focus in on. And my close for the main motion, and I hope I get an opportunity to close on the main motion and it doesn't get referred, will address, I think, what thinking globally means and what our job is here. Right now, I think that a referral is not doing our job. I think a referral is sort of a cowardly duck out of a tough question. These are all things that we need to address. This is part of a massive system change that we're contemplating, and we have to send the right signals. And this is about what kind of signals do we want to send. And a referral at this point is abdicating the understanding that what we're doing here is sending signals.
Thanks, Alderman Crobb. Just to be clear, you're advocating that we not refer this, but the prize you're offering to council for not referring it is the opportunity to hear you speak about the global impact of transit fares.
Scintillating. I hope you guys' mouths are watering. So you can't refer it now.
Alderman Keating on the motion to refer? On the main motion? All right, then. Anyone else on the motion to refer before I go to Alderman Chabot to close? Alderman Chabot to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, during the three-year budget debate, when we were debating rates and levels of service of hours, there was a lot of debate and at committee in regards to what is the appropriate level of funding. 45, 55 was the accepted number at that time. When we start manipulating numbers on the spot, we change that modal split. So if we want to change that split, there's an appropriate process to do that. As you go through committee, you have an opportunity to hear from the public, and at that point you determine what is the rate that you want to set, and at what level do you want to subsidize the system, because it is a subsidized system. So to make amendments on the spot here on council floor, I don't think is the appropriate process, which is why I'm making this referral. At that point, we can then determine what should be the course of action over the course of the next 3 years. This is the course of action that all the returning members of council that are here today voted for at the time. Whether it was appropriate or not, it was a decision, and it was all interrelated to the levels of service that are being provided. Now, council has reconfirmed the position that previous council has made in regards to the level of service that we're going to provide, and in order to assess whether or not the modal split is correct, I think, in my opinion, we should go through the same process, allow the public an opportunity to provide input, and then decide at that point whether or not we want to change the rates to reflect more of what council's decision is currently. So on that basis, I hope members of council will support the referral and do what I've been doing for a long time, and continue to lobby the provincial government to increase their level of funding, specifically on low-income transit pass. Closed.
Thank you very much, Alderman Chabot. On the motion to refer, could you call the roll, please?
No.
Yes.
No.
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 Yes.
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 No.
No.
No. So we're back to the main motion, which we've got before us on the table now. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. The last little while, I've been dancing a fine line between my fiscal responsibility and my need to look after those who need it. Therefore, I will express that I will support number 1, but not number 2. But before we do that, I would like to clarify something that was said earlier. Mr. Logan, am I correct in stating that you said you had 3 FTEs that look after low-income passes?
Your Worship, there are 3 people in transit that part of their duties are interviewing people to see if they qualify for our low-income fares. There's a couple of different kinds. The low-income adult and also the guaranteed income supplement senior.
Any idea of percentages on their duties?
Not off the top of my head, I'm sorry, but I know I've met them when I was going around meeting the different people in the different departments.
I guess it comes back to the idea of change in practice and doing things differently.
Yeah.
If I understand it, the same individual must go to whichever department it would like to receive a discount from the city. If it's 3 departments, that individual must go to 3 different departments and talk to 3 different people. If we bring these together, coming back to the idea of saving, would we not save hours of work and FTEs at the possibility of they could be doing other duties?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's something we should definitely try to make easier for the customer.
I just wanted to make sure that we understood that there is a possibility of savings in this. Not so much that we're trying to cut individuals, but assigning duties where we will end up saving. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Your Worship. General Manager Logan, if I may, you touched on what the implications were to revenues in terms of the adjustments to cost of passes. Could you please outline in general terms perhaps what the impact of number 2 would be on ridership, levels of ridership? Thank you.
Your Worship, I think that the decrease in ridership would be negligible. There would be some decrease in ridership, but we're carrying almost 100 million passengers a year, so I don't think it would be a significant decrease in that number. Honestly, I don't think a 2.5% change in the fare is going to change the vast majority of people between driving or taking transit or walking or cycling or changing their home location.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else on the main motion? Alderman Carra, before I turn to you for your scintillating close, may I? I strongly support both parts of this motion. I think that this is precisely what we need to be doing. And in particular, I want to speak to number 2. Number 2, if we were not to pass it today, it means that we would be asking Calgary Transit riders to pay 5.6% more next year. It is extraordinarily likely that our mill rate increase will come in at less than 5.6%, depending on what we decide today. So again, we're turning to the people who are doing what we want them to do, which is take transit, and saying, you pay more than the folks who have nice heated underground parking and drive downtown every day. I find this challenging. I think that in this environment, asking for a 5.6% increase on an activity, which is an activity that we want to support, is untenable. I understand the fiscal realities that we're looking at here, which is why I did not propose that we freeze the adult bus pass rate, but I think cutting the proposed increase in half is a very, I keep using this word, but a very strong signal to people that we support transit and that we support their choices to take transit. Alderman Carra.
Well, very well put, Your Worship, and I hope that my scintillating close doesn't muddy the waters in terms of a very succinct statement of what this is about. I do want to say a couple things, though, because I think it sets the tone for debate that we're going to have throughout the rest of the day and potentially into tomorrow and the next day. We've used the term thinking globally, and that's something that I think we absolutely need to do. We need to think globally. I think we've used the term thinking globally in 3 distinct ways in this debate. We've used the term thinking globally to refer to the budget as the globe, and we've said we can't do this without understanding its global impacts throughout the budget. We've used the term thinking globally to talk about what the city does in comparison to what the province is doing, and so the globe becomes the province. We've also tickled the idea that thinking globally is not just this budget at this point in time, but it's how we move forward into the next budgetary cycle. So the globe becomes something that's stretched out over time. And I think Alderman Farrell, I apologize, asked a very good question. What is our job here today? And what I'd like to think our job is here today, faced with the hodgepodge of line items that we're faced with and trying to represent the citizens of Calgary, our job is to start to adjust our thinking from, instead of thinking more or less money spent on particular budget items, to a question of spending money better and more wisely and spending money less wisely. And we have to make that shift, and we're not in a position to really make that shift at this budget debate. But what we can do is we can set ourselves up to shifting to better and worse use of our money as we move into the next budgetary cycle. And what our job here today is to start sending the right signals to Calgary. I was going to challenge Alderman Chabot's return to roads again and again in terms of trying to get the mill rate balance right. I don't think that that's thinking globally. I think that His Worship Mayor Nenshi addressed that very succinctly, so I'm not going to do that. Provincial issues. I think Dan Meads from Vibrant Calgary very, very interestingly and very passionately stated that he fundamentally doesn't care. And I think citizens don't care which pocket this is coming out of, and that we do have to step up to the plate. And I think thinking globally at this point in time, understanding that, yes, for years we've been lobbying the province, and the province hasn't been listening, and they haven't been stepping up to the plate and doing the right thing. I think that potentially we're in a different situation right now with the province, with our ability to bargain with the province, where the province is at. And Alderman Lowe can shake his head, but, the times are potentially changing. And what we want to do is we want to position ourselves to send the right signals and leverage the right kind of change. And I think what we do here in sending these signals is critically important. Everyone discussed some amazing issues that are really pertinent, and I think we have to address as we move forward into the next budgetary cycle the question of seniors, passes versus income levels. Absolutely something that we have to tackle, and we have to tackle working with the public very closely. The ease of getting a low-income pass and the comprehensiveness of a one-stop type shop with a smart card and with a one-stop shop for city services pertaining to everybody and also pertaining to low income, that's something we absolutely have to address. I think another shift, another global shift we have to make is we can't compare our transit system to other places. Wrap it up quickly. Okay. Very quickly, I just want to say we can't compare our transit system to other places in Canada, and we certainly can't compare our transit system to New York. And I think the fundamental difference between us and a place like New York is that people can ride transit as a first-class choice in terms of citizenship. And here, our use of transit is for people who can't drive or who aren't able to drive. And we have to make the shift so that transit becomes a preferred and first-class citizen choice. It can't be the refuge of people who economically lose the right to drive or can't quite make that work. And that's the major fundamental shift, and that's the question where we move from more or less to better and worse. So I encourage you guys to support both motions because I think we're sending the right signals by doing so. And I apologize for taking so much of our time.
Thanks, Alderman Cron. You know I could never cut you off when you're quoting me, so very wise on your part. All right, then, on the motion, we're going to take it in, we're going to separate it. So on the first motion, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Alderman Lowe are opposed. On the second motion, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
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 Alderman Hodges?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Thank you. So we are now at the next, we now will accept another motion relating to transportation. Do I see your light, Alderman Stevenson? All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, if If we could put my notice of motion on the screen, I'd appreciate that, providing you can read somebody else's writing.
I have no idea whose writing you're referring to, Alderman Stevenson.
Be it resolved that the park and ride fee of LRT parking lot be eliminated for the majority of users with a received parking system with a reserved parking system put in place at select lots no later than the 1st of March 11, subject to further recommendations provided below, and further be it resolved that administration provide further options, if any, for managing parking at LRT and BRT stations to council no later than the 10th of January 2011.
Alderman Stevenson?
Thank you. We have heard, Your Worship, so much about this since it's been put in, and it's created a lot of angst in the various communities that have park and rides for the LRTs and parking into the communities. And I believe that a number of people are driving downtown instead of parking in these out in the park and rides, simply because the cost throws the balance out for them by putting the extra $15 a week or $60 a month into the park and ride fees. So I believe that we need to do this. It's something that the public wants for sure, and this is a gesture that we should have done back years ago, but at least we can do it now. Thank you.
Unsurprisingly, there are people who would like to speak on this. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. First of all is, what are the cost implications? I don't see a number there, so that's something I think that we need to have.
My best estimate of the cost implications, Alderman Chabot, were $2.5 million, understanding that we don't know exactly what that reserve lot is going to look like right now, which is why the motion is written that way. But the number that I've been using in my head is that one.
Okay. Mr. Logan?
Your Worship, we have been looking at a scenario, and this, I'll fill in some of the blanks that we try to sort out here. If you look at lots that have over 80% capacity on a consistent basis, and we were to apply, for example, a 25% reserved space program and have, hang on, let me just back up. Total revenue projection for next year from Park and Ride is about $5.2 million. The operating costs associated with that are about $900,000. So you have a net positive revenue of about $4.3 million. That's well below what we had forecast in the 3-year budget. In fact, we had forecast that our gross revenue would be about 7.3, not 5.2. So we're behind that. We're already making that gap up now. So there's two different ways to go, and this motion is clear on the direction council may take. So we started to take a look at the scenario where we did reserve stalls. And we said, okay, if you look at the busiest lots and you reserve 25% and you applied a fee that was similar to the one that we had applied in the past, which was $90 per month, then we think that we'll get a net revenue there of about $1.35 million. So the total revenue loss from what we had projected was about 3.8. Add in some costs, so about $4 million net funding drop.
Sorry, I must have missed something in the numbers. I thought you said we were at about 4.3, and then you said there was a...
We're trying to look at, and I apologize, Your Worship, we've fleshed these out a little bit more than when the staff had talked to you. Next year, we're forecasting we would probably have gross revenue of about $5.2 million.
Yeah.
The operating cost of operating in all the lots to do enforcement and security patrols and all those type of things. We pulled out just the costs associated with enforcing the $3 park and ride fee, and we get a gross revenue of about
900,000.
4.3 million.
Yeah.
Net. And that's applied right now to enhance security, both in the lot and on the system, cleanliness, and operating of the lot, snow clearing, repairs, lighting, power to the plugs, all that kind of stuff.
That wouldn't be completely eliminated, though, would it?
No, but we would have to look at scaling it back a bit. We don't want to scale back the security piece. I think that's too important, and it would send a signal to people who may want to prey on those lots. So we couldn't do that. But we could look at, the snow and ice control levels or some of the sweeping and things like that. That was paid for by this fee. So we'd have to look at adjusting that down a bit.
And then projected revenue again?
So then we took a look at the scenario that I outlined, which is similar to, I believe, what the intent was, the busiest lots that have the highest demand. If we were to put a reserved portion in those lots and charge a monthly fee of $90 a month that said you would have a reserved stall, or there would be a pool of stalls. It wouldn't be a specific stall, it would be a pool of stall. We think that the net revenue after expenditures in the first year, because it would ramp up, would probably be in the order of about 1.35 gross, take out about 200 grand for operating, so about 1.15. So if you take our gross
4.3
revenue,
minus 1.15.
it's about a $4 million swing.
But I don't get it. You were at 4.3.
Mr. Logan,
Yeah.
which is different than 4.
Well, Your Worship, it's hard to verbalize them and not have it up on the screen.
One thing I want to be super clear, I'm sorry, Alderman Chabot. One thing I want to be super clear about, Mr. Logan, is remember that this is a mill rate debate.
Yes.
So any decision that council makes on this, it has no impact on what you're spending money on, because this goes into the mill rate. So if you're talking about reducing maintenance or security, that's not on the table right now. We're specifically talking about the revenue from the fee, so let's just be clear on that,
All right.
okay?
Your Worship, our projected revenue today for 2011 from all of the lots as is today is 5.2 million.
And what was it in 2010, Mr. Logan?
Projected year end is about 4.7 gross.
Gross.
Sorry, Alderman Chabot, I'm just trying to move to some clarity on these numbers.
Yeah, okay.
That might help it. Yeah, just
Thank
let
you
you
for
guess.
that, Mr. Logan. That would be all my questions for you at this point. I'm just going to go into debate, if I may, Your Worship. So my assessment, as you clearly pointed out, would be about a $3.1 million loss in revenue that we'll have to make up somewhere, somehow, or back into the mill rate. It probably won't surprise you that I will be supporting this motion. And most members of council probably won't be surprised to hear that, because when we originally debated the $3 park and ride, I tried to convince council at that time not to support it. And there's a couple other members of council that also spoke against it, the implications that it's had on the community, the spillover on parking in the adjacent communities, the amount of work that we've had to put into implementing special parking restriction zones in and around LRT stations has created some additional workload to the administration that I'm not sure has been fully quantified. I do think, though, that we need to maintain the level of security. So if there's some additional costs associated with that, certainly that needs to be taken into consideration. The cleanliness of the lots is another thing. I think that it's the whole broken windows theory. If it looks dirty and is not properly maintained, there's a good likelihood that crime will occur in those areas. So cleanliness, I think, is also still fairly critical. The cost recovery mechanism that's being proposed here, I think, is very innovative. It's a good suggestion, good idea. And as before, like I said, we're trying to encourage people to use the transportation system, not discourage them. I think the $3 park and ride fee may have contributed significantly to the reduction in transit use at the time, as well as, of course, the economic conditions that existed. But nonetheless, I'll be supporting this, and I hope members of council will consider supporting it also.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. And just for absolute clarity, we have already approved the security and maintenance budget for transit. This does not touch the security and maintenance budget. Indeed, those things were never linked, and it was a shame that in the public mind they did get linked. We have already approved it, so it is done.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, this one's a tough one for me, because certainly I understand that Calgarians that are affected by the park and ride in the lots and so on have a lot of concerns. I understand that there's disparity between the north part of town and the south part of town in terms of availability of parking and the impacts that it has on surrounding communities. Clearly, the ones down in the south, in Fish Creek, Lacombe, and things of that portion of town, these lots are full, whereas in the northeast lots, they're 15 to 20% full. That's an issue, and it's not necessarily as a result of the park and ride fee. What I think we can do is we can mitigate, certainly, some of the issues the communities are facing in terms of the parking in their neighborhoods. But I'm torn because I understand that there's a hit to the mill rate here above about 4 or 0.4 or something like that, very near. That's something that we need to look at very closely because a $3 park and ride fee, it's really a user fee. It's affecting a very small portion of Calgarians that are using a service and are paying for a service. To put this on the mill rate for all Calgarians, regardless of whether or not they're using this, has serious implications in my view. I absolutely support the idea of the low-income bus pass. I absolutely support the idea of even trying to encourage transit by reducing the adult bus pass. That failed, that's okay, we're moving on. But the park and ride fee, to put the burden of almost a half a point on all Calgarians, regardless of whether or not they're using the system, when we have people that are totally willing to pay it, and in many cases, people that are coming from outside of Calgary. I know that there's a lot of people that are coming in from Chestermere, that are coming in from Airdrie, that are coming in from Okotoks, that are using our infrastructure, parking in these lots and using Calgary infrastructure. This is absolutely the most democratic, the most fair way of ensuring that Calgarians are not bearing the entire burden. And if you're using the system and you're using these lots, then that is something that I can understand. And I think that we do not want to place this burden unfairly on everyone for a very, very small percentage of people. So I will listen to the debate. I'm still on the fence a bit, but I'm leaning very, very heavily towards a user pay system as being the most fair. I look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Hodges.
Thank you, Worship. I think it would be handy if, and instructive if I can ask this question through the chair to Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan, if security can be covered by other portions of the transit budget, what's left to the $3 fee would be paying for?
Your Worship, just try to make sure I'm answering your question accurately, Alderman Hodges.
Well, in my view, if the funding isn't there, we should be able to cut things out that the system has been providing. But you've identified security and the cleanliness stations as a priority. So if
Yes.
those matters stay in, can we not eliminate some other things that the $3 fee was paying for?
Yes, Your Worship. Certainly the program administration costs would be eliminated immediately if there's no other program put in replacement.
And perhaps
And the payment.
the Calgary Parking Authority fee for.
That's exactly correct. Yeah. So those costs would be completely eliminated.
Almost $1 million, Mr. Logan, $900,000.
Yeah, it was $900,000 right now. So those would be gone. The other costs would be the other costs that are related to the park and ride lots, not the general system, Your Worship, are security patrols, lot cleaning, lot maintenance, snow and ice control. We did that before we introduced the park and ride fee.
Right.
We've been able to enhance those, but we would continue to do those at some level. And further to His Worship's comments, those aren't on the floor. I was instructed.
Oh, good. So seems about half the activities would be covered elsewhere.
It's about the total cost this year for those activities that I just outlined, Your Worship, is 2.9 million. That's our total cost for cost directly related to the park and ride fee and the park and ride lots.
And what would, sorry, the 2.9?
2.9 million, and 900,000 of that would be directly related to the implementation of the $3 park and ride fee, so that'd be gone.
But they're going to keep doing the $2 million worth of security and
Yeah.
maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
And Alderman Hodges, when I take my chair on this one, which I will do soon, I'll explain the numbers a little bit better.
Yes,
Thank you. Alderman Collier-Card. Oh, excuse me, Alderman Farrell. I'm sorry, Alderman Farrell. I hit advance twice. Would you like to do it in two-part harmony?
I'm not sure. It depends on if we agree or not. Maybe. Mr. Logan, what's the response been from Calgarians? I know with curbside recycling, for example, there was initial pushback because we started charging for a service that others or many had considered free for years. And then I think there's been widespread acceptance, and now most Calgarians embrace it. So I'm wondering, I'm not suggesting that Calgarians are embracing the fee, but I'm getting the impression that there's some positive impacts from this park and ride fee. But have you done a survey on how people feel about it?
Your Worship, I'm not aware of a fee or a survey specific to the park and ride fee. What we have seen is since it was implemented in March of 2009, we had about 50% of stall occupancy across the system. That's since increased to about 65%. So the acceptance has tended to increase. That varies definitely across the system. The Northwest, the parking utilization is still very, very strong in the park and ride lots. The South Line, I would say those lots are about 2/3 full. The Northeast is the area where we've seen the biggest drop in it, and the lots are still only around 1/3 to 40% full, and so that's been a marked difference in the Northeast.
Surely we should try and understand the reasons why, the reasons behind that. I would suspect that if it's south and west, certainly if it's west and it's full, I'm guessing that a lot of those people who are parking are coming from outside the city and parking. I don't like providing tax-supported services to non-Calgarians. So why wouldn't we respond in a more nimble way and looking at the different areas?
Yeah.
Do we have no understanding of what's happening there, the difference between the Northeast and the West?
Your Worship, further to two questions there, external users, we have done license plate analysis and found that approximately 10% of the users at the terminal station of Somerset Bridlewood, for example, are outside the city as a home address. I would suggest that Crowfoot's probably quite similar, and those have very high utilization rates, both of those lots. So further to Alderman Marr's comments there, it is a good way to collect, to get a fee from those folks. Some of the things that we've heard are it's an irritant to pay. It's an extra step in getting on the train. So we've been talking about ways to improve that and make it say a monthly fee, or you can pay with your cell phone. Maybe people aren't quite as aware of that. You could actually pay on the way to downtown when you're on the train with your cell phone, but some folks may not.
As long as you're not talking or doing that while it's driving.
Yeah, so making it easier. Again, it gets back to that making it easier for the customer piece. Or maybe simply we're overcharging, and maybe we should do what a private parking contractor would do, and that's adjust your cost by your location. So if we have low utilization in the Northeast, maybe we need to drop the cost.
Well, and that was getting to my next question, was when we first started talking about this, we talked about charging a token so that there was a cost identified to a service that we were providing. And I think that's really important. There's a thought that this land is free. It's in fact the most expensive property in Calgary next to the downtown core. So this has a huge value, and let's recognize that value by charging some sort of token. But why wouldn't we have been more responsive to the market in this case? And is it something that we should be considering? I mean, I'm not so hell-bent on $3 per parking stall. I think it needs to be, what are we trying to achieve? How have we achieved it? And is there a better way to accomplish the same thing?
Well, I think we're underutilizing the asset, just from a business point of view.
Yes.
And if, I'm not sure what latitude administration has to adjust those fees and fill the lot up. I mean, that's one of the differences between the parking authority and the transportation department, is they can do that.
Yeah.
But I take your point.
Well, and I would be very supportive of that. If I think we should be looking at the market. It's like we do charge more in the downtown because we're following the market, more so than we do outside the downtown. I also remember the whole discussion around this, and it was being approached in that it was going to be a targeted fee. So that fee was going to go to cleaning and security. I think that generally there's better acceptance when we have a fee that's targeted and there's that word, transparent, but it is directed to a service and doesn't go into general coffers. And I'm wondering, at what point did we deviate from what I thought was the approach? Was we're charging this because Brentwood specifically, we had the highest break-and-enter rate, crime rate, in the city. We also had a huge problem with cleaning and security throughout the system, and this was going to help pay for it. But when did we deviate from that basic principle of a targeted fee?
Well, we, in the business plan, we did recognize the increased revenue, and we increased the expenditures exactly as you described, Alderman Farrell, through the chair. That did happen. So while the revenue goes into the general revenues and the expenditures come out of the general expenditures, they were parallel, if you will. And our customer surveys that we do have identified increased satisfaction with cleanliness and increased satisfaction with a sense of safety. So I think we have accomplished those goals.
Well, and I have to say, as I'm not sure if any other member of council uses transit on a almost daily basis, but boy, it's so much better. Just going back to how we got here was partly the safety review that Alderman Colley-Urquhart and I brought forward, because it seemed like we had lost control of our transit system, certainly in a sort of Calgary style. It had become a very uncomfortable system to ride, and people were afraid. I've been on the train where I've seen somebody push the panic button and everyone sits there just waiting for the police to come because we felt held hostage. That none of that is occurring now. It's just a remarkable transformation. So I think going into debate then, I can't support this blanket removal. I think there is a more nimble way to approach this, recognizing the difference of different parts of the city and their needs. And I would be very open to looking at something that's responding to that. But to simply remove a fee for property that's costing us a lot of money. And I'll say it again, this is the most expensive land next to the downtown core. And what cities are doing across North America is they're identifying this as very valuable land, not just cost-wise, but also in potential. And is there a better way to use this land? It means moving to a better shuttle bus system and better access to transit. But having an empty parking lot beside the train is not TOD. And forcing the pedestrian to walk through an empty parking lot in the evening and sometimes having to go around a chain link fence, and it's just not a natural way to encourage pedestrians to get to transit. So I think there's a better way than just removing it, and I would be open to that, but the blanket removal seems a bit flat-footed to me. So I'll and asking the general transit rider and the mill rate supporter to accommodate this cost is unreasonable as well. So I would like to see something a bit more
Thanks,
subtle.
Alderman Farrell. I'll point out one quick thing, which is that Alderman Stevenson, I think, has quite expertly worded this to try and accommodate a little bit of what you're saying. The idea is that it be eliminated for the majority of users, but it's giving administration some wiggle room to see if there are any other interesting options that we should be looking at, but not delaying the budget implications of it. That's why it's worded like that.
I'm not sure if it allows the flexibility that I'm recommending.
I'm not
Just
sure it does
recognize-
either. I just wanted to point that out, that it's trying to do that while still providing direction for this year's budget.
So would it make sense? I am as
Oh, I'm really scared about what you're about to say, Alderman Farrell.
Well, I really am not opposed to giving this a really hard look, and I've been saying I'm completely supportive of this. I'm willing to admit that in certain areas I've been wrong. So I'm one, but I don't think we've asked the user what they think about it. You may have through your election, but I don't think we have. Oh, you're agreeing, okay. And I would like to hear from the user. This may offer some benefits, and I don't know that. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't refer this. I'm not saying that I'm not supportive of the general concept, but I'm wondering if we should refer it to get some more information so that we can provide a more subtle approach.
So before I'll take that motion, Alderman Farrell, I will suggest that we would be in a very similar position as with the previous referral motion. This is one of those where if we don't make the decision today, it's a little different because the price won't go up. The price will just stay the same. But it would be very, very challenging to put in the impact on this particular one for tax rate bylaw. Did I get that right? This time. So this motion is worded to say, look, here's the direction. But if there are creative ways of doing this better, which may include talking to users, bring them back to us.
So it doesn't direct that we consult with the user and that we look at the market. So is that something that you
I'm pretty
would see
sure.
as-
I'm pretty sure that Alderman Stevenson wouldn't mind. I'm putting words into your mouth. In the second clause, if we were to say, provide further options, if any, after consultation with users, blah blah blah.
Then it's still then you'd be removing a fee and perhaps putting it back in again. And that's,
But look at the timing, Alderman Farrell. They would be back to us by January, and the fee wouldn't go away until March.
provide further options, if any. Can I sit down for a minute and ponder it, and if I...
Why don't we go to
wanna
someone
make an
else, and then I'll recognize you again when you're ready.
All right.
Paul Urquhart.
Thank you, Your Worship. Fish Creek Lacombe, as you know, piloted this project initially, and maybe there were other jurisdictions that also piloted it, and I was more than happy to do so, to try to find a way for us to raise the additional revenue to implement the public transit audit findings. But I've come full circle on this, Your Worship. There doesn't seem to be much of a problem down south with the current practice. But when we had our strategic planning session, as I was saying to Alderman Stevenson and Alderman Jones, I didn't realize the disparity in the city that some people had with this parking fee. That it is burdensome to some neighborhoods and communities. And actually, it is very imposing on what is happening as a result of us imposing this in the communities and the type of parking that's occurring on residential streets. Because what happens in regards to that is that you then have to get enforcement to chase the people out of there and put residential parking permits in, and it causes all kinds of things, Your Worship. Okay? in previous conversations, I've bought into this argument about 10 to 15, up to 20% of users are from outside the city, and we do random license plate checks. But you know what? I'm happy with those people leaving their vehicles on the edge. I really am. In fact, these people are employees of this city, and they work here, they make their money here, and more often than not, they spend their money here. So I don't want to get into charging people that live outside the city to park in these lots. You know why? Because we're also moving to a more regionalized approach with transportation. That's what the Green Trips program is all about. Okay, so I think that we do have to make a fundamental shift in how we're looking at public transit, and it begins here. So let's make this decision. Let's take it off. Let's get rid of it. Citizens also resent the fact that, you know, when the service is not that great, they resent having to pay more. So let's work on providing a greater service to citizens, and remove this that just seems to fly in the face of us trying to encourage more and more people to use public transit. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman
And
Collier.
it's not, I hope it doesn't get characterized as a flip-flop, but it's just sort of the evolution of the thinking on this issue.
I mean, Alderman Collier-Cart, as I always say, one of the things we need to do is we need to have an experimentation culture in the city. And if you've done it, and I'm not saying to you, to all members of council, we've done it, we've seen what the results are, we now have evidence, so I would never characterize that as a flip-flop as the evidence has changed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did begin, and I have a page of notes. Many of them have been sort of answered in many different ways, but we also have to make sure that I state some of them at the same time. I do appreciate Alderman Marr's point about being a service, and we should be getting into a user service to some degree. I also just appreciate the last comments about how we do not want to bill those who come into our city who do not live in the city. At the same time, I am in between the two of them, because I did start thinking about, well, should we have a system where outside transit must use the reserved lots rather than may use the reserved lots? And I still may be going down that route, but I do have a questions now talking about Green Trip. Do we not have a system where we have buses from outside communities coming to the city?
I don't know if Mr. Logan wants to answer that, but I can. Please. So one of the investments that the provincial government has made in conjunction with the Calgary Regional Partnership is the creation of intercity express buses from Okotoks, from Airdrie, and from Cochrane. The Airdrie ones are running already, and from Chestermere. The Airdrie ones are running already. The Airdrie and Chestermere ones would go straight downtown. They would not interconnect with our transit system. But the Cochrane and Okotoks ones do interconnect with the C-Train. So I would imagine if that service is successful, we would see a further reduction in the amount of people using the park and ride lots from those areas at Crowfoot and at Somerset stations.
Thank you, and I think that's where I was going with this. If we're providing a service that they are not using, should we not be asking them to pay for a service that we are providing? And I'll just leave it at that, but I will support the motion.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Stevenson, did you have an amendment, or you just lights on just to close? Okay, Alderman Pincott.
Just a quick question. In the proposed rate review that around transit rates, is park and ride fee and the reserve lot system part of that?
No, Your Worship, that was not part of the scope of that study.
Could it be?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, this timeline with consultation particularly is going to be very tough. The park and ride, I mean, generally transit system usage over the Christmas period drops off quite a bit, so I might ask Council's indulgence to consider that date.
But the date that you had set for coming back with all of the review was May.
Yes, Your Worship. I was referring to the date to report back on this specific amendment.
Okay, but if we include this in your existing rate review, it is a transit rate, then you could include this in the May report?
Yes, Your Worship, that wouldn't be a problem. I mean, if you're talking about, with respect to looking at what would be an appropriate fee, would that fee change by lot? Would it change by day? Some jurisdictions only charge first thing in the morning and then it's free the balance of the day. There's all sorts of different options.
As well as the suggestion in here for reserve, going to a reserved system, what that fee could be, how many stalls could be included in that?
And
Is that
criteria.
all feasible to include that?
Would not be a problem, Your Worship.
Okay.
That's at council.
May I, Alderman Pincott, for 1 sec while he's standing, except that he just sat down? Could you, thanks, Mr. Logan, could you do it more quickly? So if, for example, we were to say, have the changes in place by April 1st and come back to council by the end of February, would that be feasible to you?
With a strategy just on the park and ride?
Just on the park and ride?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Okay. I think the direction I was going in, Your Worship, is because if we are looking at everything, and if we are looking at how people pay for things, if we are looking at monthly fees, monthly transit passes, and tagging a park and ride or a reserved lot system, a reserved stall system onto a monthly fee, how would all of that structure look like? And it actually makes more sense to include this, in my mind, in the existing rate review and structure review that we have, as opposed to, again, trying to look at this and how do we blend this or meld this into a different report that is already coming in May. I think we heard that bringing the other one up earlier would not be feasible. So my feeling is that that might be the appropriate place to review all of this, and have it all together so that we do actually understand how everything can work together. So I would like to move to refer this then to administration, to refer this motion to administration to come back as part of the transit rate review that will be coming to LPT in May.
And I think I have Alderman Lowe seconding that motion. So we now have a motion to refer. A reminder on, oh, sorry, Alderman Pincott, are you done?
No, thank you, yes.
Thank you. So a reminder then to council, the timing for the rate review comes after the tax rate bylaw. Ta-da. Which means that this referral motion means we could not change this fee and have an impact on the mill rate or the property taxes for 2011. We could get rid of the fee halfway through 2011, I presume, but it wouldn't have an impact on the 2011 budget. So just understand that, as with the transit one, a referral means no action for the 2011 budget. Okay? So on the referral motion discussion, just wave at me if you want to talk about this one. Alderman McLeod, then Alderman Lowe.
I would also like to include the impact of the increase to transit routes, because I believe that some of the park and ride issues that I've heard about are due to a lack of service after hours. If you miss your bus at 5:30 or 5:45, you're another hour or two getting home. So I'm thinking the additional service that we've already approved might also impact that as well, and I will support the motion to refer. It seems to me that we need all of the information available to make an appropriate decision on this, and making a decision in isolation without that information precludes some options that may be viable.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, Alderman Farrell's approach to this really piqued my imagination, because what it did, she introduced a whole series of things in there which I would also like to see looked at during this review, and that's the whole idea of the marketplace. Who is the marketplace? Who manages who manages the marketplace for us? Is it transit, or do we put it out? and the whole balance of things there. Alderman McLeod picked up on my other point, and it's been a thesis of mine forever. If we have a very adequate shuttle bus system, we reduce the demand on the parking lot. And if we reduce the demand in the parking lot and we get rid of some of the negative impacts in the communities around the parking lot, that's also a plus. And we can also at that time, I think, better quantify what the impact on the mill rate for Calgarians is broadly to support what is really an elected improvement to service level. In other words, you buy a transit ticket, or you buy a transit ticket and pay for parking at some rate, under some circumstances, for some times. So I think the referral is wise. I think it gives us adequate time to actually go out and survey our customers, and we can also get a sense for what the impact in the communities is, the negative impact, and the cost of mitigating those problems too. So it's a global approach to a problem rather than picking off elements as we're, I think, trying to do here. I think the result for Calgarians broadly will be far more satisfactory when we know, and you're absolutely right, Your Worship, I understand that in doing this, nothing happens with respect to the mill rate this year. And I think that's actually appropriate.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Stevenson on the referral.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the people are not parking in the communities because there is no space involved, available. They're parking there because they don't want to pay the $3 fee. And I agree that there's some of the, we've already moved to greatly increase the transit hours. That's going to be a benefit. But I'm prepared, I ask you to vote against this referral. I'm prepared to make a friendly amendment on the timing so that we can get more of this information back when I close if we vote down this referral. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Demong on the referral.
Yes, I'm also against the referral. I've got the same concerns with regards to parking communities. It's not, I don't believe it was a good idea when it was installed, and I don't think it's, I still don't think it's a good idea. Part of the problem with the full parking lots in the south may be the missing southeast leg, just a guess on my part. But I do believe that the referral is just going to delay the problem that we're seeing in the communities, and I agree maybe a possibility of a change in the actual date in the actual amendment might be a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong. Alderman Carra on the referral.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there's a time to refer things so we can be sober and make the right decisions. And I also think that there is a time for action. And I've made my statements about sort of global thinking and sending signals, and I'm not sure that a referral at this point in time is the right move. I think that this is a fairly ingeniously worded motion that allows us to make a big statement and gives us more opportunity, and I'd welcome friendly amendments to be able to be even more nimble in how we respond to it. But I think we should take action today on issues pertaining to the budget, and I encourage everyone not to support this referral.
Thank you, Alderman Carra. On the referral, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Chabot.
Just trying to be accommodating, Your Worship.
As you always are.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to be supporting the referral either. My opinion, we should never have implemented it in the first place. I think the sooner we can take action on this, the better, and so I won't be supporting any delay to the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Mayor Nenshi.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love saying that. I will also not be supporting this referral. Let's be blunt. If we were to refer this and make a decision in May, it's not the end of the world. And in fact, we would get some political benefit from it because it means we wouldn't have to take the revenue hit in this budget year, even if we changed the numbers halfway through the budget year. But I'm interested in being very transparent and open with Calgarians on this. I really do believe that this was a misbegotten experiment from the very start. I think we have the evidence that we know that's true. And I absolutely hear what Alderman Farrell is saying about let's get it right as we're moving forward. I think that's really important, but I want to get it right in this year. I don't want taxpayers and transit users to have to wait a whole year for us to redress what was so clearly a mistake. So in my mind, I think that if Alderman Stevenson's expertly worded motion pushes the dates back a little bit but still allows us to get this in before tax rate bylaw, I think that is a very, very good compromise. And Mr. Logan has suggested that that is enough time to do the work, that is enough time to come back with creative ideas, so I see no need to refer this. I think that we can still get the results that we're asking for without this referral motion.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. On the referral to close, Alderman Pincott? To close.
Close. Yeah. A misbegotten experiment that is proposed to be replaced by another experiment that doesn't really have anything behind it. I think that the suggestion, as opposed to a park and ride, is definitely worth looking at. But we've heard more than it's just the $3 fee that people are challenged with. We've heard that paying for it. We've heard ideas about whether it should be blended with other fees, whether it should be, we should have a different, structured monthly pass system that would include a reserved spot or would include a parking spot. We need to look at that. And we already have a review that is coming to LPT and to Council in May around most of that, just not the park and ride part. So my motion is to refer it so that we actually do that considered look and we actually make a decision that will work for everybody, that will work for everybody who uses the transit system, whether it's somebody from Cochrane, somebody from Calgary who uses a shuttle bus, somebody from Calgary who drives to the park and ride lot, or somebody on a low-income fare or a senior. We'll look at a system that works, that takes everybody into consideration and works for everybody, and that is fair for everybody. So please do support the referral to make sure that we are looking at the whole piece and not just replacing one experiment with another.
Could we call a roll, please, Your Worship?
We will call the roll. Madam Clerk?
Madam Clerk, could you use your speaker, please?
Yeah. No, it's
Okay. Presenter mic. Nope. Oops, wait, nope. That one? There we go. There you go. It's still not on. I can't make it go on.
Yes.
No.
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 Yes.
No.
No. It's John. No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
no.
Yes. Thank you.
Was that lost, Your Worship?
That was lost.
Thank you.
Sound
You can't hear the results.
Ah, I have Alderman Farrell's light on. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. So let's try this differently then. If we agree that we're seeking new information, then we need a little bit more time. So, Alderman Stevenson, what time were you proposing? Push it back 30 days. So March to April 1st and then February 1st, or February 10th. So Mr. Logan, then, what kind of information do you think you could provide? Mayor Nenshi mentioned innovation. Innovation, you experiment, and if it doesn't work out, you adjust. But you don't just throw it out. So there's a great quote that I love from Samuel Beckett: ever tried, ever failed, no matter, try again, fail better. So I think I don't want to just throw this out, and I think that that's an approach that doesn't look at innovation and fail better. So what would you look at?
Your Worship, some of the key issues that I've heard raised are, is the fee a barrier to usage? Because our end goal is really to get people using public transit and decrease the demand on the road network, and our need to increase that investment in that. And I do apologize, Alderman Farrell, I'm glad you asked me this question, because we did survey immediately after implementation of the fee. When I was prepping, I'd forgotten that when you asked me the question. So we do have a sense of what people's barriers were immediately after the fee. So it would, why aren't they using the park and ride if they were using it before? What are the impacts on the spillover in the adjacent communities? Should we be adjusting fees? If we did make it no cost, what would be the implications of that? If we had a reserve system, what would be the implications of that? And then the other information that came up was Alderman McLeod asking about really taking a look at what difference will the new funding that Council's provided for transit routes support the use of shuttle bus versus parking. So there's a bunch of different factors there that I think we would have to include in reports back to Council. We know what our asset is. We know what our usage is today.
And could you give us a kind of cursory response to those questions? I've got, is the fee a barrier to usage, impacts to spill over into communities, adjusting costs to respond to market?
And the other two were, if we had no fee, what are the projected impacts from that? And if we had a reserve system, what's our projected uptake and revenue equations?
Fee and reserved.
We've estimated that. We haven't actually asked the customer.
And then shuttle bus, that might be a longer discussion.
Well,
The whole goal is to replace these with shuttle buses in the future.
Your Worship, we did have service plan improvements identified that were associated with the funding request, so we can go back and look at those changes in light of that question.
Okay, well then I'm going to add these as an amendment, and I've written them out really fast as you were talking, so they're not complete. So the list of things that will be covered, and then if that could be brought back at the same time. The recommendations may change.
While we're waiting to get those on the screen, Alderman Farrell, will you?
I'm going to move the amendment for time, pushing back each a month. Well, what's up there. I'm not sure if the 10th is the right date.
You know something with those questions, I would say the last council.
That's it. 14th.
Is it the?
Madam Clerk, do we have a last council date in February? It is the 14th, yes. Valentine's Day, how? And our due date for the baby, by the way. Yes, exciting. So you'll forgive me if I'm
Hooray.
not there. One
We'll have to name the baby something to do with parking.
parking?
Yeah.
No, well,
That
Parker
would
was
be
the boy's
a
name,
burden too heavy. Okay.
which is interesting. Is there a seconder? I'm going to take it
No, I think I'd
as
like
an
it as an
amendment.
amendment.
But is there a seconder? Alderman. I
I'd
had
like the
Alderman
mayor to
Pincott.
second it.
Thank you. Well, Alderman Pincott, if you will, the mayor would like to second. Just this once. We're also accommodating, aren't we?
Aren't we?
Seconded by Mayor Nenshi, then, please. On the amendment, Alderman Lowe, is your light on for the amendment?
I'm just waiting for it all to get up. So is the fee a barrier to usage, impacts of spillover into community, adjusting costs to respond to market, I think is the, that'll be to market, I believe, Madam Clerk. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alderman Farrell.
Alderman Farrell, is that,
Well, yeah, I was reserved parking and other innovative ideas, approaches.
So the third one should be adjusting costs for markets, and the last one should be reserved parking and creative approaches.
Thank you.
that's what I thought I heard Alderman Farrell say. It's almost your turn. Alderman Lowe is still contemplating.
Well, no, I'm just waiting, I want to see the language, because shuttle buses is hanging out there. Shuttle bus, I'm taking you mean usage or ridership, availability.
Your worship, what I heard Alderman Lowe and Alderman McLeod refer to was what were the impacts of the new transit service supported by council, and how would they help riders use shuttle bus versus park and ride?
Alderman Lowe?
Yeah, so it still envisions, as I read it, that the park and ride fee at LRT lots be eliminated, and then it's for the majority of users. So is it for the majority of users or on a selected basis? It's a question I have, and I'll ask Alderman Farrell to close on that. If I have an observation about this as it stands, is the reserve system, and I'm not sure what Alderman Colley-Urquhart's experience was, whether you just replace one complaint with another. In other words, I had a reserve place, but my reserve place wasn't available for me. So, and how we manage that. So that's just a question that comes to mind, but this is much better than where it was, so I will support the amendment, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Mayor Nenshi on the amendment?
I'm quite happy with this amendment. I think that it just adds a little more detail, but maintains the direction, which is what Alderman Lowe was just saying, that the direction from council, should this be passed, is we want to get rid of the fee, but we're giving for the majority of users. But we are giving administration the ability to ask some questions about mitigating impacts and mitigating costs still with the net direction of we're getting rid of the fee for most of the users. And I'm perfectly happy with that, and I actually really appreciate Alderman Farrell's ability to give us some details on that so that administration has some more direction. So I'll very much support this amendment and the main motion.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to blue sky here, and I'll ask a little bit of
2
your...
minutes.
How much of a blue
No,
sky?
not that long. I just think that while we're leading this up to a pretty significant sort of report, one of the things that I'm concerned about is the user pay, and I'm a big believer in user pay, but I'm also a believer in incentivizing the right thing. My question about putting a price on these parking lots, and you see this in the private sector a lot, is you've got a parking lot, and it actually becomes a bit of a steady income stream for an organization. And then the opportunity cost of actually changing that parking lot to the higher and better use that it should be becomes disincentivized. And so I'm concerned that we sort of turn this into a very tight...
Yeah, he does.
This becomes a very sort of tight revenue stream that becomes very comprehensive. And then our ability to move to the transit-oriented development that we need to move to starts to slip and we start to lose our palate for doing that. And I want to make sure that we don't do that. And I don't know whether we can add that as a bullet or whether that's something that we should just take to mind. And I'll ask the chair or maybe his worship or anyone else on council for some wisdom in that regard.
Please.
I, by the way, looked up the definition of the word toothsome, Alderman Carra. It doesn't mean what you think it does. In any case...
Speaking of delicious, we are at the buzzer.
May I
so
finish
could
and then
we-
answering his question, and then you can bang the gavel, sir?
If you would expedite.
Oh, I'm always very brief.
Yes. I know that about you.
So, in fact, Alderman Carra, I think the challenge that you've raised is a really important one because when this fee was first put in, Council had a lot of language around, oh, this is about security and maintenance, which it really wasn't. And what we've really learned in the previous years when they tried to cut it previously, they were told, well, we'd have to cut a whole bunch of service hours. So what we've really done is we've made it a revenue stream that we count on. And to Alderman Farrell's point, the long-term goal is to have a system where people don't have to drive to the C-Trade, where we have transit-oriented development, where we've got a great bus system. But if we rely on the parking, it's exactly the same as the debate yesterday around the fine revenue. If we need the parking as a major revenue source, it's actually a disincentive to build the kinds of things that Alderman Farrell is talking about and that we all want. So in fact, my point of view is getting rid of it actually encourages us to be able to build the system. It's the carrot rather than the stick, because we start to rely too much on the stick and we need it. It's too hard for us to make change. I don't think so. I think we solve it anyway.
This debate can occur either after the gavel. No, we're going to bang bang. We are
we?
recessed.
All right.
Mic check test, 1, 2.
And we're back. Thank you, Council. We are still continuing our discussion on the amendment by Alderman Stevenson on Park and Ride. Oh, sorry, yes, you're right. It's Alderman Farrell's amendment now, isn't it? It's Alderman Farrell's amendment. My apologies, Council. And Alderman Lowe, I see you have your light on, and I'd like to recognize you at this time.
I've actually spoken to the amendment that's on the main motion. I have questions.
On the main motion, okay. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? So, okay, seeing no lights, then call the roll, please, on the amendment.
On the amendment, Alderman Stevenson,
Yes.
Alderman Carra,
Yes.
Alderman Chabot,
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart,
Yes.
Alderman Demong,
Yes.
Alderman Farrell,
Yes.
Alderman Keating,
Yes.
Alderman Lowe,
Yes.
Alderman McLeod,
Yes.
Alderman Marr, I'm sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Pincott,
Yes.
Alderman Putmans,
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Marr.
Yes.
It's carried.
On the main motion, as amended, I have Alderman Lowe.
Thank you. There will be a cost to the mill rate of this, as His Worship pointed out. This is a discussion around mill rate, actually. Do you have any idea, can you give me an estimation of what the cost to the mill rate will be on implementation of this?
Your Worship, Eric could.
Mr. Sawyer?
Actually, Mr. Sawyer was going to speak, Mr. Logan, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Logan and I spent some time over the lunch hour looking through this along with the Calgary Parking Authority. So let me just run down a few figures. What we have estimated the impact on the budget to be is related to eliminating the park and ride at the lots, and then an introduction of a reservation system. I've got that estimate. The budget for 2011 for the revenue coming in is $7.3 million. Now, the expectation is closer to about $5.2 million based on actual experience, but the budget that we have is 7.3. Out of that, we pay CPA approximately $1.4 million, but a lot of that expenses are related to site maintenance, site security. So the majority of those costs would not go away. We're trying to get an estimate right now, but maybe $100,000 or so. There's also costs out of that revenue that cover snow clearing and sweeping and maintenance. That, I understand, is not on the table, so that's irrelevant. So the net impact from a budget perspective would be 7.3, perhaps less, 100,000 or so. Now, on a reservation parking system, if we took the 25% at selected lots and applied 100%, so assumed 100% of the spaces would be taken, we estimate about $1.5 million in revenue and about $200,000 in expenses to cover it, for a net of 1.3. If we take what maybe is arguably a little more realistic, apply a 90% factor, a 90% occupancy, we'd get about 1.3 million in revenue, a couple $100,000 in costs, for about 1.1. So those are the figures. The other figure I'm trying to get a handle on, and I'm hoping to have it very shortly emailed to me, is by eliminating the park and ride, we would also eliminate the enforcement revenue that comes into our general revenues. And I'm trying to get a handle on that figure right now, and I'll get that on the floor as soon as I have it. The revenue goes to CPA, and 100% of it is transferred to the city as general revenue. And I'll try and get an impact on that just as soon as I can.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Sawyer.
the bottom line, I guess I'm always interested in the bottom line, to the mill rate.
Well, I would say if we went straight with the budget, $7.3 million decrease in revenue with perhaps a 1.1 million offset for a reservation system.
So about
That's
5.
revenue net of costs, 6.2 million.
6.2 million.
Yeah. Now, I will point out that we weren't currently expecting the full 7.3, but that is what's in the budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate where we're at in this, Mr. Sawyer. Thank you very much. So 0.6, 1/2% on the mill rate. It's not an insignificant amount. What other avenues do we have, either Mr. Logan or, I guess Mr. Logan, what other avenues do you see to mitigate that?
Worship, we've been mitigating the shortfall in revenue this year through some other savings, through contract savings, through lower than expected fuel prices. So we've been able to offset some of that lack of revenue. A further several $1 million shortfall, we would have to, I would say that would offset some of the service that we did add. I hate to say that, but you know, there's only so much that you can absorb with trimming around the edges.
No, I appreciate that. So we about $6.2 million hit on the mill rate. Some minor mitigation that, you know, we scrape up the bits and pieces as we go. And if I understand it correctly, you're retaining the security on the system.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you're increasing it. I think we gave you 9 new FTEs this year, did we not?
Yeah, there was an increase. I think it was 12 actually.
So anyhow, we've increased the security group by 12 FTEs. We've increased the throughout the cleanliness. I'm worrying.
we actually cut that back.
We cut the
Yeah.
cleaning back.
We reduced $465,000 for contracted service for parking lot maintenance. So that reduction was already included in the Book 1 portion of the budget, Your Worship.
And herein lies the problem I have with this whole exercise. Is where thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you.
This is better. At least we're getting a broader, a more complete picture. But it still says that we eliminate the park and ride, which I think commits us one way or another to roughly a $6 million hit on the mill rate, which is all of Calgarians subsidizing 10% of the LRT ridership. I would have much preferred if the referral had gone forward so we could consider this in a holistic manner. I know I keep hearing about we have to think globally and things, and we have to think in the big picture, and I appreciate that. But I'm going to equate this to writing a novel. A novel tells a story, but a novel is broken up, or a good book is always broken up into chapters. And in those chapters, the author develops the characters and sets the scene and engages the reader. And as the reader reads it, he becomes engaged and goes further into it. So while we can talk about global things, which is the whole story, at the end of the day, you need the bits and pieces of detail to make it alive. And this is the difficulty I'm having with this, is that we're approaching this, and I'm not sure how we intend to deal with a 0.5 point. It's a significant amount of money. It's a significant amount of money to provide service to a very few Calgarians and a few people who live out of town. We could eliminate some other things, but I'd remind you, Council, that, and it was spoken of earlier, the reason we went into this was in response actually to a transit safety audit. That was a notice of motion from Alderman Colley-Urquhart, Alderman Farrell, and I chaired the audit. The recommendations of which were accepted by Council, and the progress we made has actually been quite impressive. I no longer get complaints from my communities about trying to get onto a train in Crowchild at 6:45 only to find soiled inebriates asleep in the back of the car. I rarely get complaints now about piles of vomit on the station platforms. Trains are cleaner, the buses are cleaner. I get far fewer complaints. They're not all gone completely, but I get far fewer complaints about car prowlings, car break-ins, and so on. So I think we've made some immense success in achieving what Mr. Logan has pointed out, is that it must be safe and it must be comfortable. So, to be honest with you, Your Worship, while I can see where we're going here, I'd be far happier if we took the year and tried to deal with this in a holistic manner. And we're right back to Alderman Hodges' comments 2 days ago about reducing expenses or reducing revenue and increasing spending. Doesn't make a lot of sense when you do it that way around. So, Your Worship, I can't support this. I think it's the wrong way to go. I think it's a retrograde step. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. I have Mayor Nenshi.
No, the amendment's done. Passed. Main motion now. Main motion is amended. Mr. Logan, 7.3 million, eh? So we're at 4.7 million this year. So do we really think it's going to increase by 75% in 1 year?
No, Your Worship. The 7.35 was an estimate done at the implementation of the park and ride fee that was nested in the 3-year business plan when we updated it. Our forecast for 2011 revenue is 5.2.
So we really should be starting with 5.2, not 7.3.
I think that's where...
I understand it's in the budget, but you were never going to get it anyway, were you, Mr. Logan?
I don't believe we would have gotten it next year.
So now the 5.2.
Yes.
That's a $500,000 increase since last year. Does that number take into account the significant amount of money that Council has just voted in to put in on buses to take people to the train station?
Not necessarily. It's based more on the trend that we're seeing over the last 20 months or so in usage.
So a trend we saw when we cut transit hours, bus hours, that is.
We increased the transit hours, I guess, in 2009. So we
But we cut
continue
them
to
before
see
that.
an increase in transit hours and an increase in usage.
And does it take into account the impact of the new intercity express buses from Cochrane and from Okotoks?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Logan. So I wanted to put some real numbers on the table here because it is important that we actually move forward with real numbers. I'm proposing to Council that we actually start with the number which is we know true, which is the number for the revenue this year. And the proposed revenue for this year is $4.7 million. Just saved you $3 million. Hope you're happy. So if we start with $4.7 million, which is a real number as opposed to an artificial one we knew we were never going to get anyway, then if we remove some amount for the enforcements, we heard earlier today that was 900,000. I'm hearing from Mr. Sawyer now that it is a number significantly less than that. I don't quite understand that because we are improving transit security in the rest of our book. But just for argument's sake, let's say that we will save only 200,000 of that 900,000, which I find extraordinary, but let's be conservative. So we start at 4.7, save 200,000, that takes us to 4.5. If we are able to get 1.1 as Mr. Sawyer is suggesting, from the reserve parking. We don't know if it's going to be reserve parking, but let's put in an estimate so we know what we're talking about. That will take us down to a net revenue increase of $3.4 million, which I will tell you is far less than the amount of many, many of the savings that we have found and will continue to find today. I think it's worthwhile, because here's the challenge. This was, in fact, as I've said before, a mistake from the start. And it was a mistake from the start for many reasons. First, there was little to no customer research done before we put this in. There was little audit done after we put it in, but very little done before we put it in. So we've heard a lot over the years, a lot of rhetoric about how people ought not to drive and they ought to take the bus. And it was an assumption that people who are using these lots have another option, that they could have been taking the bus, but they weren't because they're bad people. And I don't think that that is correct. I think that when you actually stand in the lots and look at who's coming to them, particularly on the Northeast Line, you see parents who have multiple errands and have to drop their kids at school or at daycare. You see people who have stuff they have to haul, or people who have schedules that take them in and out of downtown over the course of the day. It's not scientific research, but it's certainly what I've observed. So what we were doing was offering these people an option so they didn't have to drive all day. After we put the rates in, for whatever reason, I'm not arguing correlation or causation, we did see a significant shift in the rate of growth of our ridership that had grown for so long, and in fact, we saw a small decline in ridership. So, although we know that the buses to the C trains were being used more, that was offset by a very large reduction in the amount of people who were actually using the C train. So as a result, this wasn't having the impact that we were going to. We were also told at the time that that money was for maintenance and security of the lots. It never was. The total budget for maintenance and security of the lots was always far less than the projected revenue from this fee. And Alderman Lowe now tells us that it was actually about security on the entire system. So we were turning to 10% of riders to pay for security on the entire system, which by Alderman Lowe's own logic is not a particularly fair thing to do. So that too was problematic. We were trying to solve the problem of all these out-of-town commuters who were using our lots without actually knowing how many out-of-town commuters there were or what impact there has been on them, while simultaneously negotiating with the Calgary Regional Partnership for better regional transportation to try and solve that problem in another way. So it was a terrible hodgepodge. And what it ended up doing was penalizing people who were trying to do the right thing, people who were trying to use transit for a portion of their commute. As a matter of fact, when we put these fees in, it meant that someone who drove to the train and took the train downtown saw the amount of money that they give to the city every month go up 4 times higher than someone who drove downtown into their heated underground parking. So we tell people we want you to take transit and we're going to charge you 4 times as much as people who don't take transit. This was a bad idea from the start. So, the other thing is, I've heard many, many arguments about the need for us to get away from transit parking in the long term, to build more transit-oriented development, to build a better system of buses to the C train. Of course we need to do that. And our long-term plan should be to ensure that people don't need to drive to the train. But the system we have right now is a system where we are not able to provide that service. And we need to encourage people to make transit part of their daily commute, even when we're not able to provide the service. The $3.3 or $3.4 million that we're talking about today is a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of what it would cost to actually build a system where we had primary line transit taking us to the C train from every neighborhood in the city. It is a very, very cheap way of encouraging transit use versus the alternative. So as a result, I think that it is tremendously important that we support this motion. The motion is written in a way, and thanks to Alderman Farrell, written even more clearly in a way, that will allow us to find creative, innovative solutions to manage some of the impacts of this on both the mill rate and on the communities affected. This is a good answer. It is a good answer that brings us forward to get rid of a fee that never should have been in there in the first place for the majority of users, while giving administration the ability to figure out the system as we move forward. So for all of those reasons, I very, 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 very strongly encourage all of you to support this, to redress this error of the past, and to allow us to move forward in a way that allows us to build the transit system that we all need. Sorry. And Alderman Stevenson, if you will, I've also been informed that we really, really should have the number in the motion itself. So if you agree with my math, I can ask if you would add the $3.4 million number into the motion itself when you close.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. I have Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will get that before Christmas. I'm committed to that. This issue was a big issue in Ward 4, remains to be a significant issue, and it was very significant during the election debates. My inclination is to support a change, but I'm very concerned about a couple of things. I guess that when we talk about an innovation and wanting to change organizational culture that supports innovation, I think it's challenging when we send messages that it was a bad decision. I mean, we have things that work and don't work. We can tweak things, and that's what I see in the motion here is the tweaking, to try to understand what the problem is and what the impact is. I think that in some respects we've made it more attractive to drive to LRT stations. I'm not sure that was the best decision, and perhaps having more feeder buses will help that. But it seems to me this is more of a systemic issue, and because we're impacting parking in the communities, and I don't see us really addressing the underlying problems. The other thing that concerns me is the way we look at the numbers in the budget. We have spent an incredible amount of time talking about expenditures and very little time talking about revenue. If those expenditures and the mill rate are based on a revenue of $7.3 million, then why are we now talking 5? I mean, do we need to look at all of our revenues and challenge those numbers? Because I don't see how we can challenge one and not challenge the rest and say that it was or wasn't valid. So I don't know what else to add to that, but I'm quite concerned about the bottom line impact. And if this motion is amended, it makes it even more difficult to support because the $3 million net seems to me to be based on a number that's not actually in the budget. So I'm somewhat confused about that. Thank you.
Sorry. Alderman McLeod, it has been, just for your reference, it has been amended. So we are speaking on it as amended.
I was referring to adding the numbers.
Yes.
I think there was a request to add $3 million to the numbers that was in the motion that has yet to be
No, I
done.
appreciate that. It hasn't been put yet, but Alderman Stevenson, you were actually next on the guest list. I have Alderman Demong. Alderman Demong?
I can't echo strongly enough what, sorry, I can't echo strongly enough what Mayor Nenshi has been saying. I do believe it was a flawed system to begin with. My understanding of the entire LRT system when it was brought in was to keep cars off the road, off from downtown, from bringing in, from crowding the downtown core. The whole idea of having parking lots near an LRT is for this method, for this reason, is to keep the cars from going downtown. To penalize people for doing the right thing and not going downtown, I think is abhorrent. And to say that we're going to lose this revenue, well, this revenue shouldn't have been there in the first place. As far as it being an inaccurate number on the budget, I agree. Let's go through the whole thing line by line and find out where the revenues aren't matching properly. I think that would be the proper thing to do. I don't think the 15 of us have the time for that, but when we do find numbers that are incorrect, I believe we should bring them out and let people see what we have come up with. One other thing that the mayor had not commented on is the problem of parking in the communities. The fact that we've got a $3 parking system means that people are avoiding this parking and are parking on the street, taking in front of people's places. I have people that actually have to have a permit to park in front of their own house. I find that wrong. Thank you. Actually, more so, I encourage you to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong. It seems to me that there's some very... It's on. Yeah, I'm on. Or I'm just too far. Apologies. It seems to me that there's some discrepancies in terms of numbers and a lot of still confusion. I'm going to ask the CFO to speak to the issue and get some more clarity if that's possible. Mr. Sawyer.
Well, I certainly hope it's possible. We are talking about the budget, and the budget revenue that's included for 2011 is $7.3 million. The fact of what the actual is to date, or what variance there might be in 2011, that's arguably debatable, but in terms of the budget itself, it is the 7.3. I did confirm that the reduction in costs would be 120,000, so effectively that's 7.2. And then if I include the reserve parking at 90% of 1.1, it would be a net impact of 6.1 million. And that is what's in the budget.
Thank you. Any further comments? No. Thank you. I have Alderman Hodges, please.
Thank you, Worship. Just briefly, this isn't a measure I ever voted for to begin with. And I just mentioned that in the last council it came back 3 times, and 3 times it was approved on the famous 8-7 vote. But that doesn't mean it can't be changed now. The way this is worded is very good. It suggests a path into the future of reserved parking system in place at selected lots, and we get a report on or before February 14th, 2011. So I think most things have been said that need to be said, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Pincott? Sorry, Alderman Hodges, I apologize. All young in spirit.
Well, if anything, I think we've not helped clarify anything. And the more we've got 5.3 and 4.5 and 3.1 and 7.3 and 100,000 and 900,000. And if I go and look at the press release that was put out from the mayor's office, it's 2.5 million and 4 million and 1.5 million. And now there's a request to add some numbers, and I don't know which of all of those numbers are going to be picked to be added into the motion. I honestly don't know how we can responsibly approve a motion when we have no idea what we're actually approving, honestly. You know, we have members of council who are challenging the CFO and the numbers that are in the budget, and challenging the general manager of transportation and the numbers that are in his budget, saying that those numbers are right or wrong or true or not true. We have people characterizing the motion, to the decision by council to put in the park and ride fee as a bad decision meant to punish people, which I find offensive. I am incredibly challenged by all of this, and because we've gotten beyond whether the park and ride fee is working, we've gotten beyond what the intent of it is. We're talking about numbers and a variety of interpretations of numbers that we don't actually know. We're saying that there was no market research behind this, therefore it shouldn't have been done. Well, I have only one question for the mover in his close. If he could identify, please, for me, the market research that was done into the reserve parking system that this motion will put in place prior to our putting it in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Stevenson, I've got you to close, but I've got Alderman Chabot. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I agree that there's certainly been some question about projected revenue, budgeted revenue versus actual revenue. But if you look at your 3-year budgeted forecasted numbers on the operating budget, you'll note that on the 150,000 hours that were added in 2009, there was a cost of $10.226 million with a projected revenue of $5.133 million, which you've heard was not realized. So does that mean that the cost then was $10.226 million that was borne by the rate base? There's also projected 140,000 hours, which Council has approved, with expenditures of $9.49 million in the budget, with a cost projected revenue of $4.845 million. Are we going to realize those revenues? I don't know the answer to that. And so I'm going to support this motion as amended. I didn't think we needed to go to the level that has been added to that in regards to looking at the overall system. I don't think we should have ever implemented it in the first place. And the projected revenues are just that, projected revenues, although they're part of the budget and they do form part of the net bottom line. I think all of these projections are subjective in nature. And so at the end of the day, we will make the budget work. Administration will bring forward recommendations if need be to make adjustments as we move throughout the year. So I will support the motion that's on the floor, regardless of what that number works out to be.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Stevenson to close.
Well, I have to ask because I'm confused too as far as the what reality is and what the projected reality is, and I have to ask Mr. Sawyer, what if we put in a figure in here? Let's say we put in this figure of $3.4 million. The fact is, we still have a budgeted amount. We have a reality amount. So if we put in the 3.4 figure and it's wrong, it just means that the rest of it has to be adjusted someplace else. So is there a need for us to put the 3.4 million, to put a figure in there? And what does it mean if we put the figure in there?
Mr. Sawyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe to be reflected in the tax rate, we need to have a figure in the motion. Okay. If only 3.4 were put in, by eliminating the park and ride, implementing a reservation system, the impact on the budget, the actual changes to the budget, would be 6.1. So effectively, the transportation budget, if you will, goes up 6.1. Council approves an increase of 3.4. You've implicitly driven the need to manage a variance.
But Mr. Sawyer, if we didn't,
from a budget, it's 6.1.
Okay, so but if we weren't doing anything here, and the budget was at 7 something, and the reality it was 5 something, what happens then?
They would have a year-end variance that they would manage and mitigate. But this is a budgeting exercise, not a reporting on expenditure exercise.
Okay, so I'm looking for some advice then as far as if I put a figure in there, is this a positive, is this a negative? Or you're saying we need a figure in there, right?
So on a point of procedure, we've all debated this now, and we're on the close, and now if we add something in, we're going to have to be able to all speak to it. So are we in the close now, Your Worship, or where are we?
We are now, actually, Alderman Stevenson was putting up another, I guess it's an amendment
He
to the
can't
amendment.
he can't amend his own motion. procedurally, okay? So we're closing now on this.
I want to close, Your Worship, but I want to get clarification. If I'm being told that we shouldn't close it without a figure in there, I need clarification.
In order to have this in the budget, in order to reflect what we are voting on, we absolutely require a number so people know what they're voting on. It has to have a number
Right.
suggesting what the impact of the budget is going to be.
So
Because
some
there's-
other member of council needs to do that for Alderman Stevenson.
will
So I could do it as a friendly
It's
amendment?
less than 3 words, so.
Yeah, so, but I'm a little concerned about picking a figure out of the air, and are we, in fact, picking a figure out of the air by, if I come up with and put in the 3.4?
Mr.
Can
Tobert?
somebody answer that?
Your Worship, through the chair, Alderman, I believe that the number you need to put in is our best budgeted number for what the impact of this decision is. You can't look at what the expected revenue will be. This is a budgeting exercise. I think that's
Okay.
the second time I've said that.
Okay.
So the number that's as close to what we know based on what we've heard today is 6.1.
Okay.
I know that's not right because it'll be somewhat different in reality,
Right.
but that's the number we have today.
Okay.
6.1.
So then I'm going to add 6 point, would we just do it 6.1 in brackets? Is that the best way after the, where it says eliminate the fee, after parking lot be eliminated and put in brackets 6, that be the best way?
Well, I think it must say that this is an increase to the mill rate of $6.1 million
Okay, and that in after the users?
in the transportation budget.
Okay, put that in.
Transportation budget.
Did you get that? Sorry, we're doing it on the fly here, but it's a very important issue, and I want to close on it, but I want to have the, this wording properly before I do.
Well, just for greater clarification, then, as prerogative of the chair, I'm going to ask the CFO to comment on that last bit, the number.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think using the terms increase transportation net budget would be appropriate of 6.1 million. This
Okay.
is a combination of some lower revenues
Right.
and some changes in expenditures. But I think on the bottom line, it's a 6.1 million net increase.
Is this wording that's there now, Mr. Sawyer? Is that,
Net budget. Yes.
okay?
That looks fine.
All right, so now we've got that settled. We've done a significant increase in transit hours. We've passed that, which is, it all ties into this, what we're talking about here. It will, in fact, if the routes are improved, it will get more people taking the feeder buses for sure. But this all ties into to this park and ride, because a lot of the people that do not take the transit feeder buses, but actually take their car, they do so for a reason. They do so because it's more convenient for them to do that, or that they have to stop on the way to or the way back. And if we get them in their cars, we want them to stop at the nearest park and ride, not take it downtown. And I think one of the reasons why we have the more vacancies in the northeast lots is because it is so close to downtown. And 15 minutes and you can be downtown. So we want them to do that, and rather than take their cars downtown, and adding $60 has never been a good idea per month, because it helps them to, it goes towards their paying the fees downtown. So I think that we made a mistake. I agree with the previous speakers, and we want them to stop there. And when I've had some say that it doesn't, it only affects a few Calgarians, it doesn't affect people in other parts of the city, that's not true. The more people that are in their cars, particularly driving downtown, affects the whole city. It affects other drivers that are coming from our other parts of the city too. So our whole objective is to get cars off the road, keep those cars out of the downtown if we can. We don't want to go the way London, England has done and start putting a charge on for somebody to drive into the downtown. So I can see that we're going to have a significant increase in revenue. It's quite possible it'll be significant if we have more people taking the transit rather than driving their cars, which that helps our overall bottom line. But really, folks, what it all boils down to is that Calgarians want this. There's no question they want this. We heard this as far as mistakes that we made in the last council, approving the Peace Bridge and putting the $3 fees in. They're the things over the last 3 years that I've heard over and over and over again. And definitely pretty well all of our candidates for council or for alderman or for mayor heard this over and over again in the last campaign. So please, I ask you to support this. We have to do it. It's what the people want. Certainly it's going to cost an extra percentage on the mill rate, but it's something that will please the majority of Calgarians, I believe, at least the vocal ones, which is something that is important for us too. So thank you, Your Worship, and I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Oh, I've just got another light. Oh, okay, I'll put you down. That is closed, but just so everyone is aware, this is a $6.1 million increase to transportation budget, which is going directly on the mill rate and is in effect a subsidy. I have a request for a recorded vote.
On the recorded vote, Mayor Nenshi for, Alderman Hodges for, Alderman Farrell against, Alderman Carra for, Alderman Collier-Cart for, Alderman Chabot for, Alderman Demong for, Alderman McLeod against, Alderman Lowe against, Alderman Putmans for, Alderman Keating for, Alderman Stevens for, Alderman Jones for, Alderman Pincott against, Deputy Mayor Marr against. It's carried, Your Worship.
Mr. Sawyer, where does that put us at, if you don't mind? 6.2. 6.2.
Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under table and referred reports, item number 3.2, funding for the Applewood Sound Attenuation Fence. There was a request by a member of council to forward this item to budget deliberations, although council could have certainly approved at the time funding from the FSR. I guess the main crux of the reasoning behind the requesting that it be forwarded to this budget was to look at other sources of funding. And if I may, Your Worship, before asking council to consider approval of the funding from FSR, I'd like to ask Mr. Logan a question specifically in regards to the capital budgeted amount projected for 2011 under program number 202-000, a sound attenuation retrofit, where we budgeted $1 million a year for 2009, 10, and 11, and just wondering what that would have encompassed and whether or not that could not have been incorporated within that budgeted amount.
Sorry, Alderman Chabot shuffling a lot of paper here, but Mr. Logan?
Thank you, Your Worship. What Alderman Chabot is referring to is Capital Budget Program 202000 Noise Attenuation Retrofit has a budgeted amount for next year of $1 million. And that program is applied based on a queue, if you will, of different projects. And the reason that we didn't apply that program to this particular project was that we didn't feel that it met the same warrants as the other program. The money is there, but I think the report that we took to committee had indicated that we felt that this particular location in Applewood has a fence. The fence is not necessarily all matching, but we didn't think that it actually needed to be replaced.
But actually, Mr. Logan, what the report said was not entirely that, but rather that originally when it was assessed, when the road was twinned, that it was determined at that time that it was sufficient, not that it presently remains in good order. Even the guys who went and looked at it said that it was definitely in need of replacement because it's become structurally not a sound fence, not just an aesthetically unpleasant fence.
Okay, that's different than the information I have, Your Worship, so.
So do you know if that money is fully subscribed at this point?
I would say that we have more projects requesting that money than we do. However, the monies have not been contracted, if you will.
Okay. But you have more work than what this $1 million will be able to fund?
Absolutely.
So in your recommendation then is if we were going to go forward with this project, that an appropriate source of funding would be something such as the Fiscal Stability Reserve or some other form of revenue other than this? Source of funding, pardon me.
Your Worship, not exactly sure how to answer that question. I think that it's at council's discretion how they want to use the FSR. If council decides that they want to use it for this project, then we're ready to go and we will replace the fence.
Okay. Well, thank you for that comment, Mr. Logan. So what I'd like to do then, Your Worship, is move that the council direct that $240,000 be drawn from the FSR for the replacement of the sound attenuation fence. And I think that motion pretty much speaks for itself if I can find a seconder.
Second. I don't know why it has to be.
And I'm still a little, I'm not sure how to word this, but questioning why we need to draw from that, being as there is this money, other than the fact that there's more work than has been identified through the $1 million. But it is one of the purposes that the FSR can be utilized for, is for emergent needs, whether it be capital or otherwise. So I think it's an appropriate source to draw from. It's been a thorn in the community's side for many years, primarily on the basis of the fact that it's discontinuous, doesn't match the current sound attenuation fence. And although the original measurements that were registered at the time when the road was initially twinned indicated that the road, or that sound attenuation was sufficient to meet the noise requirements, that I would question whether or not that it still meets the requirements of the sound measurements, based on the fact that it's considerably lower than the rest of the sound attenuation fence, which begs the question: if the rest of the sound attenuation fence that's been put up subsequent to that was put up at 6 foot height level, why it is that this 4 foot height level fence is sufficient? Why did they have to build a 6 foot fence elsewhere? It is discontinuous. It does provide a sense of a broken windows theory. There's been more and more damage created to that fence year over year, possibly as a result of the fact that it is discontinuous. It's a maintenance issue. I think the investment in $240,000 here for this community will not only contribute to the betterment of the community, but will also lessen our maintenance and operational costs associated with this fence long term. So, members of council, I hope you support this.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Chabot, I heard a question in there that I might ask Mr. Logan, just to be very, very, very clear. Was this particular piece of work evaluated as part of the work plan for that program that you're talking about at all? Was it a high priority, read that work plan, or was it just not part of that?
Your Worship, the existing fence is an amalgamation of a fence that was built in conjunction with the community and a sound fence that was installed as part of the twinning of 68th Street adjacent to the Applewood community, which is just north of 17th Avenue Southeast. This fence was not constructed as part of the sound attenuation. The existing fence was not constructed as part of the sound attenuation fence. We were asked by the ward alderman to review the existing fence as to its, what's the right word, suitability or whether it was meeting its current need. And we had advised the alderman that we felt that it was. And there was a letter to members of council dated June 24th, 2010. And then there was a notice of motion that came forward July 19th. This actually goes all the way back to 2007, requesting that we look at this project. It's ended up here today. Notice of motion 2010-39, which I believe you have in your package.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got that one in front of me. So just to summarize, you sure looked at it, but you didn't feel that it met the needs, the list of priorities for that particular program.
It's a fair comment. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Alderman Lowe.
So, Your Worship, you covered some of my points. Mr. Logan, was the original fence installed by the city or built by the developer?
The original portion of the fence was constructed by the developer adjacent to their new homes.
Okay, and it was a developer-installed fence, not a city-required fence?
Yes, sir. It's a stucco with brick column type fence.
Okay, is there not a homeowners association associated with Applewood?
I'm not certain on that. Not one that's referenced in the report that I have. And the city portion of the fence to the south of that is the concrete slat fence.
Yeah. The difficulty I'm having with this, Your Worship, is the FSR talks about urgent operational requirements and urgent capital requirements. The fence is there. The fence is in repair. If you want to see a really ugly fence, I would suggest you drive down John Laurier between Shaganappi Trail and Sarcee and look at the fence that's along the north edge of Dalhousie.
Oh, yeah, that's an ugly fence.
Yeah, that's an ugly fence. I'd also, for discontinuance in fencing, drive along Country Hills Boulevard between Sarcee and Nose Hill Drive, and there's an odd missing gap in there. Looks like I think 10 houses that are missing a noise fence up there that were actually put in as part of the noise attenuation program, and we keep waiting for these ones to hit the number so they can get into the warrant system. The warrant system is there for a very good reason, Your Worship. It's there to keep a level playing field. And while I appreciate Alderman Chabot's concerns about the aesthetics and these kind of neighborhood fences that were built by developers is a problem all over the city. I suppose at some point, if we want to set capital money and get at them, we will do so. When I looked at it, I believe it was 2003 when I first came into council. The cost was astronomical then, so I don't suppose it's improved. So while I appreciate Alderman Chabot's concerns, I think the FSR is the wrong source of funding for it.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions for GM Logan. This part of 68th Street has a sound attenuation, but this part doesn't. Is that right?
Your worship, all of this entire segment of 68th Street has a fence. Part of it is a stucco fence that was built by the developer. Part of it is a city-installed fence of a sound fence type. They both serve to attenuate sound.
So, but you have a standard for a sound attenuation fence though, right? That standard is 6 feet high?
No, not necessarily. The height of the fences vary in all cases. We build them to the height that's deemed to be appropriate for the location.
Okay, so, but why would part of 68th be 6 feet, and why would part of it need 6 feet and part of it need 4 feet? I don't understand that.
I guess that would depend, Your Worship, on at the time that the fence was assessed and installed, it would be based on the 10-year forecast of traffic from that point in time. So if the developer built a fence to an aesthetic, whatever height they wanted to build, and then we came in, we would have come in later and built the sound wall to the height that we deemed to be necessary. So they may be two different heights.
So then at some point, as the traffic increases, are you saying that the section that has the 4-foot fence would then be required to have a 6-foot then to match?
The city has gone back in, Your Worship, and upgraded fences. But again, that goes into the queue, and we assess it in relative terms. I mean, as we pointed out, you've council seen those reports and the number of fences that we have around the city and the demands to try to upgrade those. So.
Okay, so the repairs done to the developer-built fence, which I see them here in the different colors, are those done by the community or by those repairs done by the city?
We typically don't do a repair to a community-built fence, like a stucco and brick type fence. We have in some cases. There's a small budget to do that. The sound fence, if somebody runs into it with a car, which happens on occasion, we do go and repair those. Yes.
But I'm confused by these pictures that have been provided show totally different colors for parts of the fence. Would that have been something that I wouldn't understand why the city would not try and at least match up the colors? Is part of the fence the top half brown and the bottom half white?
Your Worship, that's a very good point. Part of it seems to be brown and part of it seems to be more of a gray concrete, and then there's some very dark concrete sections which appear to be the wrong concrete.
Well,
maybe the right thing to do is replace those.
Yeah, I'm interested in having Alderman Chabot and his close give some more clarification to that, because if the city did that and didn't take an interest, then it certainly looks like the old adage of it's the east side, so we don't have to match it up, right? And that's enough of a perception out there. We don't want it to be a reality. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Collier-Card.
Council, I think, we're talking $250,000 here. It doesn't need to come out of the fiscal stability reserve. I mean, I think we should have just left that FSR out of there. It can be just included in the budget. If you've driven out there, this is trying to improve the aesthetics of a community. So, I mean, it's not a lot that we're asking for here, and it's really, really important to this community and the aesthetics. I see the level of sound attenuation or fence that they put in down 90th Avenue, and it's pretty high end compared to what the community here is left with. So please, let's just support this and move on. And call the FSR separately. This can be included in our budget for 2011. Add it. Add it up.
We could do that, but that one I'm going to say would be contrary to the motion. So I'm going to suggest that we go ahead with this one, and if there is a desire to put another motion saying add it to the budget, we can do that. Okay? That's the way I would go on this, because it would be hard to call this one separately the way it's worded.
Thank you, Your Worship. And, well, first of all, I'd like to thank members of council for some of their debate around the table and some of the issues that were brought up. As was indicated through some of the debate and some of the discussions, the 10-year projection was to build a 6-foot fence. This was a 4-foot fence that was built by the developer, and as opposed to some other communities where it was a stucco-based, this was actually a concrete-based fence. So the city has been maintaining this fence, but using a more standardized type of fencing material to replace the previously installed developer-type fence. So that's why you see some differences in the color matching scheme along this fence. And you'll note that even within the city replaced portions, there are different colored pieces in there, and that's because the city went from one type of material to a more standardized type material now. So all of the new fencing you'll see is all pretty consistent, and even some of the newer replaced stuff, although it's the same consistency as the other stuff, the reason that is there's slight variances in color is only because of aging, and because it does tend to change shades slightly over time. So even the new fence will have a slightly different hue to it than the fence that exists right now. What you really can't see, though, is that this isn't just a color difference. It's a texture difference. It's a material difference. It's some of the support structures are actually failing and will have to be replaced. And at some point in time, I could go through the regular process and ask for a sound measurement to be done alongside some of these properties and give specific times and dates of when I think would be most beneficial in regards to elevating the need to have this fence replaced. And I pretty much guarantee that it'll meet the requirements or exceed the requirements of what our minimum sound requirements are to have a fence built. So trying to save us a little bit of time and resources by not going through that process. This is something that was built over 20 years ago. This isn't a 5-year-old fence that's been painted a whole bunch of different colors. This is a 20-year-old fence that's deteriorated over time that will need to be replaced at some time in the future. Right now is probably the best time to do it when costs are maybe a little bit lower. I think it will save us money over time, and the city has been maintaining it. So it's going to save us at least operational costs into the future. So council, like was mentioned before, I'm not asking for $5 million here. I'm asking for $240,000 that will contribute significantly to the aesthetics and the ambiance and the whole public realm, because you'll note that there's a pathway along here that the community has been using and will contribute to maybe the safety and security of the community. So please support this.
And Alderman Chabot, am I safe in assuming that you mean the 2011 work program in the second paragraph?
Sorry, yes, my apologies.
Might be
Well, it was
a little
originally
cold
the
out right now.
It was originally the 2010 program, but now, being as we've gone beyond that, because I
Okay.
was hoping to get it included in the 2011.
Super.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So then on the motion that you see on the screen, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Demong. Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott. Alderman Putmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Sure.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
It's carried, Your Worship.
I'll call for any other motions dealing with the Transportation Department. Any other motions on transportation? All right, Planning and Development. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Your Worship, just to follow along here in this booklet, we're going through sections of it now. Is that how we're doing it?
No,
And
we're
it's
not.
slightly
That
out
booklet's
of
done.
order.
That booklet's done. So we're
Yeah.
just doing any other motions you've got. So this would
But
be
you
a
were-
time for you to raise one.
I noticed you looking over the glasses, so I'll move on.
I suspect you may have one in this department that you
Yes.
want to raise.
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you. Council, this is bringing forward Report E 2010-26. It was a notice of motion brought forward on behalf of all of Ward 13 communities to request that a Fish Creek Lacombe LRT station area TOD development plan be undertaken. This is a prime opportunity for us to build high density at a transit-orientated station, which is one of the busiest around. And it really ultimately can become an anchor for this area and really has the ability to really handle a lot of high density in that 600-meter area. And so what administration have done is go away, do this report, and they brought back a recommendation that we include this on the work program for 2011, and they are recommending option 1. Now, Mr. Watson, I just had a question on this. I was going to bring this forward to council and ask for option 2. And perhaps you could distinguish what your preference is with option 1 over option 2. Quite personally, I would prefer a plan rather than a study. But having said that, I know that for 2 years we did the TOD planning at Anderson, and that Ms. Axworthy really wants to take a different approach as it relates to developing these redevelopment plans at transit stations. And that you don't really want to get into these massive plans again. So I wonder, for the benefit of council and myself, if you could respond to some of those matters that I've raised.
Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Alderman Colley Urquhart, thanks for the opportunity to speak to this. I mean, to put it really bluntly, option 1 is faster and cheaper. We are still working on Anderson. It's not finished, and that's 2 years and counting. There's still follow-up work on some of the other ones that we've been working on, and some of the same people that would be doing a full plan would have to come off that work to do this plan. So that means we'd have another one in play at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We believe that option 2, although you're absolutely right that there's a lot of potential for this particular station, as there is for a number of other stations. We're up to over 34 stations, I think, in the system, almost all of which have options for TOD development at some point.
Right.
We believe, however, the potential for major redevelopment around the station itself at this one is probably not in the short term, more likely in a medium-term horizon.
Right.
Therefore, option 1 gives us certainly some work with the community, some understanding of some of the potential, some a charrette kind of environment to talk about what we could do there, and we can do it within 8 months for a reasonable amount of money. Option 2 is probably going to be a year plus, and what we found in many of these, once we get in and start doing the larger piece of work, other things happen. As I say, in a couple of stations we've gone into, we're still in the midst of it. We're not through it yet. So faster, quicker, and then without having to go back into Ms. Axworthy's work program and say, well, what are we not going to do in 2011, which may be finishing off some of the work at Brentwood. It may be proceeding with some of the area structure plan work in the south. We'd have to go back and relook at that. But there is going to be an impact. We do not have enough either staff or consulting money to do everything council would like us to do.
Right. So if we went with option 1, and if my colleagues will support option 1, what would fall off the table then? Can we still make it work with?
No, with option 1, as we outlined in the report, we believe we've got enough consulting money and enough staff that we can squeeze that into the 2011 budget. it's option 2, which is the full-blown stationary plan that's going to push us over in terms of consulting money and in terms of staff time.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing this forward for me, for our community. So I would like to move that we add $155,000 to the work program to undertake the planning, design, and analysis study in consultation with key stakeholders in the community. I think this is important work for us to do. I would hope that maybe in the new year that Mr. Watson's group will bring forward a plan on how we're going to address all of the other TOD areas and what kind of planning will we need, what kind of resources do we need to undertake that work. In Ward 13 and Ward 14, there's the potential for significant development that could occur. There's the potential redevelopment of the Shawnee Golf Course, but there's also potential development of St. Mary's University and their whole campus development. So, the TOD of Fish Creek Lacombe, the density in that area is really important, and that it not be taken up with these others and then say, oh, well, we can't handle any more density. So that was the intent here, was to try to provide more of a holistic environment in light of some of the potential redevelopment that could occur in this area. And I fully understand that every other TOD station would like this. So I think this is a reasonable request. I would like two, but I'll go with one.
Can I make it a little easier on you, Alderman Collier-Cart? If you just move the recommendation in the report, what we've heard from the department is they don't need the extra money. They can do it within their existing resources.
Oh, good.
So if you move the one within the report, that might make all of our lives a little easier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I have a seconder.
Alderman Long? Thank you very much. All right, thank you. So we now have the motion in front of us, which is the motion in Report E 2010-26. The Council directed administration to provide TOD policy guidance specific to the Fish Creek Lacombe Station area as part of the 2011 work program through the preparation of a planning, design, and analysis study option 1 as outlined. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Mr. Watson, just confirm that this would not preclude work being done expeditiously and in the normal course of events for any application received in the area.
Through the chair, Alderman Lowe, we will proceed with that application as we would normally proceed with it.
Okay. So we wouldn't have to wait for this report to be done to proceed with that one?
No, we wouldn't. The applicant is well aware that this is potentially an underway, and I believe is prepared to be cooperative, but at some point where we've done our analysis based on the information we've got, which is in the MDP, the CTP, the work that we've done, although it's getting somewhat aged now, the transit-oriented guidelines, development guidelines, and so on, we'll evaluate it and make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Carra?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very excited that we're sort of going to go ahead with this, but what I would really like to see is sort of a departure from business as usual in a number of ways. And I don't know if I make amendments right now or if I just have a discussion with General Manager Watson about some things we might be able to try with this so when they bring the report forward.
I would suggest that unless your changes are going to change the amount of money, that this become an offline discussion. And I know that Mr. Watson's department would welcome your input, given your expertise in this area.
Then I will be happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Alderman Hodges?
Yes, Your Worship, there's no question that entering into an option 2, the station area redevelopment plan, would take longer and would be more costly. I would think it would be a more thoroughly thought-out plan. Being a survivor of the Brentwood TOD ARP, it was only 2 years. I'm not sure if we're finished yet. So that, and it could well, yeah, it could well have been, I lost track after the first 2 years, I guess. So I'd prefer to see option one. I understand Alderman Colley-Urquhart's option two. Understand Alderman Colley-Urquhart's hesitation about wanting to commit to as I say, a full ARP, but I would think that would be the better route to go. Thank you.
No, I think he was just saying what he likes better.
Be a contrary.
Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. I'll support this. I do want to suggest, Mr. Watson, that before you go forward with any new TODs, we do a postmortem on the previous ones. We've talked about that for some time. I think the communities have some wisdom, local wisdom they'd like to share, as well as the experience of several of the aldermen who've gone through them. Well, barely survived. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Before I go to Alderman Colley-Urquhart to close, is there anyone else? Maybe I can just say a sentence, Alderman Colley-Urquhart, which is I just want to say to Mr. Watson and his department, thank you for bringing this option forward. If this works well, and I certainly hope it will, we can perhaps create a model where we can do these things more quickly with the appropriate amount of community engagement and get through the backlog of them more quickly. So I'm very excited to see the department trying this. Alderman Colley-Urquhart to close.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I hope council will support this. It is a compromise. I think everyone is looking forward to some mechanism that will engage and unite the community on future opportunities for this area and the surrounding area. And while I think the master plan of option 2 would certainly be more comprehensive, this is a compromise. And I really want to thank you, Mr. Watson, for finding a way to make this work and to take the approach that you have that I believe is just a win-win for everyone. Thank you, and thanks to your staff.
Thank you, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. So on this motion, E201026, to do option 1 on Fish Creek Lacombe Station, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed. Thank you very much. Other motions relating to planning and development? Alderman Hodges?
Just a question, and perhaps I missed this. Was the LPT report of November 10th, which is coming up next, dealt with already and isn't then coming up next, having been dealt with?
What's the report number, Alderman Hodges?
Well,
the title?
It's Land Use Planning Transportation, November 10th, 2010. And there's some budget-related items here. Well, Deerfoot Trail is an interesting one for sure. Tow
Is
truck-
that the tow truck one?
Tow truck was dealt with.
Did that one already.
Yeah.
And yeah, that one was already approved, and I think the others from the LPT.
Screening fence maintenance program, viability update, 68.
Hold on a second, Alderman Hodges.
May not have been forwarded, that's correct.
That was NM. Here we go. What I've got here is, the only one I've got is the tow truck one in my package, Alderman Hodges.
I put the whole agenda in, and that's why I'm just checking.
Yeah, take a look, that's fine.
I think then, I thought the famous RC, but maybe that's coming Monday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think that's the
Stony Trail.
December 6th agenda,
Stony is December 6th.
now
Thank
that I
you.
think about it.
Sorry.
So, all right then, thank you. So just to be clear on the process, I'm going to ask for any motions from any members of council that have to do first with community services and protective services. Then I'm going to ask for any that have to do with corporate services. Then I'm going to ask for motions that affect more than one department. And I'm going to have one of those.
What did you say about community and protective services? I missed it.
We're going to do that one now.
Okay, thank you.
So, any motion, are we all done then with the motions for planning and development? Any more? Okay. Any motions relating to community services and protective services? Alderman Demong.
I have a motion arising with regards to the NMAX funding of the Legacy project. And I realize that's not going to be the most popular topic with some people, but I think we should be dealing with project funds in a timely manner. If you could put up my motion.
Sorry, Alderman Demong, I was just distracted for half a second. Could you repeat your last sentence?
That's okay. I just asked him to put up the motion. Poetry. This basically has to do with the timing of how and when we spend our money. The City of Calgary Parks has been budgeted to receive as $7.2 million for the 2011, and $7 million for the year 2012 for the Legacy Parks program. It comes through the NMAX dividend. After several discussions with those involved in parks, there's evidence that the entire amount for the 2011 may not be required in the time frame stated, so I would propose the following. Direct that Parks receive $2.2 million for Legacy Parks in 2011, $7 million in 2012, and the remaining $5 million in 2013. Then, following that, direct the $5 million of the original 7.2 dedicated to the Parks budget be transferred into the operating budget. Now, some might say that we're playing with the reserve funds, but this is actually being diverted before it goes into a reserve fund. I think it's a matter of saying, if this money isn't needed until that time, why not use it where we can use it when we need to use it? Thank you very much.
Just before I ask for a seconder, Alder Demong, if you'll allow me, we'll just make a little change to the second one.
Sure.
It should say dedicated to the 2011. It shouldn't even. Oh my goodness! Instead of Parks budget, it should say Parks Legacy Fund. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, please do.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Alderman Collier-Cart, thank you. And I think, yes. So just another very, very small change.
Mm-hmm.
So direct that the $5 million of the original $7.2 million for 2011 dedicated to the Legacy Parks budget. It's not the 2011 Legacy Parks Fund. So that's all.
Correct.
Just a tiny thing.
Yes, thank you very much. I am new at this, so any assistance you can give me, I appreciate.
Yeah, can we just correct number 2, please? Dedicate that $5 million of the original $7.2 million dedicated in 2011, and then get rid of the 2011, and then just type to the Legacy Parks Fund, or is it the Parks Legacy Fund? Parks Legacy Fund, sorry. Okay, I think we're good now. Just get rid of that word Parks budget, and we're good. Okay. All right. Thanks, Alderman Demong. Anything else on this? Or we'll move to debate?
Just absolutely. Just to say that this is simply a matter of funding things when they need to be funding, instead of just holding money in a reserve account for when it is needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I don't disagree with getting NMAX to transfer some monies and to the city, and of course then to a particular budget. But the mystery is the last few words of recommendation 2. Transferred into which? The Parks operating budget, Your Worship? That's what I thought, but I thought I'd start out with the word Parks, and you would then be able to correct me. Okay. So, Your Worship, we're nabbing them for an additional $5 million in effect. I'm not against
That's
that.
precisely what's happening, I think.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I just want to clarify what
Yeah, so the impact on the operating budget, let me try it, Alderman Demong.
On a point of procedure?
Yes.
We're not actually taking anything extra from NMAX. This is,
I believe what Alderman Hodges is saying is that, and you may wish to speak to the amount of money that went into the fund last year versus budgeted. What Alderman Hodges is saying, if I'm hearing him correctly, is that the $5 million would have to go eventually into the Parks Legacy Fund, so we're taking it out for this year. However, if I'm going to put words in your mouth, Alderman Demong, if you don't mind, and Dr. Hargesheimer can give us detail on this, but I feel like they got a little more money last year, well, in 2010, than they were expecting. So do you mind if we ask Dr. Hargesheimer about the
No,
balances?
not at all, Your Worship.
Dr.
That
Hargesheimer?
clarifies it. I think it's rather interesting,
Okay,
but I
so-
felt compelled to ask a couple questions.
Right, so, let me see, how will I start? Okay, so in 2007, Council approved Legacy Phase 2, and Legacy Phase 2 was $75 million from the NMAX dividend from 2007 to 2012 to total that $75 million. And the amount coming in each year was dependent on the size of the dividend. So first and foremost, the dividend had to go to the property tax, which was $35 million in 2007, the dividend to the city, and then any additional dividend would flow into the legacy parks.
Right.
Last year, you increased the dividend from NMAX to $43 million, with the remaining flowing into legacy parks.
So then what went in, just briefly?
Right. So last year, in 2010, we were anticipating that it was the cash flow to make the $75 million was roughly as follows: $12 million in 2010, $7.2 million in 2011, and $7 million in 2012 would get us to the total of $75 million for the Phase 2 of Legacy Parks. In 2010, we received $18.8 million. So what Alderman Demong is saying is we received more in 2010 than we anticipated, and therefore there would be $5 million that could be removed from the legacy parks this year and put into the operating.
Which we've already received. Sounds like.
Yes. However, the caution that I gave to Alderman Demong, and he accepted, was that this is not base money. This is capital dollars that's come one time. And the point is that if you put the $5 million from the Legacy Parks program in 2000, take it out as per this direction, taking it out in 2011, there will be no further $5 million to be taken out to reduce the taxes in perpetuity. There would have to be some other savings or reductions found, because this is a one-time $5 million.
You seem a little bit, I can't tell if it's confused or amused, Alderman Hodges.
Oh, it's definitely amusing. This is a very, very,
I'm
very
glad someone's amused.
very creative, Dr. Hargesheimer. I like it. It's great. Fantastic. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Dr.
I really
Hargesheimer
have
is
to
less
respond
amused,
to
I
this
think.
because this was, I certainly cannot take credit for this creativity as it is Alderman Demong's suggestion. I would say that it's very dangerous to to rely on one-time funding without an ongoing source if you're trying to make a reduction in the mill rate.
Dr. Hargesheimer.
That's your
sorry.
caveat on the process. I agree. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just going to ask Dr. Hargesheimer to walk us through the numbers like we're 6-year-olds, because I think it's still a little bit confusing. So the total amount, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions if you don't mind,
No
just so we
problem.
can figure this out. The initial Legacy Parks, oh my gosh, Parks Legacy Fund. It's like 3 words, completely random. The original Parks Legacy Fund was meant to be how many years?
Okay, so would you like to go back to the inception of the program?
Just for half a second.
Okay.
So how many years is the total program?
All right, so in 2003,
I just mean how many years? 5 years, 7 years, 10 years?
this has been going on since 2003
And it's
to
supposed to expire?
2012, so it's 9 years,
9 years.
right?
Okay. So the total initially budgeted amount, total amount over that 9 years was meant to be
148,965,000.
148. Can we call it 149?
Yes.
Okay. So roughly 150 million, 149 million. What have you got in the bank today? Or I should say, what has been the total of revenues to date?
Hang on. 135 million.
135.
We're $14 million short
Okay.
of the total. And
you
that
were
total was
supposed
supposed to come
You're supposed
in,
to get 7 million each of the next 2 years.
or we're anticipating that. And that would close the program out in 2012.
Okay. That is all I needed to know. Because I was a little bit confused, because I know last year you got much more money than you were expecting, and I didn't know what that impact was on the whole balance.
Right. So overall, however, we would have to say that we were expecting $12 million annually, and therefore, when we received the 18.8 in 2010,
You
we
reduced.
reduced the amount that we would
It's
be
already in there.
expect. Yeah.
It's already in there. That's all I needed to know. That was the part I was confused about, so thank you. Okay. Alderman Lowe.
You can't imagine how much we enjoyed this conversation.
I do know that dipping into reserves and legacy funds is, in fact, your favorite topic.
Well,
Alderman
it's
Lowe.
one of my favorites, but it also, and Alderman, Dr. Hargensheimer's observation about the risk of taking capital money and moving it into a one-time operating mode without having a continuing, ongoing source of money of an equal amount. And you've heard me talk about the bow wave before. What we do is we create the bow wave. That's all we do, Council. So while I appreciate, Alderman Demong's interest in getting this year's mill rate down, unfortunately, in doing so, you just leave us with a bigger problem for the next 2 years. It's the same problem we had to deal with when we were dealing with the $47 million gap this time, 13.6 million of which was essentially that sin cast ahead. We did it to ourselves last year. So, Your Worship, I can't support this now, and Council, I'd ask you not to support it. We have an opportunity now to correct the ledger, I'm going to use that phrase, so that next year, when we start developing the next budget, we can start at least without having to go back and correct it, something that we've been cause of along the way. I'm wondering, Dr. Hargensheimer, if I may, Your Worship, what other things we were looking to do, what are we putting at risk if we shorten this up?
So, Your Worship, it's not exactly correct to characterize the "we don't need it right now" as opposed to can we lengthen the time over which the funds come in. I think there's a nuance there in that we never expend capital funds until we have all of the funding in place. And therefore, the outcome of extending the program total funding to 2013 is that we will delay the completion of some of our projects, the Haskayne Park, the remaining funding for Ralph Klein Park and Memorial Drive by 1 year. So those projects will be delayed because we don't have the capital funding until 2013.
And what about, I think if memory serves me correctly, we had some work to do on Bowness Park. We had some work to do in the Clippert lands. Some of our work out there, others' participation is contingent on us being involved?
Yes, so the projects that I named, Memorial Drive, Haskayne Park, Ralph Klein Park, are the ones that would round out Phase 2 of Legacy Parks. The projects in the parks capital list that remain unfunded are the upgrade to Bowness Park, the upgrade to River Park Sandy Beach, The full development of Haskayne and Clearwater Park, upgrades to Inglewood, well, you get the point here.
Yeah. And as I said before, some of that work, others' contributions are contingent on us getting into it. Is that a fair statement? In other words, there's
Yes.
private money out there that will come with us when they see us get going.
Yes.
So there's a wonderful opportunity here, Your Worship. It's this is a program that isn't broken, so let's not fix it.
I can't. We've talked about the use of that word in relation to council before, Alderman Lowe, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, once again, to clear up my muddled mind here, am I correct, Dr. Harkensheimer, that this money you received more than you should have last year, but you will still get all of the funds that you were promised? Is that correct?
I think it's Alderman Demong's intention to leave the total funding the same, just pace when we would be getting it out one more year.
Okay, so as I understand it, we are looking at continuing and a slight delay, and we go forward from there. So, thank you. I want to, I guess, talk a little bit about my view of the confusion on the transfer of funds to the reserve, and I will talk more about that later. I also want to talk about the bow wave as well, because we have heard that, and I will talk about that later. But both of those are the assumption that we can never, ever find any plausible reductions to our budget, and therefore extinguish or end those at the time. And I just want that stated, that I do believe there are ways of looking at things to mitigate the circumstances of a so-called bow wave. And I think we have to get that in our mindset, that there are ways of doing it, rather than just saying, we didn't do it now, therefore we have to do it next year. We need to come into a mindset of saying, we didn't do it now, but we can mitigate those circumstances next year. I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Keating. I've just been informed one little factoid that council might find interesting is that the current council direction on the Legacy Parks Fund is that when this fund expires, a similar fund be set up to support sports and cultural activities in the city. So presumably, if we were to pass this, we would have to revisit that other fund or the extension of the Parks Fund or whatever. Not really relevant for the motion today. I'm just letting you know that if we pass this, it will lead to some decisions we'll have to make going forward. Alderman, and we can do that. Alderman Collier-Cart. Okay, I'm just going to turn your light off then and we'll get back to you, okay? Alderman Demong, you're going to close, I guess, so I'm going to give a couple others first. Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, but this is contingent on NMAX dividends. Is that correct? And
So yes, the way it works now is that when NMAX gives a dividend, there's a set amount that they have to give to operating, which today is $43 million. The dividend that they give on top of that goes to the Legacy Parks Fund. And there's not really a set amount, although we have a budget for it. So this year they had a good year, so they gave more. And Dr. Hargesheimer adjusted her budget to ask for less next time. Presumably, if they had a ton of money, they could fund the whole rest of the parks in this year for the rest of that program. But the number is up in the air dependent on their performance.
And that would be my question, is what's the risk of this dividend not being available for the parks? So if we take money out now, what's the likelihood that there won't be the $7 million for the following
2 years later, you mean?
Yeah, 2 years that money's not available.
Well, it is true to say that because it's a business entity, there is more risk to cash flows related to NMAX than there are, say, with cash flows related to the property tax. That said, if you believe NMAX's board of directors, things are going very swimmingly. and their overall income this year was in the $200 million range. It would be hard for me to see a world where things change so drastically that $7 million would be at risk. But again, it is a risky business, so it's hard to say.
And that it's because of that volatility of the revenue that we do this with the revenue rather than taking it into general revenue in the first place.
I don't know if anyone who was on council at the time the decision was made would disagree with that, but certainly in the press, that's what it sounded like at that time.
That was a conscious decision.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Pincott?
Well, I thank you, Alderman Demong, for creativity. This is, at the end of the day, I just want to see if I'm reading this right. It is taking the same, it is proposing to take the same amount of money in 2011 from NMAX, but taking $5 million that would have been, that we anticipate for the legacy parks, and moving that into operating, then extending the legacy parks fund for an extra year with that $5 million on the extra year. So it is, for the legacy, it is proposing to extend the legacy parks by an extra year with a $5 million hit in the extra year for NMAX. So basically an extra $5 million out of NMAX, but in 2013 as opposed to 2011. Am I right in that? Okay. And then if the Parks Fund was intended to roll over into Parks and Rec, we're pushing back Parks and Rec by a year. Is that how I understand, Your Worship, your understanding of what the implications of this are?
Well, the motion doesn't actually say what happens.
But a decision has followed through.
I suggest what would happen is when we're looking at the 2013 budget, there would be two options should this pass. Option number one would be don't give money to the other sport and rec fund or whatever it's going to be. Option number two would be to ask for more. If I may speak frankly, we've had a lot of interest around council over the last several weeks for a full review of NMAX and its role vis-a-vis the city. So the reason I'm not that fussed about that question at this time is it all may be moot. We may decide on a whole new way of dealing with NMAX once the Legacy Parks Fund expires.
All right. And this is, to be quite clear, one-time funding.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in reference to Alderman Lowe's bow wave, which is the stuff that we had council, and I say we, not all our we's in those decisions, but previous councils, we, had decided to push things into further years, what Alderman Lowe refers to as the bow wave, which is, are we, and I guess this is for Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Tobert, are we clearing up that bow wave, that hit that we knew we were going to be taking? Are we clearing that with this 2011 budget so that we are, as Alderman Lowe characterized it, starting clearing the decks of sort of these deferred costs or deferred hits in our revenue because of these one-time type of infusions that we've done in the past into operating?
Thank you, Your Worship. The 13.6, if you will, bow wave that we brought forward into 2011, the adjustments clears that up.
Okay.
I think at this point, the one item that has popped up that is reducing the mill rate in 2011 but increasing it in 2012 was related to the Downtown Core Fitness Center. That's the only item I think that's been put in that's starting to create a bow wave in 12. And I think that was about $1.7 million.
Okay. All right, so we.
I definitely agree with that as I've been tracking the numbers as
Okay,
well.
good. I just want to understand as we put all of these things together, and you know, we have a proposal for putting in a one-time, what the impacts are on future years. So this would mean then that we would be looking at, for 2012, a $6.7 million difference between our base anticipated expenditures and our base revenues. So the bow wave that this would create for, or would add to, is 6.7 million.
So far.
So
We're
far.
not done our budget deliberations
So far.
yet, but yes.
I would agree.
So far, okay. And that honestly is the danger of one-time hits, is that it makes it more difficult next year. It amplifies for next year. One of the challenges that we were at for this year was because we had a $13.5 million, we'll put stuff off, or we'll take one-time infusions into operating. And I think that what that does is it just makes the subsequent years more difficult. Makes the subsequent years more challenging to reach a percentage level that people in this room and people outside of this room find acceptable. And I think that doing one-time hits today and essentially putting it off for future councils is probably not the way to address an operating budget. And so for that, while I do admire the creativity and I like it, and I just think that the downstage ripples potentially on funding recreation in 2013 or 2014. I think there's that downstage ripple to it, and there's a downstage ripple on the operating budget for next year that I'm not comfortable with, even though kudos.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Marr. Okay. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Alderman Demong for introducing something creative. I won't be supporting it. For the reasons that Alderman Pincott suggested, but also the success of the Parks Legacy Fund. It's a brilliant fund, and it's supplied so much benefit to Calgarians. And to even look at that fund as an opportunity to augment our operating budget, I find frightening and perhaps precedent-setting. The benefits that fund has presented to Calgarians in a city that hadn't added to its parks inventory for perhaps a generation, maybe even longer, 40 years, I think. It resonated throughout the city. And so what we have done here is said that this fund is up for grabs. It's for use that we had not intended it to be for. And it does push back a very great need, as great as our parks deficit, which is our recreation deficit. Even if it's just for 1 year, Calgarians in many parts of the city are desperate for enhanced recreation opportunities. So I think we need to find our sources in some more sustainable way. This is a sacrosanct fund as far as I'm concerned, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I too applaud the spirit of Alderman Demong. I'm feeling that without the impossible somehow comfort that we can anticipate reliably, or in fact that NMAX could in fact provide some commitments to future dividends, which of course I don't think is reasonable to expect, I'll have to struggle. I can't support this motion either.
Alderman Hodges, I think you've spoken on this already, but something arising?
Well, yes. Your Worship, what we're created is an argument to put more members of council on the NMAX board. Then you can see what maximum cash flow really looks like. There's no question about cash flow and dividend payments at all. It's only the level you want to adjust it to. Thank you.
I suspect, Alderman Hodges, that I will be calling on you again to repeat that sentence over the next few months as we have a different item on the agenda. All right, then, Alderman Demong to close, unless there's anyone else. Alderman Demong to close.
Well, my understanding was that the requirement for the funds was not needed for this time. I was under the impression, after talking with Ann and yourself, that a lot of these, that the majority of that $5 million was for I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say, for future uses. And I had made this suggestion, and I realize it's one-time funding, but at the same time, if you can't use found money, why find it in the first place? It's to not use it and to put it into a fund. I liken the analogy of taking money out of a bank to buy a car in 2 years comes to mind. That if we can hold off doing an increase to the taxpayers by even 0.5% for this year into next year, I think that would be a good thing. Now, I realize it puts us into a slight predicament, and we have to put 0.5% increase into it. We're automatically putting 0.5% on next year. But at the same time, if we can hold that line for the taxpayers, I think it's something that we should try and do anytime we can do. For that reason, I do think this is a great idea. As far as having plans already for where the next batch of the next 5-year plan for the NMAX dividends are going, that's what they are at this point. They are simply plans. They are not dedicated funds. They are not in our budget. They haven't been written in stone. If that is what we decide to do in 2-3 years' time, that is something that we'll decide to do at that point, or next year, depending if we keep the 3-year budget process. At this point, we have a very large tax increase coming our way. This is one option that we can use to lower that tax increase. At this point, I encourage you to lower the taxes when possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alderman Demong. So on the motion on the screen in front of you, are we agreed? Opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Putmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Kurt.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell.
No.
Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes, mic won't work.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Carried.
All right, thank you for that, Alderman Demong. Other motions relating to CSNPS? Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think that Madam Clerk has it on the screen for your viewing pleasure. The reason why I'm bringing this forward in CS and PS is because it actually has similar tact to what Alderman Demong was trying to do, and a similar suggestion as to what his worship was. You want to wait? Okay. And we're waiting. There we go. So again, a motion rising, and this is has some legacy parks implications, but it also has direct implications on NMAX. What I would like to do is to increase the dividend. Can we not direct the Board of NMAX?
Not here.
Worship, this is a governance issue that speaks to how you work with your board. You actually engage your board to run this company for you. They do so on your behalf. They don't necessarily take
Are they not a
direction.
wholly owned sub? Well,
To request of the police commission.
I am happy to, they're not a wholly owned sub, though. But I'm so from a procedural standpoint, can we request, or do we request or direct, Madam Clerk?
This is,
Worship, it's not a procedural bylaw question.
No, I understand.
This
Okay.
is a governance question.
Governance issue, so you're saying it must be request?
Alderman Marr, I would say request.
Well, you didn't mention it when I showed you.
Sorry,
Okay.
my mistake.
Okay, so to request the Board of NMAX to instruct the NMAX management, I'm assuming they can do that, to increase the NMAX dividend to the City of Calgary. Now, not including the Legacy Parks bit. So we're not talking about the entire global dividend to the City of Calgary, by an additional 10%. So that's, which is right now a total of $47.3 million. So we're asking for an additional $4.73 million to be given to the city to be used in general. Number two is to ensure that that further dividend to the Legacy Parks Fund remains at a minimum of $10 million for 2011.
Sorry, just as we're going along, we may as well get it right.
Yes, Your Worship.
I think Dr. Hargesheimer said that she's looking for 7.2. So was your change from that to 10 intentional?
It was at the time, but this was before we had that a bit with Alderman Demong, so the numbers are changing as we go through this. Yes?
You know something, we're almost at the break, so why don't you continue? I think we may have to switch the language a little bit more, but we'll do it at the break.
Well, if you'd like, we can call the break now, and we can sort the numbers out and revisit this when we return. I would be happy to do that, but I'm not going to.
Sounds good to me. Recess to 3:45.
Yeah. 4 times. Let's see.
blah, 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 and here we go.
Did you bang it? I'm gonna bang it myself. I really am. All right. Alderman Marr and I caucused, I suppose that's the right word, over the break, to try and get the wording in his motion correct based on what we just approved. So, Alderman Marr, I think you have some changes to the motion. Then I will say a couple of words of clarification, and then we will debate, okay?
So, let's back up there. So essentially what we're going to do, Council, is because Alderman Demong's motion has not actually affected my motion at all. It is to request of the Board of NMAX to instruct NMAX management to increase the dividend to the City of Calgary, so not including the Legacy Park Fund, by an additional 10%, which is right now 47.3 million. So by another 4.7
So, Alderman Marr,
million.
again, as we work through it, let's just make sure we get all the writing right. So could you please take the words request up to NMAX management to, so up to that first two, and put those right next to that council, okay? So that number one starts with the word increase,
Okay.
okay? So we're putting the first phrase into the preamble is what we're doing. Perfect. Okay, exactly. All right, keep
Okay,
going.
terrific. So
And when you say in 2011, are you aiming for 1 year or from 2011 and beyond?
this is 2011 and beyond. So it is.
please add
it is-
and beyond
It
after
is an
2011.
operating increase to increase it by 10%. Now, I've got some notes here. Currently, the dividend to the City of Calgary right now is $43 million. That's what they're giving in support of the mill rate. Now, currently, NMAX has also contributed $18.8 million to the Legacy Fund. And correct me if any of my numbers are wrong, which I know they're not. So that's a total, and even with my rudimentary command of mathematics, it's $61.8 million. So what my motion does, Council, is says that the 48 million or 47.3 to the mill rate, plus an additional 10%, which brings us up to $48 million, give or take. Right? Oh, sorry, brings us up to 10%, whatever that is. That's another $4.7 million. And what it does is we'll drop the mill rate down by, what is it, 47? So brings us to $51 million for operating support to the mill rate. The current contribution, what they're getting, or what they are giving to us right now is 47.3. So another 10% of that is 4.7. Oh, they're giving, sorry, my apologies. Okay, so they're giving us 43, so the total becomes 47. Okay, so my mistake. So now we're asking another 10%. Okay, the second portion of this.
Alderman Marr, just FYI, I hate to do this to you, but
Yes.
there are going to be, we're going to have a whole whack of changes to the wording on this, just given governance. But you know something? Why don't you finish what you're trying to say? We'll talk about the substance, and then we'll get the wording right, okay?
Okay, well, do we want to do this in portion, or do you want to do it as a whole?
Why don't you fix the second one now? Because there's, I think, still an error in the second one.
Okay, well, the second one is also saying that we want to ensure that the Legacy Parks Fund remains at $10 million. Now, of course, this was done prior to Alderman Demong's initial motion, which was to
So
take that
I
$5
think the
million.
wording you're looking for on number 2, Alderman Marr, is, because just for 2011, right? Provide a one-time dividend to the Legacy Parks Fund of $5 million in 2011.
is that sufficient to,
That gets us to 7.2, not
yeah,
10.
but is that sufficient to maintain our requirement for the legacy parks?
7.2 was the budgeted amount, right, Dr. Argesheimer?
Yes, that's correct, but if you, as you pointed out, the 7.2 is an estimate. So if you direct, or if you request NMAX to give the city the 5 million, they'll give us the 5 million, not
Minimum
the
of.
5 plus 2.2, right?
Yeah, because the 2.2 is already there.
It's
Oh.
not actually there.
Okay, all right. So let's just get the wording exactly right. Thank you, Dr. Argesheimer, very helpful.
I was quite happy with 10, Your Worship.
Don't overreach, Alderman Moore. You can if you want.
Dare to dream, mate.
Hmm?
I said dare to dream.
So, provide a one-time dividend to the Legacy Parks Fund of a minimum, oh dear, now we have a problem.
Well, we need to
Okay,
ensure,
so-
we need to ensure that we have the money that we,
Okay, so in fact, sorry, I'll take it back. Get rid of what I added, okay? And what we can say is ensure that the dividend to the Legacy Park Fund remain at a minimum of 7.2 million for 2011. That'll do it.
is that sufficient?
That would be as it was before Alderman Demong's motion.
Okay, so what we're doing is essentially we're
Restoring.
the NMAX legacy parks for this year.
That's right.
So robbing Peter to pay Paul. Okay, Mary. Okay, is that clear now?
Yes, Mr. Sawyer was just pointing out that, so everyone understands the purpose of number 2, is that, I just want to make sure that if we were to pass this, we know exactly what we're doing. If we were to pass number 1 without number 2, NMAX could use what had initially been going into the Parks Fund to use that legacy dividend for that additional 10% dividend. And I think, Alderman Marr, that is not your intention. So number 2 is sort of belts and suspenders to make sure that this is new money that is coming to us from NMAX.
Absolutely. Which is actually less than what they're budgeting for this year, Council. Almost 7 million, actually.
And then number 3, Alderman Marr?
So number 3, again, is to ensure that the Legacy Parks Fund stays with us until 2017. So another $7 million per year until 2017.
Okay.
What this will do is allow us to be able to have park restoration like Bowness Park or like River Park, which is all unfunded at this time. So, Council, what this does in effect is we know that NMAX is giving us right now 43 million, 18.8 for Legacy Parks, which is 61.8 million. My motion says increase that to $48 million plus $7 million for the Legacy Park, which is 55, which is $7 million less than what they're already doing. It shouldn't be a great hardship. But what it will do is make a significant contribution to the mill rate and also ensure that Legacy Park stays with us for a very long time. Thank you, Your Worship.
So, Alderman Marr, we have a bit of a governance issue here. I believe that the aldermen who are board members of NMAX perhaps agree with that issue. And the issue is that although council makes up the shareholder of NMAX, council is not the shareholder of NMAX. So while Alderman Demong's motion was about money we're getting anyway and where we're going to put it, that we can do that. Because this is a request to the shareholder of NMAX, we have 2 ways we can go. Number 1 is to change the wording on all of this so that it says at the top something like that council requests the chairman of the board of NMAX to call a special shareholders meeting to put the following motion. And then all of that becomes the motion at the shareholders meeting. We could do that. We could also move something that says council provides this direction and refers it to the mayor to work with the chairman of board of NMAX to figure out how to get it in front of NMAX. So we've got a couple of ways to go here. I would prefer the latter, so that we can get this exactly right and not make a governance error on the floor of council. But we can also work to get the right wording here and now, if you would prefer that. Alderman Marr?
Well, Your Worship, I think that the intent is clear, that we're trying to utilize to the best effect the asset, the wholly owned subsidiary that we have, and provide for the taxpayer the most effective use of those funds. I think that this is clearly not a burden to the corporation, given the fact that this is actually less money than they were already prepared to give.
Alderman Marr, I'm only focused on the governance question right now.
I appreciate that, Your
the
Worship.
two-
So my intent.
And I just want to make sure that we're not doing anything that's offside. So the two options are, number one, we change the wording to just make it say, we need a resolution, we need a special shareholders meeting, and then we can go through and take the three separately to understand which of those we want on the motion to go to the shareholders meeting, understanding that the shareholder could change their mind. That's us. That's one way of doing it. Number two is we could have a whole different kind of motion that says, and that one is probably a little bit safer, that says, instruct the mayor to work with the chair of NMAX to expedite a motion to the shareholder, including the following. I think that's probably the right way to do it.
Either or.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. So let's make the first of it, the council instruct the mayor exactly to work with the chair of the board of NMAX. Oh, they can instruct me. Really? All right, request the mayor. I think you can instruct me. Oh, well, listen, if you happily request me,
Anyway.
I will take the request. So that council requests the mayor to work with the chair of board of NMAX to expedite a shareholder motion this is when we need Mr. Tully, huh? Shift comment. To be heard after the word motion. Yeah, because when's the AGM? It's too late for, yeah, okay. To be heard at a special shareholder meeting. Comma, including the following items. Okay, I think that'll get us there. Okay? So now what we'll do, it's a little bit unorthodox, but what we'll do when we finish the debate on this is we will take each of those three separately, and whichever ones pass will be the ones I'll work with the chairman of the board to get onto the shareholders' agenda. Make sense, Alderman Marr?
Yes, it's interesting that all of this advice comes after the fact, when this was circulated throughout.
It is what it is, Alderman Marr. We'll get it right now.
Thank you.
All right, folks, so is everyone, I see a few confused faces. Is everyone clear on what just happened? Let me try again. What we need to focus on now is the substance of 1, 2, and 3. We have a motion now that gives me enough wiggle room to figure out how to make it work from a governance perspective. So if you want 1, 2, and or 3, when we vote on them, we will move forward and figure out a way to get that. This will come back to a shareholders meeting of NMAX, which is all of us, and we will vote on them once again then at that point. And the way that usually works is we do a straw vote of the council. Whatever the majority is, I cast the shareholders vote with that majority, as we did at the last meeting with NMAX. Okay? So don't worry too much about the language. I think we've got it right now. We can now focus on the substance of 1, 2, and 3. So number 1 says that we are going to increase the, we are proposing, I should say, to increase the dividend of NMAX. Before we vote on it, we may actually even end up changing the words there a little bit based on what the initial council direction was. But the substance is the same, that we're going to ask NMAX for 10% more for operating. Okay? Number 2 says that we will make sure that we preserve Legacy Parks Foundation, a fund, why do I keep getting that wrong? At 7.2 million in 2011. Okay, and then number 3 is about the future of the Parks Fund. The net impact of this, should the shareholder pass all of this, given what we just did in the very last motion before the break, is that the draw, if this all passes, the draw from NMAX to the operating budget in this year, in 2011, would be an additional $9.3 million. Okay, an additional $9.3 million. We gave 5 already, that's already in there. But then this adds another 4.3 to the operating budget, plus restores the 5 to the Legacy Parks Fund. Okay, so we're asking NMAX for 9.7 more, with the 9.3 more, with the net impact that that 9.3 would, at the end of the day, all flow into our operating budget. Clear as mud? And if you were to look at NMAX's numbers for 2009, the numbers were actually higher than what's being proposed here. Alderman Mar just pointed out that I should mention that. Okay, I think this is the most lights I have ever seen on. Let's see if we can overcome my, my entire new system here. And we'll start with Alderman Collier-Card. Woohoo! I'm turning your light off. We'll get back to you. Alderman Lowe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. It's been great fun sitting here watching this. I have, we have some apples and oranges mixed in here.
I think I see some bananas, some grapes, and some cantaloupes too, Alderman
I
Lowe.
think you're absolutely right, Your Worship. And I'm going to go back to a conversation I had with Council a couple of days ago about NMAX, the dividend, the shareholders' agreement that brings it dividend over to Council, and then Council policy that distributes that money. Because they're kind of muddled in here. So, looking first at the preamble, Your Worship, I'm going to suggest at this moment that Council consider requesting the Mayor to meet with the Chair of NMAX to develop a strategy to.
Oh, just to give ourselves a little more wiggle room?
Precisely.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so and that's sort of my moving into the governance area. When we talk about increasing the NMAX dividend, what we're really talking about is altering the shareholder agreement. Now, if we want to alter the shareholder agreement, and I don't see there's anything wrong with that, then it has to be phrased a little bit differently, but you can achieve the same end without all the convoluted bits and pieces in here.
Oh, well, if you've got a suggestion, we'll take it.
Well, it's as simple as saying that the NMAX dividend shall be the greater of X number of dollars or of the previous year's earnings.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
So-
right now it
so I
says
think-
the greater of 30 million or 30% of the previous year's
30%.
earnings.
I think that you have, I was going to say inadvertently, but you did it on purpose. I think the language that you just gave us at the top actually allows me to do all of that.
It does.
Because if we
Precisely.
simply say to develop a strategy to achieve the following,
Yep,
then we can figure out all the language for the shareholders agreement later.
exactly. And
So
then
just
the
say,
shareholders
to
agreement
develop a
comes to
strategy
council.
to achieve the following. And then I think 1, 2, and 3, the language is all messed up, but it's clear what we want.
Well, and it can be to achieve the following: a review of the universal shareholders agreement with respect to the dividend.
Let's not even say that. Let's just say a strategy to achieve the following. And then number 1 can be simply an increase of the NMAX dividend to the City of Calgary of some amount.
Why don't we just talk about a discussion of the universal shareholders agreement? There may be other avenues that you and the chair want to discuss.
I just want to make sure that council today If they want another 4.3 million, make that clear.
Well, we're making it clear to you now. But the thing is, none of this happens until 2011 based on the 2010 earnings.
Correct.
So that, the first part, I don't care how you do it, but we're going to deal with the Universal Shareholders Agreement. Number two, we're talking about council's policy once the dividend has hit the city of Calgary. And what I think I hear Alderman Marr saying is that rather than 42.3 million, the first 42.3 million go to the operating budget. I think I hear him saying the first 51.4. Okay, I'm sorry, 47.3. The first 47 of the dividend, the first 47.3 comes, and then that anything above that to a maximum of 7 million per year go to this, or a minimum, however you want to state it.
Okay, so we can do this.
We can.
Okay, so let's do it now. Alderman Marr, I know this is hugely unorthodox, but I'm sure you don't mind us messing with your motion to make sure that we've got it right, since there was no seconder yet anyway.
I'm
and it's
here
not
to
really
serve,
on the
Your
floor
Worship.
yet. Not yet. I actually did this on purpose so that we could fix the language and didn't need to amend and amend and amend. So, let me try this, Alderman Low, on for size.
Sure.
That council requests the mayor to meet with the chair of the board on NMEX to develop a strategy to achieve the following. Number one, a minimum dividend in 2011 of, what was the number, 53 point something? 47 plus 7, so 54.5, did I do that right? So a minimum dividend of $54.5 million.
How do we arrive at 54.5?
47.4 plus 7.2.
No, but the 47.4 was 43.2 plus a factor.
I'm removing the factor at this point because we'll figure out how to get to these numbers. I think Alderman Marr's motion was these are the numbers I want. So I'm altering the motion so it talks about the dollar figures, and we'll back into the Universal Shareholder Agreement.
I hope Mr. Tobert's making some notes here because
I'm going to watch the tape.
We don't keep the tapes.
Okay, carry on, please, Your Worship.
Do you see where I'm going, Alderman?
I see where you're going. I'm uncomfortable with the numbers as I see them right now. They don't fit the numbers I had, listening to Alderman Marr and yourself. Because the objective, if I listen to the conversation correctly,
Okay,
the
go ahead.
objective was to increase the portion of dividend that went to the operating budget in 2011. Hold that thought. To replace the $5 million that Alderman Demong just took out.
That council just took out.
I stand corrected, Your Worship. Over my dead body they did it, but here I'm standing.
Me too, Alderman.
Yeah. So that's sort of the objective of the first. My question is it the desire of council, is it the desire of Alderman Marr to carry the additional 4.3 million on in perpetuity?
Yes.
Okay.
I asked the same question.
Therefore, we then have to go back and say, what is, it's 42.3 plus 5, 47.3, plus we want to be ensured that there will be $7 million a year to legacy, right? So that's
exactly. So what
54.5 million a year is the minimum. So that would be the minimum dividend a year.
Right. So what I'm suggesting, almost exactly in the same place, what I'm about to suggest is that we say a minimum dividend of 54.5 million in 2011 and an amendment to the shareholders' agreements to ensure this minimum level going forward.
Well, why don't we just simply say a minimum dividend of 54.5 million commencing in 2011?
The only reason I don't want to say it is because it's a dollar figure instead of a percentage. And I want to give us, right now it's 30 million or 30%,
Well,
whichever is higher.
Well, you see, in this was going to be the next part of my conversation, is then you then have to revisit the percentage thing very carefully.
Exactly.
For two reasons. One,
and I'm not comfortable with doing the math on that today, which is why I'm saying for the first year, put a dollar figure.
Okay.
And then in the future, figure out the right number.
and that's fine. I understand your strategy. I hope you can appreciate the position I'm coming from.
No, I
because
hear you. I hear
It's
you.
a whole package,
I hear you.
and we have, and it's careful. Council has to be careful to design this in such a way that our corporation can continue to deliver it and continue to function and continue to perform. So there's some.
Okay. So that
We
and
go
this is-
much further beyond this conversation,
Yes,
Your Worship.
exactly.
We have to go and.
And I'm trying to give myself the wiggle room here to do what Alderman Marr is requesting for 2011,
Mhm.
but not handcuff council in future years.
Okay.
So I think the language you've given me up front helps me do that. So if we say, let's try this out, a minimum dividend of 54.5 million in 2011 and an amendment to the shareholders agreement to ensure, not the same, that's not quite right, to ensure here's the wiggle room, an increased cash flow to the city in future years. As in increased from today. And then I'll have the room to work the numbers with council.
I
Similarly increased, maybe?
to ensure a continued cash flow. I guess what I'm worried, and this sounds awful, and I don't intend it this way, Your Worship, but I want to fetter you a little bit.
No, that's fine, I understand. But remember that council, as the shareholder, would still have the final say.
I appreciate
I'm just trying to
that.
bring something to the table for them.
Just change an increase, just to ensure a cash flow into the future would be simple.
All right,
enough.
fine. All right, fine. I mean, we've had this discussion. I know what your direction is, and that's what we would work to make happen.
Okay, going to point number 3, Your Worship.
Okay,
I
so
can
then,
understand point
hold
number
on,
two.
hold on. So, let's get one finished,
Okay.
okay? So after the word years, we can get rid of all the rest of it in number 1. And in fact, we can also get rid of number 2 because it's now incorporated in number 1.
Precisely.
Okay? Now, the new number 2, Alderman Lowe.
Well, that, again, that moves into council's policy with respect to the dividend once we receive it. So simply what we're saying there is that we ensure of the dividend received, a minimum of goes into the Legacy Parks Fund. And I see it's increased to 2017, Dr. Hargensheimer, because it stopped in,
It
is that
stops
the
in
right year?
2013, right?
It was 13 before.
It currently stopped at 2012, and now as a result of the last vote of council, it's extended to 2013.
Okay, so I take it Alderman Marr's intention was to continue it beyond that, so we can bring
Yes.
some additional
That's right.
projects in. Okay, now I understand it. Now, Your Worship, I've been standing here in my feet, doing this in my feet, and I'm going to ask you to let me yield to Alderman Pincott, who is my partner on the NMAX board, because he and I have not had a chance to caucus about this.
His is, in fact, the next name on the list anyway, Alderman Lowe, but judging from the look on his face, I'm not quite sure he wants to take this one on. Just before we yield to him, do you have anything on the wording of the actual motion, Alderman Pincott, or is it going to be on the substance? I'd like to get the motion on the table properly. Okay, so let me get this on the floor, Alderman Lowe, and I'll recognize you again if you want to chat more about it. Number 1 and number 2 are very, very different things. They really kind of don't belong in the same motion. And one might argue that number 2 doesn't belong in budget day. That said, Alderman Marr, if you want to put it, you can put it. But I suspect that number 1 already does for you what you need in number 2. Okay? So, we now finally have a motion. Thank you for your patience. It's important to get these things right when we're talking about large sums of money in people's lives, right? Alderman Farrell, are you seconding? Thank you very much. So we now have this motion put by Alderman Marr, seconded by Alderman Farrell, and we will separate it for voting purposes. So we have two different things. Now, on the substance of the motion, now that we've gotten through all the procedural jujitsu, Alderman Pincott.
Well, thank you. Because I was certainly turning myself in knots trying to figure it out, and the governance certainly was a big deal. So I think it's a lot clearer. I actually do have number 2 doesn't belong there at all. Number 2 is council policy. It is not the chair of NMAX or NMAX board who determines our parks legacy dividend and how long that and where that goes and how long that will continue. It's not up to NMAX to decide that our parks legacy fund is going to continue beyond 2012 or 2013. That is a council policy, so it should not be part of this motion. It could be a separate motion, but at the end of the day, that too is not about the 2011 budget.
You know something, Alderman Pincott? I think you're right. So I'm going to say that you rose on a point of order.
Okay.
Which I have agreed with. So Alderman Marr, we're going to take out number 2, and you have, because it doesn't meet with the preamble. I was just going to do it as a separate motion, Alderman Farrell, as soon as we're finished with the first one. Could do. What would you prefer, Alderman Marr? All in one or 2 separate ones? All right, so in that case, please, here we go again. It was never like this before, was it, Council? No. Please place the number 1 before the word that, okay? That Council requests the mayor to meet with the chair of the board. Okay.
Right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning. So place the number at the top, at the very, very top. Place the number 1 there. Okay. Merge the number, what now has a number 2 in front of it, into number 1 to get rid of the following, to achieve a minimum dividend of, sorry, Madam Clerk, you're doing yeoman's work here. And then number 2, that council, that's all actually, that council preserve the Legacy Parks dividend, blah, blah, blah. Elegant, Alderman Farrell, thank you. Oh dear. Alderman Marr.
Well, there's just one teensy-tiny little problem with this, that I really appreciate the collaborative work that's been done here so far, because council understands the intent of what I was trying to do. However, and that's fantastic, it really is, and this is demonstrating how well this council is working together. So what we need to do, however, is to direct administration to direct this increased funds to operate.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that as motion arising, but now that we've fixed it like this, we can do that. So after the word years in number 1,
it should
also say
to
that council further direct administration.
No, don't put that in 1.
Don't put that in 1, make it 2.
Should this
vote on them separately.
NMAX.
Oh, you're right.
Should
So
actually
number
be-
2 then. Number 2 then. Okay.
Well, new number 2.
New number 2, that council
Direct administration.
you don't even have to direct administration. Just say council approve. Is it a transfer? An increase to operating
From $43 million.
from 43 to $47.4 million.
Is it 47.4 or 47.3?
47.3, sorry.
Right.
The big one. And Mr. Sawyer is going to find the actual program number, but we can keep going. We'll just add it in later.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your patience, Alderman Pincott. You stood through all of that. Back to you, sir.
this is one of the challenges of trying to do this on the fly. I think, having the discussion about the shareholder agreement is appropriate. I think having a look at a whole bunch of things with the shareholder agreement is appropriate. Looking at what the formula is for the shareholder dividend, I think it's fine. Let's do that. Let's have a look at that. Setting a target, an anticipated target for that moving forward. I fully support this as opposed to doing it as a one-time take. It needs to be a going forward so that we don't create more problems. And so we've got it now. Number 3 is still at the end of the day, we're taking here as part of the budget discussion, trying to extend a program that was considered and to last 10 years. There was a thought about other programs, and we're getting into mixing apples and oranges and cantaloupes all over the place. And what is the rationale for continuing the Legacy Parks dividend beyond 2012? What would we be doing with that money instead if we weren't continuing it there? Is doing a parks dividend for 14 years instead of the original 10 the right thing? We don't have to make that decision on the council floor. It doesn't impact the budget. Has nothing to do with it. Number 3 has nothing to do with the 2011 budget. Let's think about it. Why commit ourselves to something that has absolutely nothing to do with the budget? So I will support 1 and 2, but number 3 has absolutely nothing to do with today. So please, let's vote down number 3.
I'll add one more thing, Alderman Pincott, which is that just as a point of information, I'm not saying one way or the other, but some members of council have asked for a full strategic review of our relationship with ENMAX early in 2011. If we were actually going to move forward with that and we pass number 3 and we decide to change how ENMAX's dividend works, we would need to reconsider. So the timing of this may be challenging.
We don't want number 3 there. Thank you. So, no.
Folks, we have
you.
the chance to vote on them separately. And Alderman Pincott has made his point. Alderman Carra. Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Hodges.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't want to extend this discussion any further because the intent is a good idea, but the shareholder agreement is a specific agreement, so it should be in capital letters, capital S for shareholder and capital A for agreement. I have a copy upstairs.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. I think those things are usually caught when we write the minutes, but all
Well,
right.
hopefully it is
Alderman Chabot.
specific agreement.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, that was somewhat painful and probably the most ill-conceived motion I've seen since I've been on council. However,
But better now, Alderman Chabot, after all that, surely.
40 minutes later, 45 minutes later, and finally got a motion on the floor. Anyways, I struggle with this motion, and I'll tell you why. It has to do with the direction that council has given ENMAX. If we want to change the shareholders' agreement, change the dividend, this is not something we can just do on the fly without looking at what the implications are going to be on the strategic plan of ENMAX. ENMAX has basically laid out their plan to us, told us what the future of the corporation has envisioned in regards to investment in generation, investment in distribution, how it's going to reinvest some of its dividends back into its assets. This is going to have huge implications on the operations of the corporation and its strategic plan moving forward. So I think before we can even consider changing the formula, we'll have to look at the whole picture. and what the implications are going to be for the corporation and its strategic plan moving forward. So to suggest that we can just change that and assume that everything else will fall into place, I think is presumptuous of us, and it definitely needs at least some preamble, some pre-discussion with NMAX, and have them prepared to respond to this in light of the direction that council's already given them. So I'm sorry, I can't support this motion. I can certainly support a motion to engage NMAX into, or initiate NMAX into holding a new strategic planning session that will respond to potential changes to the shareholder agreement. This essentially lays out the dividend requirement in advance of having an opportunity for them to describe to us the negative implications of doing this to the operational direction that council's already given. So no, I'm not going to support any of this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to word what I'm going to say very, very carefully, because I do want it to come across as a compliment, but I also want to make my feelings known exact as they are. At this point in time, on this topic only, I really agree with Alderman Lowe and Alderman Pincott, so I will support 1 and 2.
I just don't even know how to react. Alderman Lowe and Alderman Pincott, this is a big deal. Make a note of this in your diary. Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think much of what I wanted to say has been said already, but I did want to clarify that a reaction that I had earlier was with respect to a comment about previously circulated information, which I have seen none on this. Nothing. So this is all new to me. And I find it very difficult in this context on the fly to figure out what exactly we're talking about here. I think much of my concern about our current agreement with NMAX has already been answered. I don't think we can comment because we don't know what the impact is on NMAX's business model. And I'm also concerned that we have, if we start meddling with this, that we could end up in a similar situation as the Health Services Board, where we have board members quitting because we're meddling in the, and maybe we do want something to happen, but this is certainly not the way to do it. Having said that, I don't disagree that if it's possible, if we can increase our income from NMAX, I think that's a good thing. If it can be done in partnership and in conversation, but I don't think I can support this the way it's been put forward. With respect to number 3, I am confused. Seems to be where I live most of the time right now.
On this one, I'm your next door neighbor, but I think we're getting out of there.
Well, I think we said earlier that the Legacy Parks dividend was to 2012, which we just extended to 2013, and now we're extending it to 2017, and I have no idea what that does to the recreation piece that was to follow.
So, to answer your question, Alderman McLeod, it's not really connected. However, if we were to pass number 3, it would mean that, I sure hope, we would go back to Dr. Hargesheimer and ask her for a report on what she would do with that extra 4 years of funding. And also, we would, as a council, talk about what, if we want to repeal the previous council's direction on the other levy, or if we'd want to do something else. In my mind, council is about to have a big discussion about NMAX, and the whole question may be moot, because we may decide to do something entirely different.
Well, it's a bit of a damned if you do and damned if you don't, because if we approve this and then we find out that it's not going to work the way we thought it was, then we have to have a reconsideration motion. If we don't approve it, we've still got the same problem. If we want to go ahead, we'll have to reconsider. So,
well,
I'm
not quite.
sure that
Not quite. If we say no to this one, then remember, you only really have to. So let's put it this way: if we say no to this one, and we come up with something quite different, then we can just put that to council without needing to reconsider this one. Not supposing we will vote one way or the other, but it would be a little easier that way.
Okay, let me see if I understand this. If we say no to this and we bring it back, it's not a reconsideration because we'll bring it back in some other form.
If we bring it back exactly the same, it would be a reconsideration. I suspect council would bring back some other form. Alderman Lowe, you want it now? He did, but I told him that I would recognize him again, given that his first speaking was just helping us sorting out the language.
I think I'm going to sort of pretend I'm closing on an amendment, Your Worship, if I may. And I want to address Alderman Chabot. I wanted to address Alderman Chabot's concerns because I can understand where he's coming from, but if you take a look at the language, it says for the mayor and the chair of NMAX to meet to develop a strategy, which would involve a discussion with the chair of NMAX about the corporation on its go forward. And if there's anything comes out of that, then it would be brought to the shareholder, as would any amendment to the shareholders' agreement. Number 2 just follows along with, and also with respect to a dividend of 54.5 in 2011, we have the Q3 2010 annuals with us. So we're going to make that. There's nothing proprietary in that. It's the go forward that the strategy will be around. And Council, I would really ask you to vote a very strong no on number 3. Then we can get that into the proper context and carry on with it there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, it's a bit messy, no question, but I'm going to support it. I think the direction is clear enough that we've asked the mayor to meet with the board of NMAX, or with the chair of NMAX. If at the shareholders agreement or shareholders meeting, it's determined that this puts NMAX somehow in jeopardy, I am quite certain they will let us know. But what we just did in the previous vote is we took $5 million away from the Parks Legacy Fund and delayed that work for 1 year. That went through, but as I mentioned before, we've delayed our attention to parks for 40 years. So whether you want to argue 2017 is long enough, there are a host of other parks needs that remain unaddressed when this fund ends at 2012. So I think it just identifies sort of redressing the $5 million, but also gives an indication of what we want to do in the future. I don't think it's a big policy change. It's just extending a program that's been really effective, and I have no doubt will be needed in the future. So I'll support both of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Demong.
I have to agree with Gord and, Alderman Lowe and Alderman Pincott that number 3 is for a different time and place. That really does not belong right here and right now to be speaking of. I just wanted to address Alderman Farrell. We did not take any money away from the Legacy Park Fund. We simply extended the process in which it was going to be done. This is what we do. We change the timelines. We change how we allocate funds to different programs. Speaking of allocating, we just decided by a majority of council to extend that to a 3-year term. If we decide to go with policy number 1, I recommend that we vote no on number 2 and change it so that the entire 54.5 goes to operating expenses minus my last motion. I think that would be an excellent way of proceeding. We've already decided that a 3-year term to finish off the Legacy Parks program is suitable to the majority of council. If we were to just consider, say, taking the balance of it and increasing from 43 million to 52.5 into operating budget, we would be able to do a great service to the city of Calgary taxpayers. I think is something that we should give some very serious consideration to, and if it would be all right, I'd like to make that amendment.
2017 to 2013?
No, Alderman Demong, I appreciate that. I think that the mover would find that contrary to his intent, and that is my practice. I do ask the mover when we have amendments.
For
And
option two,
he's
to
nodding
go
his
from
head. So my suggestion to you, Alderman Demong, is if you feel that way, vote down number 2, and then we can take a motion arising.
Can you ask him if he
I
finds
just
it contrary?
did. I just did.
All right.
And he was nodding at me. Thanks, Alderman Demong.
I agree with Alderman McLeod that this is, it's an unfortunate way to have a strategic discussion about the future of NMAX and that role and relationship. Number one is, so we're asking the mayor and the chair of the board to come up with a strategy to change our arrangement and not even come back to a shareholder meeting where we'll discuss it.
Alderman Collier-Cart, it will have to come back to a shareholders
It
meeting.
doesn't say it.
Yeah, but we don't have, only the shareholder has the right to do it, so.
So I want to just elevate where I'm coming from, sort of beyond where this is. If this new council wants to have a strategic discussion about NMAX, the future of NMAX, and our role and relationship with NMAX, I'm all for it. But we need to do that before we engage in any conversations with the chair and or the board. We have to kind of, as a council, have some agreement around where we're at with that. So I'd like to refer this to the next strategic planning meeting of council.
Second.
Which is February 1st. And let's get into it. Let's do it in the best interest of probably the largest asset that the city of Calgary owns, which is NMAX. So let's be thoughtful, let's be intentional about where we're going, and let's not come through the back door during a budget discussion to deal with matters such as this. So we're only talking a couple months away till we have a strategic planning session. And then we'll have a plan forward that we can then sit down with NMAX at a shareholder meeting and give them that opportunity to have that dialogue with them. So, Council, please don't support this the way it is, and please support a referral motion to a strategic planning session. Thank you.
Okay, so we now have a motion to refer to Council strategic planning session on 1st February 2011. Before my birthday, what an exciting way to spend. Moved by Alderman Collier-Urquhart, seconded by Alderman Chabot. So, on the motion to refer, any discussion? Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, we were moving quite well towards a common goal, which was to make the most efficient use of our asset, number one. Number two, to reduce the amount of impact that some of the decisions that we've made today and over the last week to the City of Calgary taxpayer. And number three, and most importantly, in my view, is to ensure that we were able to continue one of the most important programs that we've had, the Legacy Parks. What this would allow us to do is provide much-needed funding for parks that are languishing right now in the City of Calgary. River Park, completely unfunded. Bowness, unfunded. The list goes on. We know that we have a problem here. We know that we have had an ongoing issue where we're falling behind in our recreation spaces. And we can simply extend our policy through council for Legacy Parks Fund for another 5 years. It's the right thing to do. Secondly, we can also mitigate some of the decisions that we've made, including $6.1 million park and ride decision, by adopting this policy where we will talk to NMAX No one's saying that we're going to put a gun to their heads and drag them down the laneway and force them to give us this money. We're going to sit down with them and explain to them our position and how we will be able to use this to further the overall goals of the City of Calgary. That's what it's there for. This is exactly what they're doing with EPCOR in Edmonton. This is the right thing to do. And a referral now will drag us back into time and away from all of the work that we've just been doing for the last while, and also not make our property tax in a palpable way, which is going to be close to the MPI if we do this. So I urge you, Council, not to support the referral, to move forward with the plan that's before us on all 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Marr. After hearing your elucidation of the parks, as a resident of Northeast Calgary, I'm resisting the urge to paraphrase Shane Keating and say, what's a park? Alderman Stevenson on the motion to refer.
Your Worship, it's unfortunate that we've gone through this. This motion doesn't look anything. I don't know whether there's any words in there that are the same as what was actually introduced to start with. So it's certainly there's something as far as the intent, but I will support the motion to refer because I do not believe that we have the power to demand any kind of money from them without their agreement on it. And I agree that we should be looking at what their strategic plan is and what their business plan is before we say that we're going to ask for this amount of money. And to actually include it into our budget to say that we're reducing the tax rate on money that we're not sure will come and when it'll come is wrong. So I would support us to refer it, and if we don't win on the support to refer it, then I would just only support number 1 and vote against the other 2. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. On the motion to refer, Alderman Lowe.
Well, I understand what Alderman Colley-Urquhart is saying, Your Worship. However, in fact, your discussions with the chair of NMAX conform the basis for the discussion at the strategic planning session in February. Your discussions with the chair of NMAX provides, one of the opportunities you may wish to provide council is an opportunity for a briefing by the NMAX so that all of council understands where the company is and where it's going. There's some sympathy for what Alderman Stevenson says about number 2, and I look at it, I wish we'd inserted a year in there. So it was plain, so it was only 1 year.
Alderman Marr?
It's.
I think we can do that. So why don't we say for 2011?
No, it's being number 2.
In number 2 after the word million.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, so it's clear that we're not.
Just stick the words 2011 before the word operating. But Alderman Stevenson, nothing about this particular motion has followed procedure by law, and I'm really impressed that Madam Clerk hasn't removed me from this chair
Your Worship,
yet.
on a point of procedure, you can't amend a referral except as to time.
He's just throwing something in the main motion. He's totally out of order, but it's logical.
Respectfully, Your Worship, what's on the floor is the referral motion.
Yeah, back to the referral, Alderman Lowe.
Well, and that's fine. I mean, that clearly the intent of number 2 is only for the 1 year. And I think, I'll say that again, clearly the intent of number 2 is only for 2011. And I'll say it a third time, so just in case I have to recall it some point out of the future, you all recall it. But please, number 1, number 2 are fine. Number 3's got to go. Thank you.
On the referral motion, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Alderman Colley-Urquhart, for putting forward that motion. The whole concept of asking a corporation to turn on a dime, essentially, by asking them to increase their dividend in 2011 for such a large corporation that has such long-term implications and contracts, to ask them to change their business plan essentially on a dime. We're a month away from 2011. So I think the referral motion is the best way to go forward. Otherwise, the rest of it is, there's no way that we can assume or verify that they'll be able to achieve those kind of numbers and still meet the corporate objectives that we've already given them direction for. So, Council, please do yourselves a favor by protecting your asset and look at doing this in a very strategic and comprehensive fashion, which is going through a strategic planning session first. I'm sure that the NMAX shareholders will get a gist of what it is that Council is proposing now, so that they're prepared to respond to it at a strategic planning session or following a strategic planning session. Can probably even give us some preamble to our strategic planning session to give us a better understanding on the implications of making these kind of broad-based changes. And I see this as basically just an opportunity to, I guess, reduce the budget, at least visually, without having some guarantees that it'll ever be achievable. I think we should be looking at tangible, realistic cuts or increases in revenue that are predictable and hopefully sustainable. But I don't see this as doing that without having an opportunity for NMAX to provide greater input. So please support the referral.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Colley-Urquhart, do I have your permission to say a word before I call you to close? I would have, before we started this, supported this motion to refer. However, after I've heard all of the discussion, I'm clear that the intent is to make a difference for 2011, not presuppose the results of our strategic review of NMAX, which I suggest will take a lot longer than one strategic planning session in February. I'm comfortable that what's being asked for in this, given that NMAX had operating earnings of over $200 million last year, I'm comfortable that this increase is something that I'd be pretty shocked if they couldn't manage with their large retained earnings pile. So given that, I'm comfortable that Council's done its due diligence on this one and that we're ready to make a decision today on this. So I will not be supporting the motion to refer. Alderman Colley-Urquhart?
That's not my closing. My position.
Oh, it's probably not going to sound exactly the same, I would
No,
imagine.
I don't think they will. Well, it all gets down to whether we're going to make the cuts that we need to balance the books for 2011, or whether we're going to go after revenue sources, such as going after NMAX to help us with our problem. That's what's at the crux of this, as I see it. And you need a whole philosophical discussion around the Legacy Parks Fund. Is it in perpetuity? Is it only till 2017? That's a policy decision of Council, rather than trying to articulate it here. So certainly NMAX did have a bit of a profit, $20 million last year, but they do have a bit of a debt load as well. So I don't know how we can justify the argument from that perspective. So I'm hoping that I can get support for this referral motion, and otherwise I can't support any of it that's up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. I have had a request for a recorded vote on the referral motion. So on the referral motion, a recorded vote, please.
On the recorded vote, Alderman Marr against, Alderman Hodges against, Alderman Farrell against, Alderman Carra against, Alderman Colley-Urquhart for, Alderman Chabot, 4. Alderman Demong, 4. Alderman McLeod, 4. Alderman Lowe against. Alderman Putman's 4. Alderman Keating against. Alderman Stevenson, 4. Alderman Jones, 4. Alderman Pincott against. And Mayor Nenshi against. It's lost, Your Worship.
They're not bad in and of themselves, Alderman Pincott. I think what I said is when it's the same 8 to the same 7 every single time. All right, back to the main motion then, where we have the main motion on the floor now. Anyone else wanting to speak on the main motion before I call on Alderman Marr to close? Oh yeah. Alderman Marr to close.
Well, I think that council is really interested in this, and this has been a great debate. We appreciate what we're trying to achieve here in the best interest of Calgarians, which is, number one, keep the tax rate as low as we possibly can, do the best that we can for our citizens and our constituents. And I think that this helps us to do that. This also helps us to provide strategic decision for our parks system, which is in, as you know, dire need of this money. And this will allow us to extend one of the best programs that we have in terms of recreation and parks in the city of Calgary until 2017. I hope that you will continue to support this. It is absolutely critical, citywide issue, and I thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. On all three? Okay, so we're going to take them separately, folks. And we've been asked for a recorded vote on all. So on number one, making me have a meeting. Recorded vote.
Thank you. I signed 2, 1 for and 1 against, and I think I
Oops.
issued the wrong one.
We're following Madam Clerk's precedent of yesterday. We're just going to pretend you didn't say that and make sure that Madam Clerk has the right one, Alderman Chabot.
When she records my vote, Your Worship, on recommendation number 1, I meant to issue my for vote in case she has my against vote, Your Worship.
Let's see how it goes, and then we'll go to that. Let's see how it goes, and if we have to, we'll go to that nether region of the procedural bylaw where we ask council to give you authorization to change your vote. Okay.
On the recorded vote for 1, Alderman Marr, 4. Alderman Hodges, 4. Alderman Farrell, 4. Alderman Carra, 4. Alderman Collier-Cart against. Alderman Chabot, 4. Alderman Demong, 4. Alderman McLeod, 4. Alderman Lowe, 4. Alderman Putmans, 4. Alderman Keating, 4. Alderman Stevenson, 4. Alderman Jones, 4. Alderman Pincott, 4. Mayor Nenshi, 4. It's carried.
So then on the second one, which is operationalizing the first one into this year's operating budget, please, a recorded vote.
It's presupposing outcome.
It's all a carnival in council today, ladies and gentlemen.
On number 2, on the recorded vote, Alderman Marr, 4. Alderman Hodges, 4. Alderman Farrell, 4. Alderman Carra, 4. Alderman Collier-Cart against. Alderman Chabot against. Alderman Demong against. Alderman McLeod, 4. Alderman Lowe, 4. Alderman Putman's against. Alderman Keating, 4. Alderman Stevenson against. Alderman Jones against. Alderman Pincott, 4. And Mayor Nenshi, 4. It's carried.
Thank you. Now on the third one, the council preserve the Legacy Parks dividend a minimum of $7 million per year until 2017.
On number 3, on the recorded vote, Alderman Marr, 4. Alderman Hodges, 4. Alderman Farrell, 4. Alderman Carra against. Alderman Collier-Cart against. Alderman Chabot against. Alderman Demong against. Alderman McLeod, 4. Alderman Lowe against. Alderman Putman's against. Sorry, one moment, sorry. Alderman McLeod, 4. Alderman Putman's against. Alderman Lowe against. Alderman Keating against. Alderman Stevenson against. Alderman Jones against. Alderman Pincott against. Mayor Nenshi against. That's lost, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you all. That was a long but I think productive discussion, and Mr. Sawyer informs me that we are now at 5.3%. Correct.
Your worship, on a point of procedure, on that very issue that you just mentioned, this is assuming that this is going to go through, or is this now enshrined into our budget?
Because the effective number 2, Alderman Chabot, was to enshrine it in the budget for our calculation purposes. If something goes wiggy, then we get to tax rate bylaw and we change it then.
Okay. So
But the impact of this, the reason the second motion was there was that we could enshrine it into the arithmetic now.
Thank you for that clarification, Your Worship.
Other
Excuse me, Your Worship, just to be crystal clear, so the 5.3 represents number 2's figure of 40?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. So I'm going to now ask for further motions that have to do with community services and protective services. Further motions on CS and PS. Alderman Collier-Cart?
Well, Your Worship, I had planned to bring forward a motion arising.
I'm sorry, I should have asked for those. Yes.
And this is probably out of order, but we've been pretty loose with the rules today, so maybe you'll
Never,
accommodate
Alderman
it.
Collier-Cart, never loose with the rules.
But what my motion arising was in relation to the reductions in Book 1, which was about 3.7 million and 3 FTEs with fire. Okay, and so what that prompted for me was if we could ask administration to provide a 3-year comprehensive strategy to address service delivery requirements for fire response coverage across the city.
It's not out of order at all, Alderman
Isn't it?
Collier-Cart. It's fine.
Okay, I had city clerk has it, and so it came to light certainly with Sage Hill and what we needed to do there, but so what this is asking, and I've worked in cooperation with Dr. Hargesheimer on this, and further that this information be included in the annual report to the SPC in June of 2011. So It will actually look at benchmarking of other comparable jurisdictions. It will look at what our service delivery requirements are to have even fire response across the city. And Dr. Hargesheimer, if you could speak to it as well, and if you have the resources to do this kind of work, please.
Yes, we'd be pleased to provide this information.
Thank you. So if I have a seconder? Thank you.
Yes, Alderman Chabot has seconded. Any discussion on this motion arising? Oh, Alderman Pincott. All right. Oh, and Alderman Carra too.
Sorry,
But Alderman-
response coverage, is there anything more specific than that? Are you intending across the spec? I'm just, if you could clarify or maybe add.
Go ahead, Alderman Collier-Cart, or Dr. Hargesheimer, whoever wants to take it.
So, Your Worship, my understanding is that what we're being asked to provide is a plan for building and staffing the gaps that we currently have in terms of fire resources across the city.
Just fire.
Alderman Carra.
Forgive my ignorance, and I just need some clarification, Doctor. I thought we were pretty clear on the fact that we don't have, like, I was under the impression that we sort of had this information and we knew we were in trouble. So is this an attempt to sort of get ahead of the curve and figure out how to solve the problem? I'm not sure what I'm being asked to approve in terms of.
We certainly understand what the problem is. We're looking for solutions.
Okay, gotcha.
Alderman Putmans. Oh, thank you. Alderman Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. Hargesheimer, is this also going to take a look at how close we are to international standards?
No.
So, Your Worship, if our service isn't hitting international standards, don't you think it should be?
No, it should not be. We have a standard that's been approved by council, and it's made in Calgary standard. There is actually no municipalities in North America that are following the 1710 international standard. The standard that we have has been established through a risk-based assessment of the needs of Calgary, and that's the one that we're following as approved by council.
Okay, thank you.
But I understand from your answer, Dr. Hargesheimer, that Alderman Jones's question was, would you look at the international standard? And I understand from your answer that, well, you've looked at the international standard, so that has formed part of your analysis, right? To get to where we are now?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to be crystal clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Hargesheimer, for this motion, when this information comes back, will there be any discussion about the operating costs of growth and how we can do things differently?
That's exactly what's underlying this. It's not just the need for the $15 million to build a station, but the ongoing $5 million worth of operating.
Okay, I imagine there would be other departments who would benefit from that discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Anyone else before I ask Alderman Collier-Cart to close? Alderman Collier-Cart to close.
To be brief then, Council, we need to understand what the gaps are, so that we need a comprehensive strategy going into our next 3-year budget cycle to look if we do, to understand if we do have the strength that we need and delivering the service we need to all the communities in Calgary. So I hope you'll support this, Council. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Alderman Collier-Cart. So on the motion that you see before you on the screen, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Other motions dealing with community services and protective services? Seeing none. Motions dealing with corporate services, please. Alderman Collier-Cart?
So, just one moment. In Book 1, which I believe this one was, Mr. Sawyer, we talked about the additional budget pressures that were under this for 2011. And so there was, I'm hoping this is the right category, Your Worship. Perhaps it's not, but I just want to talk for a moment about part of the reason we have a problem is because of the revenue shortfall in two areas, as outlined in Book 1. There was a reduction of $12 million in projected franchise fees in those revenues, and there was a reduction of $8 million in projected investment income that really was beyond our control. So my first question then is for you, Mr. Sawyer. In total, how much have we taken from the FSR for 2011 to help us balance the books?
Sure. It was 14 million, wasn't it?
So I've heard it's 14, but I guess while you're looking for that.
And by the way, Alderman Collier, this was going to be the next section, corporate administration, but it's okay. It was the next one anyway.
Okay.
So.
Well, I can wait.
No, it's fine. I didn't see anyone else's light on for corporate services. So.
Okay.
Your Worship, the estimated withdrawals from the FSR are 14.2 million, and that is primarily made up of shortfall in franchise fees and investment income. There's a few other little things.
But the 12 million and the 8 million equal 20 million. So I'm wondering why we're not taking the full amount from the FSR. If there ever was a reason to tap into the FSR, it would be for the revenue shortfall from reductions in those two categories.
If I can, Your Worship, what we have funded from the FSR relates to one-time revenue shortfalls or drops.
Yes.
So, for example, specifically franchise fees, we have an expectation of them being lower and being lower in the longer-term horizon. So that's treated as a base adjustment, is not funded from the FSR,
Right.
whereas where it's a one-time revenue drop, and we expect in 2012 it'll come back, that is the piece that's funded from the FSR. So in effect, we have funded 5 million of the franchise fees and 8 million of the investment income based on what is expected to be one-time revenue drop versus a sustained base revenue drop.
Okay. And do you think that the projections that you've put in here based on the fluctuation of gas and oil that will still come out around these numbers?
Your Worship, I believe what is there is reasonable, but forecasting interest rates and gas prices is speculative at best. So we have in our most likely figures, deviations from those are possible. I think it's possible.
Was this in September or October when this was put together? Like, is it just within the last month or so? Or?
Yes, this would have been put together. I think we put together the forecasts in September. They were reviewed by the ALT in October and published in November. So they're relatively recent figures.
Okay, thank you. So, Your Worship, I had considered, a further withdrawal out of the FSR to manage this piece, but it's really not clear to me whether that's on the right track or not. So I'll just leave it.
I had asked the same question, and I think we had a brief discussion about it when we looked at Book 1.
Yes.
And the answer we really got was, it's precisely what Mr. Sawyer just said, is that our long-term forecast for natural gas prices is such that some of it will come back. There's a 75-cent gap between today's price and what we think the long-term price is. So the transfer was to fill that 75-cent gap. However, the $5, which is the long-term forecast, is still lower than we had originally anticipated. And that has come in changes to the base. So I'm comfortable with where we are.
Okay, thank you.
On that front. I know there's going to be a motion arising around the FSR generally, but on your point, I'm comfortable where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions dealing with corporate administration? Alderman Lowe? No? Your light's just, okay. All right, then. I will now ask for any motions dealing with cross-departmental impacts. Alderman Moore?
Will you?
Mayor Nenshi.
Thank you. Mine is different. I have a motion that I will give to the clerk now. That one. Relating to a proposal for an across-the-board cut. I've had the good opportunity to have conversations with both the city manager, other members of senior administration, and with many members of council. So I'm proposing a twofold motion, and I'm very happy to vote on them separately, as follows. And we'll put it up on the screen, but I'll read it to you. That council reduce the 2010 operating budget as follows. Number one, $2.1 million reduction to the transportation budget to reflect already mitigated revenue shortfalls related to the park and ride. Let me just explain that for a moment. When we passed the park and ride change, I've had a chance to caucus with the city manager and the CFO on this. What we did in effect was give them $2 million they weren't asking for, because the $2 million revenue shortfall was already mitigated within the transportation budget. So this is just cleaning that up a little bit. So that one I think is relatively straightforward. Part two is $8 million in cuts across the corporation to be allocated at the discretion of the city manager in consultation with the mayor, preserving frontline services wherever possible. Second. Thank you, Alderman Schwell. So we have been talking over the last few days about a potential 10% cut across the board and looking at different ways in which to allocate that cut. The feedback that I heard back was twofold. Number one was that I meant to say 10 million. Did I say 10%? Yeah. Sorry. Wow, a 10% cut across the board. That would certainly change this discussion a fair bit. Yes, no, an equivalent to a 1% increase in property tax, so $10 million. And I heard two pieces of feedback, both of which I've taken into account. Number one was that it is not, in fact, surgical enough, that we need to have the flexibility to be able to apply it in different ways. And the language that I'm putting forth provides us with that flexibility. Number two was that, particularly given the request we made of the Calgary Police Commission for $2 million, that number may in fact be too high. And I had general support from the members of council with whom I spoke that $8 million was perhaps more palatable than 10, particularly given that we've asked the Police Commission for 2. And I heard the Chief of Police on the radio this morning saying that it'll be challenging, but they think they can find the 2. So, given that, I'm asking you then for a $2.1 million cut to transportation. That's just to clean up what we did before. I think that's relatively straightforward. So the real issue here is the $8 million. I still believe this is the right thing to do for a number of reasons. The most important is that as we begin the process of reinvention, as we go into in 2012, I believe this is a good way to start. By giving the city manager the discretion to work with the ALT members and myself, we can ensure that these cuts are done in a way that assists us in delivering services better, to make it more surgical, if you will. And I think that's an important thing to start even in 2011. I don't want to put all of our reinvention eggs into the 2012 basket. And so I think that it makes a lot of sense for us to start this process in 2011. I also believe that this is a manageable amount. When I spoke with the city manager about this initially at the request of several members of council, I had a larger number in mind. And the city manager and I felt that this number is something that is more manageable for the type of work that I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's more manageable for the type of thing that we're really looking for. So I'm very much in favor of this. If we approve both of these, then we will be down to 4.3? 4.3. So I think that's a good place to be. That takes us down close to MPI, which is what people have been asking for. And to me, it makes quite a bit of sense. So that's that, and I hope that you will support both of these. And I'm sure we'll get them up on the screen in just a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. In the speakers, I have Alderman Lowe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and you have my, you sent out the email this morning. I speed out a rather hasty reply to you, and in doing so, I forgot I hit the wrong send icon, or forward icon, and sent it just to you rather than sending it to all members of council. So now I will have an opportunity to share what I said with His Worship, with members of council. The difficulty I have, I am going to accept at face value.
Sorry, Alderman Lowe, to interrupt. Is there a seconder? Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Yeah, item A, I'm going to accept at face value. I'm busy trying to go through some files now to see how it is in fact, but I'm going to accept that it is. B, I find troublesome. And it's troublesome because I don't understand the cumulative effect of everything. And if you look at what we've done over the past several days, we took Book 1, which was 1.9% on average, exempting the police service, and spread out. Everything that was put in there came to us with an explanation of what the impact was. Then we went to Book 2, and again, this was at the Mayor's request. Mr. Tobert had an opportunity to circulate this through ALT, and they came back to us with a series of reductions, each and every one of which came with a discussion about what the impact would be on the corporation. And we cherry-picked a bunch out of those. This one doesn't have the advantage of saying what the impact is going to be on anything. So in fact, what we're doing is we're going to the corporation and saying, take $8 million out, preserving wherever feasible, and that's those words that bother me, wherever feasible frontline services. My concern about it is that we can back into impacts on frontline services by doing other things inside the corporation that trickle down to the front line. Whether it's failing to, I'm going to say, and here I'm pulling stuff out of the air, and I apologize if I trip over things. Let's say 0 salary increases for non-represented salary employees. If it's changes to benefit packages for unrepresented employees. If it changes to discretionary spending that usually results in the kind of things that makes government effective, gluing the bits and pieces of what we do as a corporation together. And without understanding what these cumulative effects are, Your Worship, I can't support this. If they were to come back to us, to council, so that we understood. I mean, right now I could look at Mr. Tobert and say, Mr. Tobert, can you describe to me what the impact will be of this? You couldn't answer it. I wouldn't begin to try to answer it, and I can't begin to imagine what the reply might be. But it would give Mr. Tobert an opportunity to discuss it with ALT and come back to us with, here's what the impact may be. Alderman Mar, you're looking at me.
Alderman Lowe, it's because you asked the city manager a question. He is prepared to respond.
He shook his head.
He is prepared to respond.
Your Worship, I couldn't tell you exactly where the cuts would be made today, but I can tell you that they will affect frontline service. And it was my intention that I would bring a report back to council in a retrospective or forensic way to say, and here's what we've done.
And I guess my point, Your Worship, is I would like that report before we did it. Because I think it's important at this point that we understand it. His Worship and I have had several conversations about frontline services and the effects of sequential cuts over the years. I've used the phrase hollowing out services, which he's rebuffed me soundly for. Nonetheless, the example given is snow removal. Year after year after year, we've known that we should be doing things with snow removal, and we hadn't, and we didn't do anything until we had an emergency on our hands. We've done these kinds of cuts before where they've had unintended consequences on levels of service and on our staff that it's taken us, in some cases, years to get over. So while I appreciate the effort here, without me understanding what the forecast consequences of this cut will be, and even to have a discussion around what the unintended consequences may be, I'm not prepared to support it. And I'd ask you not to support it. And I'll ask you to reply in your closed, Your Worship. I'm sorry, okay. So there's where I stand with respect to this. I know there's a strong desire to get this tax increase under 5%, which is traditionally where council settles, is something under 5%, for not wholly invalid reasons in my view. But there we are. So council, I'm going to ask you to think very hard before you consider this. And Your Worship, again in your close, I'm assuming, and I'll ask you to correct my assumption, that you're assuming we get the $2 million from the police service, and that represents their contribution to the overall 10%, which again takes us back to council's failure in July when we pre-approved the police budget, although it took you 2 times to do so. And that's a little bit of I told you so, and I will reserve the right to do that. So there we are. It is shocking, Your Worship. So please think really hard about what you're doing here, because this is the last cut. This is the cut that hurts. This is the cut where we can stumble into inadvertently cutting frontline services where we don't want to, or at some point in the year where we least want to. So think hard about it.
Alderman Lowe.
Excuse me, your deputy worship, one quick thing.
Yes.
Just my handwriting is terrible, so that last word feasible
Yes.
should actually read possible. Doesn't really make a difference, but
Feasible and possible are very, very similar. And 2010 should read 2011, should it not?
yeah, that would be a good thing.
Unless you have a time machine that I don't know where.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Wow, this is interesting. I believe that our job as a council is at budget time to go over the fine details of the budget, to do what we're supposed to do, which is to determine where we cut and where we don't. And I thought that's what we were doing. And then just to, at the end of the day, throw $8 million on the table and leave it up to the mayor and city manager at their discretion, in my view, would be a complete abdication of my responsibility as an elected official. So I cannot support this, but I am going to attempt to change it. I am going to amend it, or attempt to, that on item B would be to direct administration to provide options for $8 million in cuts across the corporation, and remove at the discretion of the city manager in consultation with the mayor, preserving frontline services wherever possible. Council, I know there's an appetite to change things and do things differently, and I share that appetite. I think it's really exciting, that discussion.
Is there a seconder in the House? Seconded by Alderman Putmans, please.
But to make deep cuts without that fundamental change in place, I suppose you can make those cuts and force that change. That's something that we could do. But there's often pain that's associated with it, and I'm pretty much guaranteeing that you'd get the phone calls from your constituents on that. Or we can be more thoughtful and help shepherd that change through safe innovation that we've been talking about. So I think this is something I'm even with this amendment, I'm reluctant to support, but I will support it knowing that it will come back to council. And Mr. Tobert, when would that return to council? When would be appropriate? February? This is our Valentine's present to city staff, is that what we're talking about? Okay. February 14th. Yes, move in consultation with the mayor. I'm certain that will be occurring anyway, because I have no doubt the mayor has some ideas in this area. I'm happy to discuss them and may welcome some of them, but I can't leave it up to those two and something that may be fundamental change for our city. So I'll see if that goes. Thank you.
We've got several lights ahead of you, so I'm just going to go through the lights on the amendment first. Alderman Pincott, on the amendment.
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment. Administration's already done the work. They had a buffet, $35 million, not 8. We had $35 million of what administration has done of that work. I'm sorry, of administration doing exactly that work. We accepted half, roughly.
13.6.
We accepted $13.6 million of the buffet. So we already have that work before us that contains more than $8 million of cuts. And we chose not to go there, that those were not the cuts that we wanted to see, that they were not addressing the needs of Calgarians. I would suspect that if we gave the city manager 15 minutes, he could just take the ones that we didn't choose and just resubmit them and say, here you go, work done. But we've already said we don't want those. And these were the ones that they chose because they would have the least impact on frontline services. So while I understand the intent of your amendment, Alderman Farrell, I don't think it actually changes anything. I don't think it actually changes the fact that we've already received exactly that, and we as a council, in our due consideration, doing exactly what you said, doing our job, said that those were not, we didn't not want to go there. I can only imagine that the cuts that we would receive, if these ones weren't acceptable, would be ones that would have even greater impact, would be even less palatable to us, even less palatable to Calgarians. So with that, I'm not going to support the amendment because I don't see the point, and I won't support B either.
Thank you, Alderman Pincott. On the amendment, Alderman McLeod.
Alderman Pincott just made my point.
Thank you. On the amendment, Alderman Carra. On the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not prepared to support this amendment as it's written either. But I like part of where Alderman Farrell's going with it. Alderman Farrell said again, referred to her understanding of what our job is here today. And I completely 100% agree with her that council cannot abdicate its responsibility to our constituents, to the citizens of Calgary in this. And so I'm uncomfortable with the main motion, and I do believe it requires some sort of amendment. But again, in terms of what I think our job is here today, it's to stop talking about more or less spending on things and talk about spending better and worse. And Alderman Pincott, in his rejection or his statement that he would be voting against the amendment, said that administration's already done their job. And I think what this motion is trying to achieve and what this last cut is trying to achieve in 2011, and not as we move into 2012, is administration doing their job fundamentally differently. And I have a lot of faith in the mayor to sit down and start looking at that. And I think that I think it would be remiss of us not to oversee and not to participate in that. But I think that that's the fundamental challenge that we all face. And we can talk about change, but unless we force our hand, we're never going to get there. And so I think that I will not be supporting this amendment, but I do think that we have to address it.
Thank you, Alderman Carra. On the amendment, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll also be speaking to the main motion, and if this fails, possibly amending the main motion. I have to agree with Alderman Farrell on a certain front, and that's in regards to what our obligations are as members of council, and that's governance and not management. And I'm of the opinion that if we're going to give this sort of direction, that the direction should be given to management. And Mr. Tolbert indicated that he was prepared to provide council with an overview of what the implications were going to be of these broad-based type cuts. And I think it would be good for council to know what exactly those cuts are going to be in relations to future budget discussions. I don't believe, however, that any member of council should have a hand in making those determinations, whether it be a member of city council, one of the aldermen, or the mayor. So that would have been the motion that I would have put forward, is to change it just to allocated at the discretion of the city manager in consultation with ALT, as opposed to with the mayor, and leaving that strictly in the hands of administration. So in light of that, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, because this basically leads us back down to the whole Dutch auction. There was some reference made to the $35 million worth of cuts that were proposed by administration, but you could also argue that there was 47 point whatever million dollars worth of cuts in Book 1 that weren't all adopted by council. So I think at this point, the only way to get our tax increase down to a more palatable number is by accepting more of a broad-based type of a proposed cut. And although I wouldn't have initially supported it, because we couldn't get down to the number that I was hoping to get us down to, the only other alternative, of course, was using FSR, which essentially just carries it forward into future years. And I think this is a better solution other than this amendment. So I won't support the amendment.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Hodges on the amendment.
Yeah, basically I agree with the amendment, but I just think a little small matter of belt and braces, that after the word options, to city council. So I'd add to city council. Oh, and return to council, of course. That got added later. That's fine, thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. On the amendment, Mayor Nenshi.
Thank you. Although I won't be supporting the amendment, I won't cry if we push the amendment forward. So far, we've had very little crying during the budget talks. I'm happy about this. I feel that the cuts, Alderman Farrell referred to them as very deep cuts, and I feel that they're not very deep. I think that this is a good compromise, and I want to be able to give the city manager the ability to move forward quickly as needed, which is why I won't support the amendment. However, I absolutely hear the discussion around council not wanting to abdicate its responsibilities. And, you know, if that is council's desire, that's council's desire, and we'll make it work well. I wanted to address one thing, though, and I think this is particularly important. And what Alderman Pincott was saying, you know, they've already given us the proposals and we said no. This is precisely the sort of mindset shift that we've been talking about so long within the organization, which is we need an organization that is continually improving, that continually has discipline and cost control, that is continuing to constantly come up with new ideas for how to do things better. So assuming that what was right in October will also be right in December, will also be the only set of options in January is precisely the mindset we need to shift. And in fact, my goal in this, although there's a nice net benefit, as Alderman Chabot says, to bring the tax rate down, that's not my only goal in proposing this. My goal in proposing this is to give us a tool in order to build that kind of continual discipline within the organization. You know, a cultural shift in such a big organization with so many good people who've been doing so much good work for so long is not an easy thing. And we need a variety of different tools to make that cultural shift happen. And that's really one of my major intents in bringing this forward. So, won't support the amendment, but if this is council's direction, we can absolutely work within that context.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. On the amendment, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to follow up with the words that are said here, and I do understand the buffet and how we did not accept that, but I want to follow with that. It did not have the surgical look of different eyes in that buffet. It had the administration's look, which are very valid, but it is not different than what we are. Therefore, it did not have the eyes of the mayor in collaboration with the city manager and those sort of things. And I think we have to agree that many of us do have a different perspective, and therefore I won't support this amendment. I do like the last part where it says return to council, but I think we have to put back in what was there before.
Thank you. On the amendment, Alderman Lowe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I will support the amendment. This is, I was scoffed at earlier in this thing when I said that while I would support the amendment, I would vote against the main motion even if it passed. And it's a strategy because the amendment makes the motion less worse because it brings it back.
Or less worse, if you prefer.
Well, it just, you know, if we're going to, it's all in your point of view, Your Worship. So I'm going to support the amendment because it does bring the issue back to council so that council can look and see if they want to go this far. The other thing the amendment does is that it puts it in the hands of city manager, which is appropriate, Your Worship, given that I don't want to manage the operation. I don't want to micromanage it. We have a city manager, that's his job. We have an ALT, that's their job. But if we're going to impact the way we provide services to our constituents and to the citizens of Calgary, that's where I want to have a say. So while I will support the amendment, even if the amendment passes, I won't support the motion as amended.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. On the amendment, Alderman Putman.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think, ironically, I believe the mayor just eloquently made the point that confirms my support for this amendment. I think the very notion that we respectfully ask administration to creatively relook at where the opportunities might be, I think is the very essence of some of the new thinking we're trying to advance and propose. It's been, I'm going to guess, at least a month and a half since everybody last looked at the budget and prepared that option for us, that buffet, as it were. And perhaps after having gone through this process for a few days, there might be some new ideas, new stimulations to perhaps find the magnitude of cuts that we're looking for. And we're looking at processes. Perhaps there might not be time for a complete reinvention of how we do business, but in the meantime, perhaps there is an opportunity. And again, respectfully ask you to please consider that. And I would highly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Putman. I have Alderman Pincott on the main motion. Sorry. Alderman Stevenson on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I will support the amendment because I believe that the first buffet, we didn't pick everything off it and put it onto our plate. We left a number of things there on the buffet, and I think the same thing can happen again, but we do need to be able to have a chance to select the next buffet. So if the amendment passes, then I can support the motion number B. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. On the amendment, Alderman MacLeod.
Thank you. Perhaps this is implicit, but I'd like the clarification that the 8 million in cuts coming back to us would not be the same as what we've already rejected. It would have to be something different.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Tobert, please.
If I might, I don't believe it's fair to say that it'll be 100% different, but there might be some similarities because there's so many places we can go. I think what I hear what you're saying is don't bring the same back, but it can be related or similar too in some cases. It must be.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. On the amendment, Alderman Farrell, have you spoken to this? Or you're here to close, I'm sorry. And Alderman Carl-Urquhart on the amendment.
I just want to clarify what Alderman McLeod said. The buffet of cuts that were brought forward, Mr. Tobert, in groups 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we did approve some of them, none in group 5. But we didn't reject them. They weren't put on the table. They weren't moved. So, I mean, you could bring them forward and it wouldn't be contrary. Correct?
Mr. Tobert?
I was just drawing a distinction between what I believe Alderman McLeod said was, it can't be the same list. And so I wanted to make sure that it might be some similarities.
Well, they could because we haven't voted on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Collier-Cart. To close, Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, Council, this is just doing our job. I know it's uncomfortable, but I have no doubt that when this list is being developed, it will be in consultation with the mayor, and I hope the mayor has some new ideas. I fully expect it. But I would suggest that 15 heads is better than one. Maybe not all the time, but if we put our heads together, we might be able to have some new ideas. But if at some point if we don't agree to this amendment and these cuts are made, just keep in mind that something you might or your constituents might hold very, very dear might just cease to exist because there's no even any discussion of returning to council. Even for information. So this is just good governance, Council, and it's our responsibility. So please support this, and then we'll see how the main motion goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Before we vote, as prerogative of the chair, I've just got one question of clarification on point A, the $2.1 million to the transportation budget. Could I get some? I just had that. Well, no, that's not. That's on the main portion. But yes, okay, thank you. Okay, on the motion, or sorry, on the amendment, are we agreed? Are there any opposed? Please call the roll.
On the amendment, Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod. Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Putmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Deputy Mayor Marr.
Yes.
Was that 8-7? Does that mean we're dysfunctional?
9-6.
It's carried.
9-6.
On the main motion, Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. I'm just going to, to speak to the main motion, I will support and vote in favor of A. I think it's appropriate. It's trying to clarify at least a couple of the multitude of numbers that we heard around Park and Ride. So I appreciate I appreciate his worship in separating out the two so that we could actually do that. That said, we approve the 2.1 million. I believe we're probably at the 5.1% range. And I'll go back to, I think, probably the first time I stood and spoke on Monday, where I said that we have a book with thousands of numbers in it, and we're only thinking about one. The number that we keep asking for to be refreshed, which is 5.1%, 5.2%, 6 point whatever. It is that tax rate. A budget is just a tool. It's a tool for moving forward a strategic vision. It's a tool for implementing what we as a council have said we want to do, for implementing what Calgarians have said they want. And you know what? We have used this tool very, very well for doing exactly that. When we yesterday adjusted transit and we added to transit, we heard very, very clearly what Calgarians wanted strategically from their city. And we use the budget as a tool to accomplish that. It's exactly what a budget is. It's not a final number. And why $8 million is chosen, originally 10, but $8 million is chosen as, well, let's get it down to another number, because this is our target number, is devoid of talking about a strategic plan or talking about how we actually deliver on what Calgarians want and how we actually deliver on what we say we want to do and give for our city is just a number. It doesn't mean anything. You know, I was talking to the media at dinner or at lunchtime, and somebody came back with a coffee from across the street, and the coffee was that they bought was basically the monthly charge for the tax increase that we're at right now. That's what we're at, 5.1%, $5.10. That's going for a nice Starbucks coffee and throwing a bit of a tip a month. That's it. That's where we're at. To get there, we've cut things like cleaning on LRT stations. To get there, we've cut things like social planning. To get there, we've done all kinds of adjustments to things that are about quality of life in the city. And we're proposing to do more of that, so that somebody doesn't, this will save, for the average taxpayer, this will save 80 cents a month. I am fully in support of transformative change at the corporation. We have to, and we know that, and there's nobody who knows it better than the people who work within this corporation. There's nobody who knows better that we actually have to change the way we work than the people within the corporation. My challenge around the table is that we seem to interchange reinventing with cut. We interchange those two words as if they mean exactly the same. They don't. They're not the same. One doesn't reinvent by cutting. Well, one can reinvent by cutting. I'm not sure if that's the reinvention that any of us are talking about. I'm happy with 5.1%. Once we approve the 2.1A, I'm happy with 5.1%. I think we've heard Calgarians. We've lowered the tax increase. We've responded to their desires for increased services. We have heard them. We also are committed to transformation. We are committed to transformation. And $8 million more of a cut doesn't make us any more reinventing. So I am going to vote against B, I'm going to vote against the $8 million additional reinvention. And I will gladly join administration in talking about what our city can be, what our city must be. I will gladly join in that conversation with them, a conversation that they are dying to have as well. And I look forward to that. And it is completely separated from another $8 million of cuts, which are being paraded as reinvention.
Thank you, Alderman Pincott. I have Mayor Nenshi, just to close. Okay, perhaps now is an opportunity that I might take to get some clarification on point A, the $2.1 million to the transportation budget to reflect already mitigated revenue shortfalls related to the park and ride.
I can tell you where that number comes from if
Would
you
you
like.
mind?
No, not at all. So what we heard earlier is that it's just the difference between budget and forecast. So what we heard earlier was that the budgeted amount for the park and ride revenues back in 2008 was 7.3, but the actual forecast that transportation is working with is 5.2. So in their business plan, they had already assumed they were only going to get 5.2, but when we added from the decision we made on park and ride, we assumed 7.3. So this is just cleaning that up. If we didn't clean that up, in effect, we would give them $2 million they weren't asking for. And by the way, I used the number in my own analysis with Alderman Stevenson of this year's numbers, which is 4.7, but I've used their forecast 5.2, not my number, to come up with the 2.1.
Very well. So, Mr. Sawyer, the point is that the $2.1 million is money that is going back to transportation, coming back from transportation, that transportation didn't want, and that works out in the mathematical equation?
Well, if I can, Your Worship, I'm not sure I would say they didn't want, couldn't use.
Mac.
I think it was a reality in this budget process of we needed to find reductions, and the fact that transportation had a budget level in, and the forecast was they're expecting was going to be lower, was effectively putting additional pressure on them to mitigate, as Mr. Tobert had said. So this number A is basically continues to put that requirement on transportation to mitigate a shortfall.
So there's still a $2.1 million shortfall in the budget then? Is that what you're saying? Okay, that's, yeah, okay, very well. I have Alderman Putmans on the main motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps just to change the topic a little bit, it would help me to have some clarity about the deadline by which we have to complete our budget deliberations, perhaps directed through to a member of administration.
6 o'clock.
No, I meant in...
You have 3 minutes to change the world.
Okay, here we go. It strikes me February 14th seems fairly late in the day for this process, this part of the process.
Mr. Tobert.
It is a long time in the future, but if we're asked to go back and to a great extent ignore all the work that we've done and come in with a new mindset and take another look at it, and there's 2 weeks of the holidays coming up for Christmas, that isn't that much time, I think. One of the things that it does imply, though, is that to make an $8 million amount of cuts, you have to do that over less than a calendar year. So it becomes a deeper cut than it would be if it's 8 over 12 months. But that's just one of the accidents of the process.
Thank you. I guess the specific part of my question is that when is the deadline for this process to be completed?
Sorry, the process you're talking about is preparing the options?
No, when does a budget actually have to be finally closed?
Oh, I see. Well, it has to be done actually before the beginning of the calendar year in order to be effective for the whole calendar year. You can make changes throughout the calendar year or the fiscal year that changes the budget of the corporation. It just gives you less time in which to make accommodations, either find the revenue or cut the expenses.
Oh, thank you. I think I got that principle. Is there a date? When normally would you complete the budget
So
process?
the budget process is completed generally today, if we were going to pick today. And all that happens then is that, well, whenever we complete it in terms of setting on the number, what happens and why we wait till April is the province has to declare their requisition for education, because that's the only thing we wait for. Otherwise, we could actually approve it today and pass a bylaw. But we actually have one bylaw that we pass, and that's done in April or May, and that is after the province announces their budget. So in essence, we finish the corporation's budget either today if we stay late or tomorrow if we come back.
Thank you. I'm still waiting to hear the gavel.
And speaking of the staying late, it is now 1800. We will reconvene at 9:30. Yeah, but, okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we resume at 7 o'clock and complete the agenda this evening.
There's a motion on the table to extend until, extend and complete the agenda, or just to this item?
Until 9:30.
Till 9:30. Okay, is everyone clear on the question? And it looks like there's lights aplenty.
What is the motion?
The motion now on the table at 30 seconds past 6 is to complete the agenda until 9:30 tonight, if we can do that.
Serious?
In other words, come back after dinner.
Come back
for
after
another
dinner.
2.5 hours.
And hammer away.
That needs 2/3.
Yeah. So.
We need a
on-
seconder, don't we?
Is there a seconder? Seeing none.
Sorry.
Bang,
Alderman
bang.
Stevens.
See you all 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Good.
Same company has been applying to develop this quarry for the last 8 years with no success. Why would the minister consider it at this time?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the query in question has been under review for some time, and we believe that the process going forward will allow for proper exploitation of that resource, and it's a required resource in the region.
The Honourable Member.
That's the Mr. Speaker, how can the minister consider approving any development in this region when the Land Use Framework's regional plan, which is meant to determine the sustainable level of development, has not been completed?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I have addressed that situation a number of times in the House, and the fact of the matter is that as we develop the land use framework across the province of Alberta, which includes 7 plans in 7 different regions, Mr. Speaker, you can't stop the province and hold it in abeyance and wait, wait for the plans. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue the development, and the plans will fall into place, and the developments will, of course, fit into the plans as they're developed.
The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been waiting years for the land use framework, and it appears we're going to wait even longer. But will the minister commit to a moratorium on the development in the eastern slopes?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer to that is no. There is ongoing opportunities for development in the eastern slopes, and Mr. Speaker, that will again continue. There are, of course, a number of regional plans in place, smaller ones that do protect certain areas in the eastern slopes now. We will respect those, but Mr. Speaker, development will continue.
The honourable member for Calgary North Hill, followed by the honourable member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Health and Wellness recently released a 5-year action plan on health, and in there he highlights the importance of primary care networks for the access and improvement of health care in this province. And this really excites my constituents. So my questions are to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Can you tell this House and my constituents exactly what the role of primary care networks will have in health care, moving the system forward?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is that primary care networks will be, and I'm sure for a long time will be, a critical part, a very fundamental part of our health system moving forward. We have 38 of them right now. That involves more than 2,200 family physicians. That includes more than 2.5 million Albertans. And going forward, we'll be adding about 100,000 per year until all Albertans have access to primary care team members within days, not weeks.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is good news, and again, my constituents certainly support this, but they're having a difficult time seeing the impact right now to their health care services. So are there any barriers that are currently inhibiting